eyes glow, neon nights, fingers twitching, joystick fights, eyes red, head spinning, no end in sight. Arcade buzz, we lose the fight. Up, down, left, right, life's a cheat code, high as a kite. Mile last on a flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile last on a lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze. Smoke curls up, clouds of screen. Every move feels like a dream. Level up, but it's all pretend. This game loops, it'll never end. Quarter in, light it up. Out of lives, but we don't give up. Mile last on a flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile last on a lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze. Up, down, left, right, life's a cheat code, high as a kite. Mile high stoner flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile high stoner lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze. Smoke curls up, clouds of screen. Every move feels like a dream. Level up, but it's all pretend. This game loops, it'll never end. Quarter in, light it up. Out of lives, but we don't give up. Mile high stoner flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. Mile high stoner lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze. Lost in the face. Game over now, another blaze.
Game on, lights, it's wild. High score, endless smile. Focus, sharp in the zone. Controllers speak in the code. Eyes wide, tips see high. World spins, colors fly. Pulse beats, double time. Victory tastes so fine. We rise, no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Lights flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Dubstep rhythm lead. Night falls, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge, reality lost in virtual sea. Buzz, loud, adrenaline. Digits flash, number spin. Team up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun. We rise, no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Night flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Step, rhythm lead. Nightfall, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge reality. Lost in virtual sea. Loud adrenaline. Flash, never spin. Team up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun.
My life's stoner, flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. My life's stoner, lost in the phase, game over now, another blaze. Hope curls up, clouds the screen, every move feels like a dream. Level up, but it's all pretend. This game loops, it'll never end. Quarter in, light it up, out of lives but we don't give up. My life's stoner, flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. My life's stoner, lost in the phase, game over now, another blaze. Up, down, let it up, out of lives but we don't give up. My life's stoner, flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. My life's stoner, lost in the phase, game over now, another blaze. Stoner, flying through the haze, chasing dragons in these pixel mazes. My life's stoner, lost in the phase, game over now, another blaze. Another blaze.
What up, Twitch? What up, YouTube? Sorry about yesterday. We were a little off feeling, so that was my bad. But we've got Wowzers. We got New World tomorrow for sure. I might play some today so we can grind a little bit. But let's get into this. Get the bong ripper going. Get this moving. Cheers, everybody.
don't have a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Loki, out! What? Do what I do. Get on the other side of the bed and shoot him out.
I need to get closer.
Too much pain.
There you go.
I don't have a target. I'm out of range. It's too far away.
Good. So that one I took away is gonna get stuck in his mouth. I don't want him chipping his fucking tooth. I'm sorry. I want him to be able to play with them, but I will just look inside the. I'll look under the couch and get the other ones. I can't have that one do that. Yeah, I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry too, Loki. I just don't want you to hurt yourself on that shit.
Go in peace. Asha Felah. Believe
It's like the father figure in town, and a lot of people consider him their dad. They love him. Marvel over here was also a very he remained active member at his local evangelical church, and he was there every Sunday. He never missed a day. Plus, on top of that, he also played organ. You know, which honestly, I love the organ. I kind of wish I played it, but it's so creepy. He was also the designated cross bearer for all processions and funerals. Dedicated bachelor reputation. No one thought it was weird.
it's too far away.
On top of all this, Marvel also loved to give away. They always offered travelers, like, if you came to town, he would offer them a place to stay, give them food and some sleep, and kind of act like his home was a birdhouse. So everyone in town knew, like, hey, if you're ever struggling, if you're out of work, you're running away from something shady, like,
How may I aid you?
you know, like, he's the guy who
What time do you gotta leave?
Lady Ysara, thank you for answering our call. We face a dire threat.
No need to explain, Malfurion. I have seen what is coming. The Emerald Dream is being overtaken by the Nightmare. The Legion and the Satyr Xavius are to blame.
Just let me know you get there safely, love.
Shaladrasil, the World Tree,
Huh?
has fallen to the Nightmare's corruption.
Why do I need your key?
Its course across our precious land.
Okay. I was asking because it's
Nightmare
like I'll be
Lord
here.
must be vanquished, or Val'Sharah is lost. I dream, and the world trembles.
I love you too. Be safe. See you soon.
Elune be with you. May the stars guide you. Goddess watch over you.
I'm out of range. Myself slipping away. Bless you, stranger. I need myself slipping away. Bless you, stranger. Myself slipping away.
Smoochers eat baby rage popcorn con chocolate round.
You have my gratitude, traveler.
Ishnu Dardiek, Asha Fela. Go in peace. Illume light your path. May the stars guide you. Goddess watch over you. Interrupt.
I wonder what this pool will reveal about you, Jalanin.
Have committed no crimes, Hurathon. Whereas you and your associates have to answer for yours.
Crimes? Our crime was to sacrifice everything to save this world. We fought for Illidan. You imprisoned the world's villains here for all eternity.
We protect life, often at great risk. Too often.
You dare speak of sacrifice to me?
Big boy
I
pulls.
gave
Let's
up my
go.
flesh, my soul. My people shun me as a freak, and what was my reward? Eternal torment from my sisters.
I live to serve my people, my goddess, expecting neither personal gain nor glory. Can you say the same? As you stand there intoxicated with the power of the Legion.
I will serve my people, the exiled and the reviled. I will slay you and all your kin. It's so good to fight again. My blades thunder.
Watch your step.
I need no blade to defeat you. Anger, hate, rage. These will fuel me with the power my powers wane. I must have more. My power wasn't enough.
Thank you for your help. Your intervention saved my life. If you intend to venture deeper, you will find far more terrifying things lurking in our vault.
New subject.
4, 3, 2, 1. Interrupt.
Let's see what's behind door number.
Four, 3, 2, 1. Interrupt. Target you.
Let's see what's behind door number.
Target you.
Oh my god.
4, 3, 2, 1. Interrupt. Target you. Target you. 4, 3. Stack.
So long. Where is my Lord of Fire?
Are you
Why
fucking with me?
does he not answer my call?
Visitors house.
I'm out of range.
How utterly predictable. I knew that you would come. I have what I was after, but I stayed just so that I could put an end to you once and for all. And now you fools have fallen into my trap. Let's see how you feel. I will slay you all.
Phase change.
I'm out of room. I don't have
Phase change.
I will not be stopped. I have fought too long, suffered too much. Victory must be mine.
Danger, danger. Keep moving.
My powers have grown since joining the Legion. Here, let me show you.
My vigil is eternal. Nature is restless.
I don't have a target.
noticed. My smoke count's off. Ugh, fuck.
Time is set in sand, not stone. May your possibilities be infinite.
I know many things. Tell me what you find. Bring back knowledge.
There is more than one way to solve any problem. Question everything.
Finest goods in the Isles.
Okay.
Love you.
I love you. Hope you have a good session.
Yeah, you're good. I'll call you when I'm coming home.
Okay, love.
Bye, baby.
Bye, beautiful.
You'll find nothing better in the Isles.
I have just the thing for you. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
What service may I offer?
Ah, motherfucker.
I await your return.
Greetings, traveler. Goodbye.
Cheap viewers on streambo.com, remove the space, at MZGPF20D.
Confirmed by Shonen Jump, and the manga is scheduled to continue next week. The reason for Oda's health decline is that he hasn't been getting enough rest since he only sleeps about 3 to 4 hours a night because he prioritizes work over his health. This has been really bad for him in recent years and is the main reason he's been taking so many breaks. Please comment your prayers for his recovery. Oda has just gotten
Of course it's the fucking tank.
Interrupt. 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 Interrupt.
Consume!
AOE incoming.
No AOE coming. Fuck yourself.
Now I see.
The darkness. It is gone.
You aren't the ones who did this? I understand now. You must find Kotalos. You must put a stop to this.
Invaders have breached the passage to the crypts. Ilisana, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
You need not worry. I will not fail, Atosius. Men, the invaders come for us. Do
Shockwave.
not let them pass. For Kalimdor!
Shockwave. Crowd control. Crowd control.
You're
Crowd
spreading it
control.
out. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, dude?
Crowd control.
I'm out of range.
Crowd control.
Wow, you did it this
Shockwave.
time. Oh, nice. There we go. This is what we want right here. Are we gonna play this game?
Shockwave. Crowd control.
We will bury you here, fools. You cannot escape! The hunt is eternal. You cannot escape!
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Shockwave. Target you.
This keep with blood. Doesn't bother running, please. Gotcha.
Knocking back.
Hold them off. You must prepare. Kurtalos, they come for you.
They do.
Is this up here?
Together we shall defeat them, Latosius.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Fiends, you shall never have our world!
Watch your step.
2,000 years have not been kind.
Now
No. This is not my ancestors. Ilisana. No.
AOE incoming.
Heroes, you must defeat him.
you expect these worthless mortals to defy
Target
the
you.
Legion?
Souls of my ancestors, to me! Aid our champions!
Watch your step. Keep moving.
I will count on it. Whenever you come, we will meet you. And we will defend our world. Thank you, heroes. The great veil has been lifted from our eyes. We Ravencrests have sacrificed much and more in defense of this land. I see now we may rest, safe in the knowledge that heroes still live, who will defend our world.
Our paths cross at last. We will meet again.
So much knowledge waiting to be gleaned. The possibilities are infinite.
Change is great. Warriors of the Horde, get your axes and sharpen your spears. Burning Legion has returned to our world.
Let's get to work. You are always a pretty...
Any disturbance should catalyze the sequence. Just give it a poke or something.
Ethel Kanesh. I am Thalysra of the Shaldarai, the Nightborn, first Arcanist in the court of Suramar. My people have made a dire pact, one that spells doom for this world. Time is short. If you have found this message, you are capable of finding me as well. Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Ithnala Kanesh.
Cheers out there, everybody. Hope you're doing swell.
Ah, good to see you. Always happy to help.
I'm glad you're here. Be careful, champion. The land of Suramar has been wild for 10,000 years.
Ugh.
She must have come this way. Keep looking.
Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Ithnala Kanesh. I hope someone out there is listening. Need to keep moving. Wrath! Withered. I must be getting close. Wrath Domas! Stand down, Erasmus. Can you not see that Elisand has forsaken us? Anna!
We need to get...
That will buy me some time.
This is not your witness the power of the Nightborn!
Are you?
Mom, bitch.
Our isolation has ended. Rap Anutanos! We must take care. The Withered Ones prowl this area, ravenous in their hunger for magic and flesh
Oh my
alike.
god, bitch, hurry up.
Such is the fate of Nightborn, who cannot drink of the Nightwell. This is my fate as well. Unless... Look out! Irath Onas! The barrier is being drained! My strength is fading. We must find shelter. I need a moment. Get them off the barrier! There are so many. Why do they not follow? I need to rest. We are only as strong as our wounded.
You crybaby son of a bitch.
10,000 years ago, my city was radiant. The jewel of the Night Elf Empire. Suramar. Our people prospered for centuries. Until the Legion came. Entranced by the power they offered, our queen betrayed us to the ruin of the world. As destruction drew ever closer, a desperate choice was made. To conjure a powerful shield that would save our beloved city. It worked. Centuries passed. Without moonlight. Without sunlight. To survive, we turned to the Nightwell. A font of great power in the city's heart. Slowly.
Put Weiner away lul.
What's up, Devin?
And ultimately, drew the Legion once more to
Show
our
love 55.
gates.
At Datpig my lady, thank you for the 55 bits.
The Nightwell
Davin 41 love, Davin 41 love. Sir.
As the elders planned
Yes, ma'am.
their surrender,
Got a apparent
some
question.
of us rebelled.
Got a parent question? Okay.
Liam's having his adenoids and tonsils removed Mundog. Monday.
Uh-huh. Do you get sick often or something?
I bought popsicles, what about yogurt?
Anything milky is going to make it more phlegmy, which is going to be not as easy for him. Popsicles are definitely way better.
They're 3x the sizes they're supposed to be.
Well, that will definitely bring relief for sure, but it's the yogurt, because of the ingredients in it, it tends to make your phlegm more sticky.
I also got fuckload of Pedialyte.
Pedialyte's good, and they'll keep him hydrated and stuff too. Because I mean, it'll be tough, I'm sure, for him to swallow, and I don't know how he'll react to it. I know everybody's different. Me, I can handle pain, but I don't know how he will. And so having anything that's going to make it even easier to swallow, I think is good. Popsicles for sure, though. That's gonna help. It just sucks because, you know, they'll want to eat something else and won't be able to really until it heals a bit.
I never had mine removed.
No, I haven't had mine removed. Hold on, let me think. No, I don't think I did. I guess I could look in the mirror. I know I haven't had my adenoids.
Just wanna make sure I'm prepared, Yano.
No, that's... Man, you shouldn't doubt yourself as a parent. You do just fine with everything. I have faith that you would know. I mean, just think about it, how you would handle it. You know, what would make it easier on you. I mean, granted, you know, you gotta rewind your age a little bit to like think of how you would have reacted as
It's hard with all the judgy twats out there, lol.
Those judgy twats aren't inside your house telling you what to do. They can be judgy all they want. I guarantee you they got shit in their own place. They shouldn't be throwing rocks. I never.
Yeah, my in-laws, lul.
Yeah, I was like, I don't claim be perfect. I don't throw shade at people to put them down or nothing. We all deal with shit. We all deal with it different ways. We all get through this life one day at a time. I mean, that's the only difference is how we decide to go about it, really. And there's no real wrong way, it seems. I mean, there's wrong things for sure. It doesn't seem there's like a wrong way to really live life, because you'll just, I mean, you'll find a way no matter what. But yeah, I wouldn't, anything that's got anything that's kind of milky, definitely try to stay away from.
We failed. Now the devils have taken Suramar. And by the curse of the Nightwell, I am damned to wither away as my city burns. Aran Arcana. Be careful who you trust.
I'm curious what this does. Oh, I can't even go into it. That's fucking dumb.
I'm out of range.
Greetings. Soul must be free. What is this place? This chamber. I have never seen anything like it. So dark. Inala! Much better.
Sure, if you say so.
Old teleporters. Not so different from the ones in Suramar City. Seems they are inactive. Let us explore downstairs. Watch your step. Strange. The floor looks like a map, and we are at the center. One thing is certain. Ley line energy is being fed into this chamber from elsewhere. What could have required such power? A weapon, perhaps? And those keepers protecting it. How long their vigil must have been. I have more questions now than before. For now, at least we know the Withered have learned to avoid this place. And nobody from the palace would think to search for us here. It is a perfect refuge, a temporary home, until I can return to Suramar. But first, I will need allies. The Nightwell calls to me. Anratha Adore. The Shalderai will be redeemed. Suramar must be free. One day at a time. The Shalderai will be redeemed.
has arrived at last! Elune be praised!
Stop, interloper! I'll make you bleed first.
I don't have a target.
Come on. I need a vape break. Sorry, y'all. Jesus, going 2 hours.
Hey, Dad.
Mm.
Hello, hot dog. What's up?
What's up?
Nothing much, just go out of the bath.
Yeah.
The struggle I'm having trying to get your Q-tips out.
It's because you're trying to do it one-handed while you're on the phone.
Thank you. What are you doing right now, Dad?
Nothing, been up for a bit, so we're just playing some. Oh, wow.
Nice.
You gotta be
I
careful
remember
doing that.
you used to,
I know.
you used to play WoW when you were in my tummy and I was napping.
Who?
You?
Yeah. Yeah, me and Seth, Travis would play it.
Travis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Oh, I know
was.
who Travis is.
And Taylor.
Who's Taylor?
Big marshmallow buddy.
Oh, Big Black. Yep. Man, I haven't seen him for a minute.
I was about to go eat.
Okay.
I was just going to let you know that I go out of the bath. Same time.
Can't remember what you were doing today.
House chores, grocery shopping. Bleeding, unfortunately.
That's swell.
Both of us, so we're both hormonal and grumpy with each other.
Well, that's nice.
So much fun. You don't gotta tell him that, bro. I was just teasing.
It's not funny.
Oh, man.
It's not funny, but that explains why you've been snappy and I've been crying.
Yeah. And why I've been crying.
People being emotional as shit.
This is a video by Bernie Sanders. AI could wipe out the working class. AI will wipe out the working class. It's going to wipe out, I think, 80% of the working class.
Thanks very much for joining me. You know, in the midst of these unprecedented and crazy times, government shutdown, Trump's devastation of healthcare in America, climate change, the move toward authoritarianism, the horrific war in Gaza, the growth of oligarchy, etc., etc., etc. I want to take a few minutes talking about another issue of enormous consequence that just doesn't get the kind of attention I think it deserves. Everybody agrees that artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics are going to have a transformative impact on our country and the world. There is very little disagreement about that.
Absolutely.
There are, however, very strong disagreements as to what those impacts will be.
Anybody who is not aligned on that is fucking delusional. I think it's so obvious where AI is going. And the only people that don't think that are either people coping or the business owners of these AI companies saying that so they don't get regulated. That's it.
Who will benefit from these changes and who will be hurt?
Yes.
So here is my take.
I think that if nothing is changed from the current system that we have right now, we will be entering into a new age of neo-feudalism. I think that we're already seeing the first vestiges or the first, like little indicators of that with food delivery services. Think about how many people's jobs it is to just simply perform a menial task for a person that has more money and disposable income than they do. I think this is becoming more and more common. Food delivery, grocery delivery, all of this stuff is happening. And I think that what's going to continue to happen is that as AI allows a small percentage of the population to consolidate the wealth and resources around their means of production without needing the cooperation of the rest of the working class and even a majority of the upper middle class to, effectively cooperate with them, they can do it on their own at scale. This is going to create a massive disparity of resources that I think will rival Rome. I think it will be that bad. It will be just like the Middle Ages again.
Some of the very wealthiest people in the world, including Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and others, are now investing hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars into these revolutionary, transformative technologies.
Of course.
Now, why is that?
Because they
Why
work.
are they doing that?
Because they're good.
Is it because they want to improve the standard of living of the 60% of our people who live paycheck
It's
to
actually
paycheck?
higher than that. It's 60%. It's 6 or 67. It's very high.
Americans who are struggling to pay for groceries, healthcare, housing, education? Maybe. Maybe they are staying up nights worrying about the working families of America. But I doubt it. I think it's because investing in AI and robotics will increase their already incredible wealth and power exponentially.
Here's the thing that is true, for sure.
All
They
this
are
I die, all do
guaranteed
papishalo, all do
doing it
high
because
pay,
it
all
will
do
increase their
Luigi dab.
power and wealth. They might also be doing it because it could help the society. But the second one is absolutely why they're doing it. That's a for sure one you can bet on. Why didn't he mention Nancy Pelosi? Because Nancy Pelosi isn't a business leader that's developing AI systems like Sam Altman or Jeff Bezos or Microsoft or Elon Musk. Yeah, she's just an old crone that it's in Congress. She's been in Congress for like 150 years.
Among other impacts, the artificial intelligence and robotics being developed by these multi-billionaires will allow corporate America to wipe out tens of millions of decent-paying jobs.
No, hundreds of millions. Maybe in America. Ubisoft canceled an Assassin's Creed game set in the post-Civil War era. Featured a black assassin who was formerly a slave. Players would have fight to stop the emerging KKK. The leadership canceled it after concerns with the U.S. political climate and Yasuke backlash. Like, I loved Django Unchained. I thought it was a great movie. I've watched it probably 15 times. But the problem is that I trust Quentin Tarantino to tell this story. I don't trust Ubisoft to tell this story. It's going to be patronizing, annoying, and also, I think another second order effect, the amount of people who have used the term, oh, these people are the KKK, these people are Nazis. You're watering down this term and you're applying it to people that want a better border patrol. And this happened with the Wolfenstein game too. The repeated weaponization of calling people part of that group and then people feeling like, wait a minute, if there's a video game that's systematically killing these people and now everybody's calling me part of these people, isn't that basically them saying to kill me? And it is, by the way. All the terms are cooked. It's no meaning whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. I think they probably made the right decision canceling this game. The people that made Expedition 33, they could probably make something like this good. Ubisoft making a game like this good, I'm just not really seeing it. Here's also a subtext of this as well. A subtext of this is that Assassin's Creed Shadows was a massive failure. If it wasn't, why would they be canceling entire games because of something that is about the backlash of Yasuke? Why? Yeah, exactly, right? Why would that be happening? Massive fucking failure.
A close relative of modern day penguins has been discovered in New Zealand. The fossilized skulls of a huge penguin over 30% bigger than an emperor penguin.
Whoa.
With a much larger and stronger, much larger and stronger beak.
5 feet tall, 30% bigger, maybe more.
Wow. Like as tall as a human.
Yeah, so an emperor penguin can weigh over 70 pounds.
Yeah.
So this would have been, over close to a 100-pound penguin with a huge beak that went extinct, that lived in New Zealand, that went extinct 3 million years ago. And so there's a little bit of a mystery of like, what do they think caused the extinction? And so I read the whole article, and I'm gonna throw it to you.
Okay.
To get a guess.
Okay.
You can ask questions if you want.
Sorry, when did they think it went extinct?
3 million years ago.
3 million. Okay.
Giant penguin.
Okay, so you're just asking me why did it go extinct? I'm
Just
taking
like
guesses.
Throw a random guess out there. A penguin in New Zealand went extinct 3 million years ago.
Yeah, so 3 million years ago, the ice began to recede, and with it, the cold water schooling fish, like the giant schools of larger sardine that this penguin ate, moved south. And the penguin, being a 5 foot tall penguin that couldn't fly, was not capable of following the schools of fish, and thus slowly over several generations died out.
Fantastic guess. Now, Peter.
Yeah.
You stop looking at Reddit. Start looking right at me, baby.
All right.
Right in my eyes.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that the hypothesis is that it was not related to changing temperatures in any way.
Okay.
So, Peter, what?
Where'd it live again?
Out there.
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah. Back then, I don't know if it was warm, if it was cold. I mean,
but unrelated to weather.
Right.
I know. I'm just saying, like, if it was livable by other, warm-blooded or like warm-faring animals. I mean, the only thing I could think of is shut up, Forrest.
I said no words.
He didn't say anything.
Listen, this penguin, this person-sized penguin. It was the only thing I could think of is it was eaten to death by some other bigger penguin.
You're very, very close.
Boom.
You're very close.
Oh wow! Can I take one more guess then?
Yeah.
Did the Haast eagle?
Yeah, that's
them
the
out?
theory.
Oh wow!
It sure did eat them out,
dude. That's crazy.
It went
No.
downtown. Yeah, it munched around.
Like that.
Yeah, so these penguins, they think, lived in these huge colonies on land, and they were easy prey. And eventually, they just they got decimated by the massive bird hunting Haast eagle and another the Forbes Harrier.
Okay.
I don't know anything about the Forbes Harrier. Let me see a Forbes Harrier.
I mean, I know what a Harrier hawk is, so it must just be a giant Harrier.
I know
right?
we're like we've probably oversaturated the market on Haast eagle chat.
No, it's
we
not
haven't talked in a
possible.
while.
They're too cool. They're too cool.
Let's
to
see some pics of
oversaturate.
Forbes Harriers and Haast eagles for people
let's
that
go.
are watching. Massive. What's that? A Forbes Harrier?
Yeah, it must be because it's a rendition. So yes, so it's just a huge Harrier hawk, basically. Big
Dude,
giant
so
brown
crazy.
hawk.
Imagine just walking. You just got off a canoe trip, coming over from Polynesia. You've landed in New Zealand. You're like, oh, this is awesome. There's all these huge birds around that are dumb, and I can just bop them on the head.
Yep. Just
and
start
you're
eating
walking
them.
with your buddy, and then this eagle with how big was the wingspan?
6
10
feet,
foot.
I think. Yeah. Oh
Just
no. Well, yeah, bigger.
Bombs down and just pecks your buddy a hole in your buddy's skull, and he drops dead.
Also, how's the middle
Carries him
photo
off.
on the second row right there, for size reference?
The birdist.
I just want to know who was like, yeah, this is a good way to draw a size comparison.
Dude, the title says showing my son pictures of Haast eagle, and this is one of the size comparison images that came up.
It's
pretty funny.
For those who are listening, it's just a woman crouching down wearing a thong for absolutely no reason next to a Haast eagle.
As if you could tell how big any woman crouching down could be 3
Right,
feet.
she could be 4'2" or 6'2", and you wouldn't know the difference.
No, you just because
probably
you're
got
only
billions of
looking
views.
at the buns.
Yeah, true. Hey, Kyle, go to that one depiction. Get to where you were, Kyle. Can you go back to the screen share a second ago? Go to that one depiction. No, above her to the right, where the guy's in the cave. That's the picture that Patrick just painted, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Terrifying,
You're
dude.
just like, you're hanging out, you're trying to eat a pigeon or something, and then all of a sudden this monster eagle kills this giant two-legged bird. God, New Zealand, Patrick loves New Zealand. I don't, because I find the flora or the fauna very boring. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world, no doubt, but there is nothing there. It's so boring above the water because it's only ever had birds.
Yeah.
But imagine how incredibly cool it would have been a few thousand years ago when there were giant moas and Haast eagles and 5-foot-tall penguins cruising around. I mean, that would have been so insane to see.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
He
Peter.
meant 3 million.
No, I was just going to say in that picture, I feel like if you were a human and you came to a new land, you came from Polynesia to New Zealand, like you'd be like real nervous stepping off like a new land. You'd be. You wouldn't walk on there and be like
Anyway,
the humans back then, like, you know, we were like, you wouldn't just like walk off the boat. You'd walk off and you'd be like, shit, what's going on here? I'm gonna
You have
find
no
the nearest
idea
cave.
what animals are there. You have no idea what people are there that you're gonna have to go to war with.
You're just
It
looking
is
for the
intense.
nearest cave, dude. Like,
For like 150 years.
Get your axes and sharpen
Among
your
other
spears.
impacts, the artificial intelligence and robotics being developed by these multi-billionaires will allow corporate America to wipe out tens of millions of decent-paying jobs.
No, hundreds of millions. Maybe in America, I think that AI, whenever it's finished, will cut out 200 million jobs. Probably more than that. I think people do not even understand the level of automation and technology that we're going to have. Only? Yeah, you're probably right about that. I'm talking about the next, like, 30 years. That's lowballing it? Yeah, it's going to be massive. And I think that we're going to have, like, there's going to be a global social shift towards people no longer, like, what do you do whenever you can't get a job? There aren't any jobs. Are we going to have another Great Depression? Are we going to have COVID-20 where, like, 95% of the population dies? Like, what's going to happen? I don't know.
Cut labor costs and boost profits.
Yes.
The result? The wealthiest people in the world will get even richer while working families lose their jobs and their income.
Well, and he's right about this. And there's also another component to this that, like, how many of you guys have had AI well, I'm gonna pull somebody up in chat. How many of you guys have had AI implemented into your job where now you are doing the job of 3 or 4 people at scale because of the technology and the improvements in technology?
Wise decision.
So this is a me right here. It seems like this guy's talking about this on a professional level, so we're going to assume that he's telling the truth. Did your pay double? Or triple? Or quadruple? Are you now getting paid twice as much money? No. No. Okay. Well, so where's the money going? Because obviously the value is still there, but it's not being allocated to the people that are creating the value. This is, again, more of the value being siphoned up to the very top percentage of the people running the company. That's how it's happening. There you go.
And unless we act, here is, in my view, I don't claim to have all the answers, but in my view, this is what is likely to happen in the next 10 years. Now, as a member of Congress who vigorously opposed the disastrous trade agreements that decimated communities throughout this country, I, like most Americans, want to see manufacturing rebuilt in the United States of America.
That's good. I agree.
But let us be clear. New factories won't mean much for working people.
That's true. It will be a consolidation of resources and wealth inside of our economy that provides us with a structural advantage whenever technology and automation completely takes over. It's a good idea to do, but he's also right that we're not going to go back to the old days of working at your, your union job, cranking a wrench at an assembly line 3 hours a week, and then you get paid $500,000 a year. Right, like in the 50s, adjusted for inflation, obviously. Yes.
The jobs are done by robots instead of human beings.
There it is. Yep.
Elon Musk has said he wants Tesla to build millions of robots.
Smart.
And what will these robots do?
What people do right now.
Well, obviously, They will replace the men and women working in our factories,
Absolutely.
warehouses, and in restaurants and in other areas.
And I do think that it's fair to bring in this other point, which is I also think that AI will act as a multiplier for people's efforts. So the Industrial Revolution is a good parallel to this, where the Industrial Revolution also was a massive technological time of innovation that gave people the ability to produce way more with certain types of machinery and technology. But I think this is different. I think AI is different because the purpose of automation and AI in a lot of these cases is explicitly to remove jobs. Whereas with the Industrial Revolution, I think that the primary focus with that was to increase production. But I do think that both of them did the same thing with removing jobs and increasing production, but one of them was like, you know, number one and number two, and the other one was the opposite. That's my analysis, at least. True, faster production? Yes.
That means millions of good jobs could disappear.
Absolutely.
It's not very complicated.
Yes, so obvious.
And of course, it's not just Musk.
Exactly.
Amazon, owned by Jeff Bezos,
yes,
has already laid off 27,000 workers since 2022.
That's it? Holy shit! What the hell's he doing? They gotta make some better robots. Only 27,000 people.
The company now has more than 1 million robots working in its warehouses, and soon these robots...
Hold up, wait.
2022. The company now has more than 1 million robots working in its warehouses.
I'm gonna give a hot take. Good. The real problem is not that... The real problem is not actually that robots are taking our jobs. It's that we need jobs to survive. Nobody wants to work in an Amazon fulfillment warehouse. The place is a shithole, it sucks dick, and it's probably a terrible job. So the real problem is the way that the society is structured and built around the expectation that you will have a job. That's the problem that needs to be solved. Because you can't stop progress, you can't stop innovation. If you do, somebody else on the other side of the world won't, and they're gonna beat you. It's the same as the people, like imagine just if America, we just decided, yeah, let's just not build the nuclear bomb. Yeah, we think it could cause too many problems. Imagine how much different the world would be right now. You have to build the bomb. If you don't build the bomb, somebody else is gonna build the bomb, and they're going to control you. That's it. It's do or die. And so humans fix the robots? Yes. Humans, if you really think that you're going to train all of the people that work in a McDonald's to be robot technicians, you are a retard.
And soon, these robots will outnumber human workers in Amazon facilities.
Be careful, Jack.
In 2016,
Good.
Foxconn,
Oh, is this the fire?
the massive manufacturing contractor for companies like Apple and Google, replaced 60,000 workers in a single huge factory in China with robots.
Absolutely massive fucking Foxconn W. I hope I never say that again in my life. Those factories that people worked in were such fucking horrors that they had to put nets in between the stairways so the people that were working there who were locked inside of the building, there was a fire that happened in one of these buildings. It killed everybody because they couldn't leave because they were locked in. They put nets on each of the different stories so that people couldn't jump off and kill themselves. Those jobs do not need to be maintained. Those jobs are not enriching to people's lives. They're horrible sweatshop jobs that trade your physical health for meaningless fucking Happy Meal trinkets. We should be working as hard as we can to make sure that nobody ever has to do that job again. You see what I'm thinking? You guys see where I'm at with this?
Now, the company is planning fully automated factories. And just a few months ago, Foxconn CEO Young Liu predicted that artificial intelligence will make it unnecessary for large corporations to outsource jobs to low-wage countries.
Oh, there it is. That's the reason why people in Indonesia are rioting, through a second or third order effect of this prediction. Because a lot of those countries, their wealth that they had was primarily through manufacturing and doing low-wage jobs for more developed countries. Now that they don't have access to that because those jobs have been replaced with technology, they're now having to deal with creating their own economy and losing that massive injection of wealth and revenue. That's the reason. Yeah, the textile industry. Look at how big that is. It's huge. China's sweating? No. See, that's what's interesting, is that even between 2016 and now, China has made leaps and bounds. Like, China is not what it was in 1990 even. Like, the country is way more developed, way more advanced than you would even imagine. And a lot of these countries now, besides China, are now being the manufacturing places instead. And you can see this, like, if you go back, like, go to the store next time you're at Walmart or Hobby Lobby or Target, and you'll see, you know, if you're I'm 35, right? Whenever I grew up, everything said made in China. Now, less than half of things say made in China.
You know why? Because robots will be doing most of the manufacturing work.
That's right.
However, it is not just manufacturing jobs at risk. Most of us want to see the United States develop a strong, clean, and efficient transportation system.
A lot of Vietnam, yeah.
Including the production of millions of new cars, buses, and trucks. But if Musk and others get their way, those vehicles won't be operated by truck drivers.
That's right.
Bus drivers.
And they shouldn't be. Being a truck driver is an extremely grueling and physically strenuous job that can create multiple health problems and issues. And it's also extremely isolating, and it causes other problems as well. We shouldn't be looking forward to and trying to protect the industry of truck drivers. We should be trying to find a way to protect the industry of truck drivers and the people that are part of that industry from being left behind from technology. I think that we're only one, I think that, like, do you see kind of what, I think that all of these issues are addressing a symptom and not the disease.
Or taxi drivers. They will be driverless vehicles.
Absolutely.
And
and the world will be a better place because of it. Because overall, driverless automated vehicles will be infinitely safer than ones with actual human drivers. And by the time that we're his age, hopefully if we're that lucky, he's 83, 84, something like that, it will be illegal for us to drive cars.
Jobs in transportation will be eliminated. This is not science fiction. It's
reality.
Already happening.
Yes.
FedEx is using...
Well, I mean, like, you can use FedEx. Well, look at Waymo. Like, we have Waymos here in Austin, and we also have driverless Teslas here, too. I've seen them on the road.
Driverless trucks to haul heavy loads along the I-45 corridor between Dallas and Houston through a company called Aurora. Walmart is using autonomous trucks for short-haul deliveries in Arkansas through a company called Gated.
Good.
Kodiak Robotics has partnered with IKEA to conduct driverless deliveries in Texas.
Yes.
Waymo is operating self-driving cabs in Los Angeles, Phoenix, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Austin.
I'm in Austin.
We all want to see more startup companies and small businesses.
Yes.
But for workers, that will mean very little if half of all white-collar entry-level jobs are eliminated over the next 5 years.
I think this is another really big component, and I think it adds another existential problem onto the AI, is the way that AI is removing jobs and the direction that it will be removing them in. Is because AI is effectively pulling the ladder up from new trainees and new people getting into industries. Because those experienced people that have the 30 years of experience, in order to become the person that can do the work of 10 people with AI, that person started at an entry-level job, but now they don't have access to those entry-level jobs, and so they can never even work their way up. And so that's really another really big problem there, too, is that it's going to be affecting people that are lower and the lower class, the working class, much more effectively. And it just makes sense, right? Because, like, an entry-level job is easier to do. That's why it's an entry-level job. And so it's probably going to be easier to automate. I mean, this is not a guarantee, but it's a trend.
And that is exactly what has been predicted by Dario Amodei, the founder of Anthropic.
They all predict
one
this.
of the leading AI companies.
The only
in
ones
the
that
world.
aren't are the ones that are lying.
As the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, I just released a report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace nearly 100
I just turned on Garfield
million
Love.
jobs in America over the next decade.
That is in the next 10 years. And also, just to put this into context, the U.S. population is about 355 million people. So the amount of unemployed people right now is, I think, like, let's say it's 10%. If you're counting people that are no longer looking for jobs and outside of the job market. So if you are taking out, and then you also take out kids and people like this. So how many people, I'm going to ask the internet this because I don't know what the answer to this is. How many people are working a job in the U.S.? I think it's 150 million. But let me ask it. Well, fucking just give me the thing. 163. There it is. Yeah, as I said, as always, I just make things up and they turn out to be true. Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is the reason why I don't read statistics. I just make them up. And yeah, there you go. And so keep in mind that, like, somebody might be thinking, oh, well, there's 300,000 people in the country. It's a third, right? No. He's saying that out of the 163, 100 million are gone. That's more than a rapture. That's more than a Thanos snap. That's over half. They're gone. There you go. How many of those are legally working? I would say probably at least 150. Sure. Unemployment stats only include people that are actively looking for a job. Did you listen to what I said about how I said I would also include people that are no longer looking for a job? Did you listen whenever I said that? I understand that unemployment is, there's frictional unemployment, seasonal unemployment. There's other types. I think there's fucking like 2 more that I just can't think of right now. I know that. That's why I said it. That has nothing to do with what you're just, like that video that we watched yesterday? You just did it. You literally just did it right there. We know that. Everybody knows that. It's obvious.
Including 40% of registered nurses, 47% of truck drivers.
I think higher.
64% of accountants, 65% of teaching assistants. And
bro, Flippy? Oh, shit. Flippy just doing work. Damn.
And 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations.
Yeah.
And as bad as that may seem, I'm afraid it
gets
could
worse.
be an underestimate.
It will get worse.
In June, the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, predicted that AI could eliminate, quote, literally half of all white-collar jobs in the U.S., end quote, within the next decade.
This is what's very important about this, is that Bernie is only talking about this in the context of the next 10 years. Well, assuming we don't have World War III, there will be year 11. And what about year 17? And what about year 25? Do you think that it's just going to stop there? No. This is going to be a scaling mechanism. I think it's going to go like this. And I think the 10 years from now is right here. I think eventually it will start leveling off because it will just run out of jobs to get rid of, right? But whenever we're really seeing it pick up speed, I think that's not even going to be a little bit longer until a little bit longer after that. Like, this is like, and I'm not saying like, but this is the, there's, futurism, like techno stuff, like the singularity level. Like, I think the 10 years will not even include the singularity level advancements. Which part of the line is robot prostitutes? I hope it's the whole thing. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Jim Foley, Ford. Elon Musk said this year that as a result of AI and robotics, quote, probably none of us will have a job. If you want a job...
There it is! Yep.
That's kind of like a hobby. You can do a job. But otherwise, AI and robotics will provide any goods and services you want.
Exactly. And so it will become increasingly more important at this very moment right now. It is so incredibly, profoundly important that we create social systems and a government that is pre-ready for this to happen. They're basically ready for this to happen. And that's the big problem that we have right now. And I really appreciate Bernie making this video, because this cuts through all of the black, white, trans, Muslim, Christian bullshit. This is an existential threat on the human race. And it's going to be happening to the entire world. It's going to be bigger, I think, potentially than even climate change. In fact, it might actually be very connected. That's what I'm hearing. But my point is, this is a real, legitimate, massive fucking issue. We need to worry about population decline? Yeah. Bernie's point here is to nationalize literally everything so the government control our entire lives. I haven't heard that so far. I don't agree with that.
Earlier this year, Bill Gates predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, unquote, such as manufacturing products, delivering packages, or growing food over the next decade due to AI.
Yes.
So, my friends, here is a rather big question. If Musk and Gates and others are only half right in their predictions, what happens to the tens of millions?
If they're only half right and it only takes out 50 million jobs in the next 10 years, that means 1/3 of the entire American workforce will be out of a job.
Americans who no longer have employment because they can't find jobs that don't exist.
Is this the precursor to UBI? It's inevitable. It's inevitable. Anybody that can't see that is delusional. It's either UBI or we bring back slavery. One or the other. Which one would you guys want more? Would you want slavery back, or would you want universal basic income? Both? I like that. Seems like it's pretty 50-50. Actually, no. Now we're getting a lot of slavery enjoyers. Okay. Huh. All right. That's nice.
In this brave new world, how do these Americans pay for health care, food, housing, and the other necessities of life? But it's not just economics. Work, whether being a janitor or a brain surgeon, is an integral part of being a human being. The vast majority of people want to be productive members of society and contribute to their communities.
I think he's bringing up a really good point here, and I don't know. Like, I am basically a robot in a lot of ways. I don't feel the same way that other people do. I don't think the same way that other people do. Whenever I was watching that video about how the robot was telling people to kill themselves and to poison people and to blackmail them about, adultery and stuff like that, I was really freaking out because I was thinking to myself, wait a minute, this psychotic fucking psychopathic AI thinks exactly like I do. So I don't understand this, but there are people out there that get a lot out of being a contributing member of society. I don't get, that's just weird to me, right? But I hear there are people that feel this way.
What happens when that vital aspect of human existence is removed from our lives? Further, and now we get into some pretty deep stuff.
Yeah, I think it's an existential cultural problem, and I don't know how you solve it. I really don't. Because I don't understand it, because it's a feeling I just can't even comprehend. To be honest. I try to, but I just don't. I mean, like, maybe I'd have to talk to people more about it and see it play out more in order to understand it. Faxman, you're a celebrity? Is this celebrity thinking? No, this was me at 7 years old. They were like, what do you want to be whenever you grow up? I said, I want to steal people's stuff and then defraud the government and play video games all day with my friends. How'd that turn out, huh?
The rapid developments in AI will likely have a profoundly dehumanizing impact on all of us.
True.
In many ways, it will actually redefine.
I think that it could also have, in the longer term, a rehumanizing impact. Because a lot of people who trade their body for labor and turn their body into a machine to perform labor might have, in the longer term, if we were able to create social structures and social systems that can support it, the ability to pursue things in their life that give it true meaning rather than investing 40 to 60 hours of their life in doing something that they don't enjoy, that destroys their body, that they're only doing in order to stay alive. So I think that there is a there is a light at the end of this tunnel, but 99 out of 100 tunnels, that light is the train coming towards you. Hopefully we'll be in the 100th one, right?
What it means to be human, fundamentally alter our relationships to each other, and the very nature of what we call society. Can AI and robotics be of help to us in many ways?
Yes,
absolutely. I believe they can.
Oh, it's not even a question. And everybody talks about AI in the context of generating anime characters with very, very large breasts. However, there's also AI and technology that's being used at scale with medical development that just really has so much levels of use and function, it's insane.
I am not a Luddite.
He's smart.
The goal, however, is to make sure that the new technologies being developed
serve the interests of the people.
Human needs.
Yes.
And not just further enrich
the 1%.
A small number of multi-billionaires.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is another really, really cute statistic. This one's really nice. Over 90% of the wealth growth inside of the economy following the COVID depression or recession was completely owned and enjoyed by 1% of the population. So just let me make sure you understand that. Over 90% of the growth in wealth in the last 4 years inside of the stock market was enjoyed by 1% of the population. That's why, that's the reason why I've said, so you? Absolutely. 100%. I made so much money. Yes, absolutely. I know that because I see it. I see it. You're right. And that is what's happened. And so big over. Yeah, exactly. And so you own nothing and be happy. So what I get him, guys. Yeah. Well, anyway, my point is that this happens. And so whenever you see the stock market going up, that doesn't mean anything. That's not real. All of that wealth and all of that value is consolidated inside of a small handful of people and its theoretical value to begin with. Keep that in mind.
We do not simply need a more efficient society.
We need a new society.
We need a world where people live healthier,
yes,
happier, and more fulfilling lives.
And that will never be in an Amazon fulfillment center. I'll tell you that for sure. And so we should not be fighting against it. We should be fighting about ways to counteract the second-order effects of automation replacing jobs.
So, where do we go from here? And again, I don't have all of the answers, but here are just a few ideas as to how, in my view, the advances in technology can benefit ordinary Americans and not just multi-billionaires. First, we must move to a 32-hour work week with no loss in pay.
I think that everybody should be mandated a pizza a week, 1 pizza per week. I agree. The problem with this is that, especially as jobs become, like, I understand his point of view, right? I do. But what my concern is with this point of view and this approach, like, I think he's right in principle, but I think in practice it falls apart, is that as jobs become more competitive, you're going to have people that will be able to work not only 32 hours a week, not only 40 hours a week, but 60 now. Because now you have the same amount of mouths that are competing for even fewer food, even fewer jobs. A pizza a week, yes, you get 1 pizza per week, and after that, they put you in jail.
Think about it. Today, American workers are 400% more productive than they were in the 1940s when the 40-hour work week was first established.
That's true. And so also, by the way, and this is very, very common graph. So you can see this is productivity versus wage stagnation right here. And sorry about this. There we go. Is this going to be a better version of it? Okay, yeah, disconnect between productivity. And this is why he's using 1940 as a frame of reference here. Look at this. Hourly compensation versus productivity. So even 32 hours, what's funny about this is 32 hours sounds like it's not a lot, right? But, you know, at least compared to like 40. But if this is proportional, it would be less than 20. Think about that.
Artificial intelligence and robotics will greatly increase that productivity. Workers must benefit from that increased output through a shorter work week. A 32-hour work week with no loss in pay would be a major step forward in improving the quality of life for millions of Americans.
I think that's I agree, but again, I think it's a stopgap solution, because the problem is that if you're being paid for 32 hours a week, they also might just pay you less money. And also, like, if you go back to the beginning of this video, the other statistic that Bernie cited that was over two-thirds, around two-thirds actually, of workers in America, people in America, are living paycheck to paycheck. So really, I mean, again, this is a bit... I'm not trying to dissect and like criticize a whole lot here, but what I'm saying is that you need to approach this problem from like 50 different directions.
Second, we must require large corporations to allow workers to elect at least 45% of the members of their boards of directors, similar to what already takes place in Germany.
That's an interesting idea. I've never really heard about this. I'm just hearing about this right now. So I don't have an opinion on I don't have like a snap opinion on this.
Workers need a seat at the table to best determine how AI is used in their companies.
Fundamentally, I agree. Like, actually, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that reasoning, but I agree with the idea that workers should have a seat at the table. I think that right now, like, unions can be problematic and tyrannical, but I think right now unions are tyrannical and problematic at a much less ratio than the corporate ownership and leadership is. And I think that we need to have more unions support more stuff like that. And you know, that's what I believe. That doesn't mean I think unions are the solution, but I think the power imbalance is too much in one direction. But unions can also be corrupt too.
If Tesla workers were on their
unions are suffocating these jobs. I think that you can go back to, like, you know, for example, railroad unions when coal, like, I'll give you an example of that point that you're making. Railroad unions, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were guys that their job used to be loading coal into the engine of a train, and then once engines stopped using coal, then these guys just kept their job, but they just sat there and did nothing. That's an example of a union overreach that is not beneficial for the company, and it's not beneficial for anybody. A job should not have an obligation to, a company should not have an obligation to keep your job on life support. A company's function is to make money. A government's function is to take care of people. We should be looking at the government to do this, not trying to strong-arm companies into doing it.
Board, I doubt very much.
And the couch on this listing is just like perfect for, you know, some fun activities.
Well, what kind of activities are you talking about?
You know, like this kind of activity.
Oh.
Hey, punks! That's our bike.
Well, it's ours now. What are you gonna do about it?
Listen, you little piece of shit. Hey! What the hell is this? Thank you for coming out, sir. I believe that your son and his friends stole a bike.
He says he didn't steal it.
Well, no, that is definitely our bike, and we want it back.
Yeah, we want it back.
What are you gonna do about it? Nothing, yeah. Just gonna... Nothing. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I can't believe he's getting away with this, man.
You know what? We gotta do what we should have done 30 years ago.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Hey, you.
Hey! Guys!
The cops, the parents, they're all after us. Oh, Jesus. Get us out of here, man. Go, go, go. We did a bad thing, dude. I think I killed a kid. Hey, punks!
This country just made One Piece illegal. We all know that around the world, some countries ban certain anime for a variety of different reasons. Like China banning Attack on Titan, for example. But the ban I'm about to tell you about might be the dumbest one of all. In Indonesia, it's now considered treason to raise a straw hat flag. This country just made One Piece.
Wow.
She must have come this way. Keep looking. Come like you should obey your betters.
Cannot lose to a lowborn.
Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Ithnala Kanesh. I hope someone out there is listening. Need to keep moving. Wrath! Withered. I must be getting close.
Our magic will break you.
Wrath Domas!
at how big these potatoes are.
Pretty big.
Stand down, Erasmus. Anna!
This is not your business.
That will buy me some time.
Witness the power of the Nightborn.
Aran Arkan. Adraga Adrat Anutanos. We must take care. The Withered Ones prowl this area, ravenous in their hunger for magic and flesh alike. Such is the fate of Nightborn, who cannot drink of the Nightwell. This is my fate as well. Look out!
I need to target something first.
Get them off the barrier!
Oh shit. Should have done it.
Get them off the barrier!
Well, that's rip. Fuck me.
We must find shelter.
I need to target something. I can't attack.
I need a moment. The barrier is being drained.
Oh my god, that's too smoky. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god. I'm getting my ass kicked.
Off the barrier.
I'm not gonna be back in time.
I need to rest.
I don't have a target.
Oh, God damn it.
One day at a time. 10,000. Our isolation has ended.
What are you doing, baby?
Playing this merge game.
Greetings. We are only as strong as our will. What is this place? This chamber, I've never seen anything like it. So dark. Inala! Much better. Old teleporters. Not so different from the ones in Suramar City. Seems they're inactive.
What's this, bro?
Explore downstairs. Watch your step.
What up, Cactus? It's... Wow. World of Warcraft.
Strange. The floor looks like a map. And we are at the center. One thing is certain. Ley line energy is being fed into this chamber from elsewhere. What could have required such power? A weapon, perhaps?
How you doing, though, man?
And those keepers protecting it. How long their vigil must have been. I have more questions now than before. For now, at least we know the Withered have learned to avoid this place.
I'm doing good, bro. Just got done smoking via Brody.
Would think to search for
Not
a
shit.
safe.
I died a couple times, so gotta smoke a couple times.
It is
here.
a perfect refuge, a temporary home until
just trying to get through what I was doing.
return to Suramar.
You want to smoke, love?
But first,
Too bad.
allies.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, but what you smoking on, Brody? You got some great bubble gum.
Hell yeah, I feel that. But I had this infused pre-roll.
Ooh, nice. Infused pre-roll is always good, bro.
Oh, hell yeah.
Normally when we get joints, we aim for the infused ones.
If I buy joints, I usually try to get infused ones. But those ones are also the ones that I get are normally like 1.5 grams.
Yep. Well, it's 1 gram of weed, 1/2 gram of fucking concentrate. And also, Taryn tends to give infused joints too.
Yeah. Normally I don't have to buy them because she just gives them to me.
Right. Or just smoke them with you.
Yeah, I'll bet. Every now and again, like if she has a bunch of samples left still, she'll just, like if she comes over to smoke, like we'll smoke 1 or 2, and then she'll leave like 1 or 2 sometimes.
Mm-hmm. See, it sucks. I found 1 seed in this that was like almost whole, but my grinder cracked it. I was like, damn, would have saved that to grow.
Damn it. Do you like this flower?
Yeah, no, like I said, it just makes me chatty.
I know, that's probably why we were talking for probably
Ever.
half an hour last night before I got in the shower.
Well, it was just like consistently, just every single time.
Just kept going.
With Lila, when I was on the phone with her, it was
Plus, I wasn't helping. I'm usually the problem when it comes to that shit.
I just enjoy talking to my daughter, so like
I know.
doesn't help being chatty that time.
Tell me this is not the. I want to get this robe so bad. It looks so comfy. It doesn't come in red though. That blue's nice though.
Secret to the best costume.
Secret to jumping is bending your knees and pushing out the ground. There's Alright. I'll do the rips with this because those were kind of nasty. Cheers. Appreciate it. Being out there. And here's for fucking dying.
Fucking dying. Oh my god.
And 2.
The night well calls to me. Be careful who you trust. We are only as strong as our will. Be careful who you trust. One day at a time. The Shalderai will be redeemed. Aran Arcana.
We'll bind it here.
Arana Adore.
Push to trade. What you got here?
Suramar must be free.
The rest of these are doo-doos. Oh, I didn't do this.
Our isolation has ended.
It's wild.
We are only as strong as our will.
Only level 33, barely been doing much, but I've got almost 900 gold.
Oh, God.
Here we go. I feel like this is gonna be best for a paladin.
Tell me this is not the best.
Where did I put the... Oh.
The secret to the best costume?
I don't know. What is this?
I need to get closer.
Alright, let's go fuck them up. Charlie Kirk has come online. Oh, that's in the guild. Is it? Where the fuck are they coming online? Here.
Ain't one bit of rubbish in my selection. Always a pleasure.
I need to target.
Did you need any more love?
I don't have a target.
You want taquitos?
I don't care.
Okay. I'll get it.
fuck you do, you stupid piece of shit?
I need to target something first. I need to target something first.
Holy shit, forgot about that. This thing just catapults you.
I don't have a target. I can't attack.
My poison is fast to act. Don't be afraid. My venom weakens. Makes you cooperative.
Ridiculous.
I supply only the finest goods. See you later.
I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Oh, really? Interesting. Oh shit, fuck. Did it again.
I'm out of range.
If I taught you how to play this, would you ever play it? I was thinking, but I was like,
I'll try.
like, we got another one computer because I don't know how well it'll run on your laptop, but could teach you and you could play with us.
I'll try. Gotta wait until.
Well, obviously, love. I was just thinking about it, and I figured I'd ask. Ah, God, my leg. Ask it up.
don't have a target. Something first. It's too far away. I need a target. I'm out of range.
They have left. Oh, okay.
I need to target something first. I need to get closer. It's too far away.
Greetings. Illuminate your path.
Failure. Murderer. Fool. Butcher.
May the power stop. Stop the voices, I beg you. Until we meet again, come with me. I am truly sorry. Hero, where are you going?
I don't have a target.
Here, the Narthalos Academy. This is where it all happened. It is through you that I will have redemption. Good luck on your quest for the Tidestone, hero. I dare not enter that academy, but I swear...
I need to get to this.
What a piece of shit.
is too far away.
What, love? More green chili in there. Take grabbing one, please.
I don't have a target. I need to target.
Thank you, baby.
I don't have a target.
I am honored. Be careful. Goddess, watch over you.
Peace be with you. Goddess, watch over you.
Greetings. Good luck, friend.
What the fuck?
I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
What brings you here? Till next week.
Ishnuala.
Elun Adora. Be careful.
This is where I grew up. They leveled it so it wouldn't be torn apart by people selling it on eBay piece by piece. There was just a lot that happened when I was after I spoke that to me, and it was like, let's talk about it.
What brings you here?
Peace be with you. Go in peace.
I can't attack.
Hello. Good luck, friend. Vishnu Allah. Farewell.
I mean, if you look at it, it's bandit. It's like
Ishnu Dal Diel.
Everywhere she goes, when people understand BTK was her father, and she becomes BTK's daughter. How do you outlive that?
I've been hiding everything about my father, my life, the abuse, the trauma, because some public will absolutely terrible thing became a serial killer. Like, why? What were you hiding? What didn't you know? Why didn't you expose waiting maybe for somebody to come along and give me a chance to help talk? Like Osage County is having me consult on this investigation. It's not like I've chosen this. Like, it's what I have been given. It's my life, and it's you have to choose what to do with it. Always, never.
Okay, this is driving me nuts.
So, in the public from 74 through 79, there was a significant change from Chicago BTK to the newspapers, news stations, weird letters, poems, somebody claiming to have murdered 7 people. This was all happening really before I was born, or right when I was little.
I am listening.
So the last letter
May the stars guide you.
I found out it was the night of my first birthday. My dad had a first birthday party for me and then went out in the summer in a jean jacket and sent communication. And that was the last BTK communication for a long time. He said later on that having kids slowed down his murders. Dad said he got busy raising kids, well I think he got busy like chasing me.
absolutely.
Ma'am, you're blocking here.
I was gonna pay for these.
When I first started here in the Wichita market in 1984 as an anchor, BTK was like this. Oh, by the way, there's this thing called BTK. He killed in the
Buns by the bread.
and everything's all right
It's in
now.
the same aisle.
He's either dead or in prison. And that's what it was, a legend. No one thought twice about BTK. He wasn't on anyone's lips.
What else were you thinking?
That's the reason why he went here.
That's what I don't have for the chili oil. And I know I can get these two at Freddy's. I don't know if I can get this at Freddy's. And if I can't find these two, then it's so fucking weird.
Would you say something about like teriyaki sauce or something?
Oh yeah.
Killing that nobody even knew he was a part of.
And then that oil. Sesame oil.
I still have some for now.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
We don't have to worry about that till next time. I don't know how to spell teriyaki.
T-E... T-E-R... I'm just trying to think if there's two R's in it. I think so. R-I... Y-A-K-I? I don't know. I gotta spell it.
You spelled it right. Yeah, I just missed the Y.
Oh, cool. My shit froze. Trying to type that out.
But these photographs BTK sent us clearly show that victim in her home, basically dead. And so we knew whoever this was, he was the real deal. He was in fact BTK.
Can you imagine how he was overjoyed by this headline? That was his goal. To get the publicity. He got it. We were just as much in shock.
What?
How do you feel about chicken curry for dinner?
What the fuck just happened here?
No.
I don't know what's going on here.
Stephen Relford was 5 years old when BTK murdered his mother, but what made me worse was that he and his two siblings had to hear it all.
You said it. Alright. Repeat what you said.
What do you go through?
I'm going to open the
Huh?
door to some
Repeat what you said.
letting me in. You never forget.
I don't remember what I just said.
Yeah, if I
It was
wanted
one of
something.
the most shocking revelations of my
Oh,
career. The worst part
does
was,
chicken curry sound good for dinner?
what was he going to do next to get publicity?
As soon as this started to hit the media, the phone was ringing off the hook. Emails were coming in. There were leads coming in. People suggesting who they believe BTK might be or whatever kind of tips. And you can't work all those. I mean, you can't handle each and every one. But which one do you decide not to work? Is that the one that's going to be the one? It's very, very difficult.
Well, let me tell you what we got here. Let's see. We got a very suspicious letter that was sent to us from the outside from a Thomas B. King.
The second communication he sent after he resurfaced was to KTV. And it was the BTK story. The book
sorry,
that
Loki.
he wanted to write about himself.
case story. A serial killer is born. Dawn, fetish, fantasy world, the search begins. BTK Brown's PJs. Well, I rise, hits, treasures, memories. Final curtain called dusk. Will there be more?
The 13th chapter. Will there be more?
Okay, that's everything I can think of.
Nobody knew whether he wanted publicity
That
badly.
we would be using for the next like 2 weeks.
The FBI, the Behavioral Sciences Unit, gave us instruction right from the start. They said your best chances of catching
Yeah, something went wrong with a file.
if you can keep him communicating.
Hmm?
Make him feel comfortable.
With your game? Or with stream?
My game. But everything's fucking being a piece of shit, so.
Just last week,
that they would be rewarding Elon Musk with $1 trillion pay
Yeah, he's
package.
gonna get a lot of money out of that. That's gonna be crazy if he gets that.
Third, we must greatly increase profit sharing at our nation's largest corporations. In my view, workers should receive at least 20% of the stock in companies they work for. Corporate profits should not just be going to enrich wealthy stockholders.
What?
Sorry, everything with tick marks next to it, stuff that I was gonna pay for, so we don't kill our food stamps completely.
during the 10 o'clock news, Jeff and
Is there
I both have a
anything
call.
I didn't write down?
2 days later, we get a
No
letter, and it said,
Hmm?
I hope
No
Susan's and Jeff's cold gets better. I still get the same complete feeling of fear in my body when I talk about it.
This is one of the most challenging cases that I've ever been involved with. And I find that the individual that is doing this would be very interesting to talk to. This one's a postcard, it's not a letter. It says, between 69th North and 77th North on Seneca, content is Post Toasties box, PJ, Little Mex, and all. Let me know somehow if you or Wichita PD received this.
So in this particular communication, he gives another clue to the police department. There's a Post Toasties box on this corner. Right away, we sent a reporter and photographer out there. It was way out on a country road under a stop sign, and we got all kinds of footage.
Lieutenant Ken Landwehr and Detective Kelly Otis arrive a short time later, and investigators spend hours at the scene. Police have asked us not to reveal the location until they have time to investigate.
The police came and got the cereal box. They're the ones who opened it up, and inside was a Barbie doll with a noose around its neck.
And the billionaires who own them. Fourth, we need to substantially expand the concept of employee ownership in America. When workers own their own businesses and are more involved in
This is something that, for me, I've always tried to do with a lot of cases, is that, and I like paying people on percentages and on a performance basis. I think that's how you get the best workers, and that's how also, like, this is why, like, even in Warcraft, right? Like, this is a bit of an aside, but, like, even in World of Warcraft, like, I would give the best items to the best players. Because I think that if you give people if you reward winners, you get winners. If you reward losers, you get losers. Winners want commissions, winners want percentages, losers want baselines, losers want guarantees. That's my opinion.
the decision-making processes. They will make choices that benefit everyone in the company, not just the people on top.
Yes.
Fifth, instead of providing billions of dollars in tax breaks to companies that are throwing workers out on the street and replacing them with new technologies, we should enact a robot tax on large corporations and use that revenue to improve the lives of workers
I think that's the first draft of a good idea. I don't know if that's a good idea immediately, because my first impression of that, like, my just initial instantaneous, like, shoot from the hip opinion is like, okay, well, then they just move they just move it off overseas, right? They'd move manufacturing overseas again, and you'd have the same problem that we had in like the 70s or 80s. So I don't know if that would solve the problem, but I think that the concept that he's talking about is legitimate. I agree with, but that implementation, I don't know if I really would. I think you'd have to really kind
Title's not clickbait. For the first time ever, I have been served some hefty legal paperwork. And it's not, there wasn't anything ceremonious about it. It's not like any of the, crazy stories you might have heard about people being served where, like, someone will go incognito like a secret agent, like with the disguise where they have some kind of silicone mask of your mother's face on it, so you open the door and then bang, you get the paperwork served to you or anything. It was nothing like that. Just a normal, unassuming, albeit very large envelope in the mail. Now, it's not a full-blown lawsuit or anything at the moment. It is some demands because there are 2 YouTubers that believe I have stepped on their tootsies and infringed on their copyright. They are Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold. Now, I initially reached out to both of them because the language in this paperwork is very fishy. I'll get into that more in a moment, but I wanted to talk directly with them to see if this is like a scam or something. Like, I wanted to make sure this was like a legitimate thing before I got my lawyers on this. They haven't responded, so I'm guessing this is probably legitimate. Like, this is probably something they are actually trying to go through with. Though I do know that there are a lot of law firms now that are trying to encroach in the space to convince YouTubers to go through copyright law to try and make money. That is something that a bunch of firms have reached out to Matt about to do on my behalf, which is unhinged why any firm would think I would ever do something like that, but it is somewhat normal in the space right now. So I think there is a chance that maybe that's what's happening here and they don't know that, but since they didn't respond, I can't say for sure. So as of now, it feels legitimate, so I will be getting my lawyers on this, obviously, to be going through the next steps of this now most likely very long procedure. But let's go ahead and talk about what the claim is. So last year, during Hurricane Milton, I did a stream in the middle of Hurricane Milton. I'm in Tampa, and Hurricane Milton came through to spread our cheeks. I was streaming during it. While streaming, I would check like weather updates or like some streams to see the progress of Milton and what's going on in the area. Now, I think all of you know this, I don't do React content anymore, so if there's ever any like content or footage on my stream, it's very brief, and the only things I usually watch are game trailers, movie trailers, or news footage, like news broadcast, publicly available news. So for the hurricane, I thought it would be A-okay to show very brief clips of what was happening with Milton so I could stay up to date, as well as, I guess, share with the audience who was asking, like, what's going on, are you safe, what's happening? And one of the streams I pulled up was a Ryan Hall stream where he was showing a bunch of footage of Hurricane Milton, and one of the footage snippets, like one of the contributors, was Brad Arnold. You can see his footage there as one of the, on the scene, boots on the ground, reporters there. And I had that section there, that footage that included Brad Arnold's work there on my stream for less than 30 seconds. Unless I missed another instance of it somewhere, it was present for less than 30 seconds. Though I did pause at one point, so if you count the pausing with the image of the footage there, it's a little longer, but I can't imagine a still image counts. If it does, then no bussy is safe, because that would just be fully Pandora's box wide open here. Even this video would be in jeopardy then, because I did just show you a screenshot of that stream that had a still image from Brad Arnold's on the scene work. But it's just a picture, it's not moving or anything, and it's like, I have it here for 5 seconds. I guess we'll see. I think that would be really scary if that is now completely prohibitive and a potential copyright infringement. That would be very, very scary. Anyway, though, that's the extent of Brad Arnold's footage that entered into the Thunderdome of my hour-and-a-half long Hurricane Milton stream. So it was less than 30 seconds. I don't think that's an extensive period of time there, but I'll go ahead and let bygones be bygones on that and move on to Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are both being represented by this firm, so it's a tag team here, a dynamic duo looking to double fist my butthole. Reed Timmer was on my stream for, I wrote these down because it was a couple times. 28 seconds the first time, where I showed some of Reed Timmer's, once again, on the scene footage. It was 28 seconds to see what was going on. And then once I showed that, Reed Timmer's fans came in my chat telling me that I should really check out his tank. He built like this really cool tank, and they really wanted me to see Reed Timmer's tank. So I went to his video that showed his tank, and I had that on screen in total for 1 minute and 10 seconds. I then skipped towards like more of the middle of the video to see the rockets, because everyone wanted me to see like the rockets he has on the tank. So I went there, and that was on screen for 25 seconds total. And then I just paused it, and I just had it as a still image there, so it was there for a bit longer as a still image, not the video playing or anything like that. So in total, less than 2 minutes was Reed Timmer's footage across 2 pieces of his content, one being a live stream and then the other being the tank that his fans really came in and wanted me to see. Maybe that was an elaborate ruse, a big bait from the Reed Timmer community to get me in hot water with him. And if this was a galaxy brain chess maneuver, impressive work. I hadn't seen that line before. The Scotch Open got me good there. Like it worked. The bait was successful, because now Reed Timmer is here in the squared circle with a copyright notice. And now let's talk about the actual paperwork here. As I said, the language feels very fishy to me. And the lawyer that I had glance over it to take a peek also found it to be really, really weird. One of the first things that jumped out was they claim that I've used it in multiple instances, in multiple locations. They say that I unlicensed distributed their work in the following locations, and then it gives 2 links to a YouTube video. I said a YouTube video because they only have 1 YouTube video there. They list it twice. They do the same link twice, but then imply that I'd done it multiple times in multiple locations. So that's already weird. It's the Hurricane Milton stream. I am not familiar with Brad Arnold's work, nor Reed Timmer's. That was the only time I'd ever even heard of their names, was during the Hurricane Milton stream I did from, well, Reed Timmer's community, and then also just from trying to stay knowledgeable on what the fuck is happening with the natural disaster that's hitting my home. Like, that's the only time I was ever even heard of their names before. And what I put on stream of theirs was there for such a small amount of time, I thought there'd be no issue there at all. The paperwork goes on to, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the exact amount, but it goes on to say that they are potentially entitled to many tens of thousands of dollars per infraction. It makes a mention of damages that could get up to 6 figures, about me potentially posting their content on all of my other socials and my other websites, which is obviously not anything that happened. It was only during that stream for like sub 2 minutes. At least from what I can tell on the stream. Maybe I missed a couple instances, but it's not a long period of time at all. But it's saying, or rather implying, that I may have been blasting it all over the place, thus they would be entitled to more money. And then it says things like, in order to comply, I would need to explain where and how I obtained their client's work to copy it. As if I had some kind of Ocean's 11 style heist where I broke into Fort Knox to steal their copyrighted footage for myself, like I took a fucking Dragon Ball or something. Which is really weird, because what do you mean, how did I find this? Those were 2 absolutely massive streams during Hurricane Milton that were there to try and keep people informed on what was happening with Hurricane Milton. They had like fucking 100,000 viewers. Like, they were huge, huge streams. So I saw those streams, and I tuned in to see what was happening with Hurricane Milton for my own safety and to stay up to date on the progress of the hurricane. And the second part of that is absolutely mind-boggling about, like, where and how I found it and copied it. I didn't fucking copy it. I looked at it. I had my peepers on it very briefly. I didn't steal their work. I, like, fucking download it to a floppy disk. Don't copy that floppy type shit. Like, I didn't copy anything. I looked at their stream for a very, very, very brief period of time during a hurricane that was hitting my house, just to see what was going on and stay knowledgeable. Also, to show chat, stream what was going on in the area. I'm not exactly equipped to show it myself by just taking this camera and going outside during it. I'd get blown away. I'm fucking 5'6". That shit would ragdoll me. I don't have all the gadgetry and doodads to show it, so I looked for a very small handful of seconds at the on-the-scene storm chasers and reporters just to stay up to date. I didn't copy their work, and I wasn't trying to steal their work and pretend like it was mine or make money off of their work. It is an hour-and-a-half stream during Hurricane Milton, and their footage is present for less than 2 minutes at the end of the stream, by the way. Like, Reed Timmer's section there is literally right before I went offline, before my power got knocked out briefly. Or I can't even remember if my power got knocked out in that stream. It happened a couple times. I'm pretty sure it got knocked out in that one. I don't even remember now. But like, it's at the end of the stream. I feel like it is very odd if this is something Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are legitimately pursuing. Or maybe this is all a huge misunderstanding, and they don't even know that I got served these papers. I'm hoping that's the case. I have no ill will towards Brad Arnold or Reed Timmer, one way or the other, I suppose. If they really feel like I have done something wrong with that, then they're fully within their right to serve me these precious little papers here that I'm patting real nicely. That it is what it is. I wanted to keep you all in the loop here because this, I'm not gonna lie, was extremely annoying. If you follow Moist Critical Gaming, you probably will have seen the League video I posted the other day where I was fuming. Well, it's because I got served those papers and I was talking to lawyers about it. So it was an extremely frustrating day. Anyway, wanted to just keep you all in the loop here on what's going on. That's really about it. See ya.
Streamer Aswell Zach Rawr on Twitch doubles down after controversial using live ammo on protester statement further dehumanizes the left. Quote, I don't really view them as people, I view them as animals. Let's go ahead and let's see how this is clipped and how it's cut together, okay? You guys ready? And sorry the left is so toxic. No, it doesn't bother me. Like, there's plenty of people that use that kind of stuff against me. Like, I really, I don't, this is gonna sound really bad. I don't even really view them as people. I don't. Nope. I view them as like animals. So basically, the person posts this clip because they were saying I was dehumanizing people, and I was dehumanizing a person who was trying to weaponize the death of my father.
So let's add some context. People are pushing this like crazy to get Asmund deplatformed.
And sorry the left is so toxic. No, it doesn't bother me. Like, there's plenty of people that use that kind of stuff against me. I don't even really view them as people.
They completely cut out the previous part.
You know, if you go back and you watch the VOD, Asmund Dagger comes back even more toxic. Oh God, people are trying to use like my dad dying against me. Well, that's so weird.
And also, a few minutes before that too.
As we go, by the way, at a living human being, his own mother living in filth to gang rats. Years later, she was suffering from respiratory illness. We're gonna make up stories about dogs. Might as well talk about real things done to real people. That is absolutely true because she chose to, and I wasn't able to get it fixed because she refused to leave the house. She wouldn't get a COVID vaccine, so I couldn't let anybody come into the house to help fix it. But that was her choice. It was her life, and she did it. Tweeting about me constantly, talking about my dead parents. No, it's very, very weird for somebody like this to bring it up.
And so now you understand why the chatter said...
And sorry the left is so toxic. No, it doesn't bother me. Like, there's plenty of people that use that kind of stuff against me. So I'm specifically talking about people that, you know, use the death of your parents to weaponize it against you, to try to like emotionally attack you. It's embarrassing. And you can have a clip like this that's cut intentionally to misrepresent what I said. And it's very sad for me to see. The troll that sits around his own feces is calling the left animal. Seems like this would violate Twitch's TOS. Fundamentally, what are they doing here? They're fundamentally defending a person who's trying to use my father's death as a way to delegitimize my opinion on the topic. It's sad to see it happen, but unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. What I find to be funny is that every single time that Hassan or one of the people that's in Hassan's orbit gets in trouble, the way that basically people in that community deal with it is that they instantly try to blame and bring up things that other people did in order to like somehow in one way or another try to distract or try to you know, turn it into something else that it's not, right?
Hey, the dog's coming down here, guys.
Hurry! Come on.
Go down the steps right here.
Come on.
Look at the steps. Look at the steps.
Oh boy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, one curious dog was almost a goner here after learning the hard way a bad idea sniffing around a gorilla enclosure.
The dog jumped into the gorilla pen at the San Diego Zoo on Sunday to check things out, but those gorillas were in no mood to adopt a pet. Reporter Jamie Chambers has the story from San Diego.
Dog coming down here, guys.
Hurry! Come here.
It's not something you see every day. A dog being chased by a silverback gorilla. After several near misses, the young pup finds a little bit of distance, and zookeepers at the safari park recall the gorillas to their feeding pens for an extra special treat. Then the San Diego Humane Society comes to the rescue.
When I showed up into the gorilla enclosure, he did look very nervous, afraid.
Yeah, I can understand that. Franklin the gorilla made it clear he wasn't going to let this dog, no matter how friendly, anywhere near his family.
See this one down.
Safari Park staff say this pup was one of 3 loose dogs that ran into the park, but was the only one flirting with possible disaster.
Dog probably felt like he was at the wrong place at the wrong time. What are you doing in here?
Officer Samantha Clark from the San Diego Humane Society says she's been on a lot of animal rescues, but rescuing a dog from a silverback gorilla is one for the books.
You can tell he really wanted help because he kind of wandered over with his tail wagging. Good thing you're friendly.
We've got a lot to get through since yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And everything that went down was not on my bingo card. But hey, with Helldivers, each day is a new adventure. That said, there's been a lot of half-truths and plain wrong information circling around, and I think I know why, which I'll break it all down for you in just a moment. I did want to say thanks so much for all your support. The outpouring of love in yesterday's video comment section was crazy. And if you haven't done so already, please consider hitting subscribe and ringing the notifications bell to receive my latest upload alerts as we now dive into what happened with Helldivers. Sorry, I just wanted to interject this because my OCD was really starting to kick in. Of you 54,000 divers currently logged on, with roughly half of you on the current major order planet of Herthon Secundus, keep right on spreading democracy with the Death Star in low orbit. Don't be pulled away by the blinky triangles to Hort.
It's a trap!
Just keep on pushing on Herthon Secundus and it will eventually all work out. That's just a distraction, by the way, deployed into the sector by sneaky Game Master Joel to try to divide the diver forces.
And now for something completely different.
Alright, on to the main event. Yesterday, which actually started 2 days ago, and here's where I need your help, my viewers. You see, I know there's a ton of options out there for people to watch on YouTube, and I think what has happened here is that between some posts, some videos, and of course viewers, half-truths or assumptions are now making the rounds, because I know how it is. You hop into someone's stream, they've only got like 25% of the facts, you watch them talk about it for 3, 4, 5 minutes, you hear them, you then pass along that 25% to someone else, and pretty soon 10 people down the line, they've now got 0% of the facts, 100% of the fiction, and that's when stuff starts going haywire. You know what I mean? So here it all is. 2 days ago, I posted this video. Helldivers 2 community, we need to talk about those rumors. And by the way, links to all of these videos and articles I'm referencing will be found in the video description and pinned comment, so you can see this all with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears. Anyways, during this video, I was reviewing a recent article from Weiner titled, "Fact Check Is Arrowhead Updating Helldivers 2's Game Engine?" I included all the screenshots from the article as I read through them, but the gist of this article was how certain community members were reading certain snippets from the devs relating to engine updates or upgrades, as in the game engine itself, and from there, these community members then turned it into complete engine overhaul incoming. FandomWire went on to cite some Reddit posts that had some wild speculations in them about what's going to happen with this new engine overhaul. Again, none of this was based on fact. They also went on to compare this speculation to back when we were working towards getting the Democracy Space Station into the game. Remember when that happened, right? And all the cool things we would be getting, like dojos, upgrades, social hubs, etc., which was all community speculation, never curbed by an announcement from Arrowhead, and it led to massive disappointment and anger when the DSS actually did arrive, and it was none of the things the community had built it up to be. And here comes misinformation point number 1. I've now seen numerous posts saying that I, Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear, then went on to point out how certain YouTube clickbaiters had used this engine update speculation to produce wild thumbnails, which is false. I never did that. And the point of the video was then lost because it was framed as, Buzz was calling out clickbaiters. I wasn't. Just so we get the facts straight here, here's the exact clip from the article which I used in that video. It said exactly this. Certain YouTube channels thrive on this cycle too, churning out AI-generated thumbnails with all caps titles about massive engine updates based on absolutely nothing. It's manufactured hype for algorithm engagement, plain and simple. So again, this is not me making the call out. It was the author from FandomWire and this entire article. And here's where it gets even crazier, because I then went to YouTube and I typed into the search bar, Helldivers 2 massive engine update, exactly like it was said in that portion of the article. And the results you see now up on screen. Now, after these two that show up here, there was a bunch of ads and a slew of shorts, but that was pretty much it. Here's how it looked and sounded actually in that video, so you see it in real time. Certain YouTube channels thrive on this cycle too. Oh, we're circling back. Churning out AI-generated thumbnails with all caps titles about massive engine updates based on absolutely nothing. It's manufactured hype for algorithm engagement, plain and simple. And full stop here, by the way, I did check YouTube with that exact title description, which shows up here with the following results. Interesting. Anyways, moving on. And from there, I went on to give my thoughts about the engine update speculations and rumors. I talked about remembering that build up to the DSS launch and how different it was than anything the community had hoped for. And then I finished up by talking about the game's performance. That brings us up to yesterday, when I received word that the engine update video had rattled a few cages somewhere within the Propaganda Commander program, and that I now had the option to either remove this clip from my video or face removal from the program. Now, misinformation point number 2, which is actually more of a point of confusion, was questions from the community as to what the questionable segment of my video was. Well, you just saw it. Those 7 to 10 seconds with that slide up on screen were apparently over the line, and that's what prompted the request that I alter my content. If you watched yesterday's video, you now know the rest. I respectfully declined to alter my content, as that request was like asking me to alter my very being, and it felt dishonest. And from there, I was removed from the program. Now, once yesterday's video posted, I began seeing comments mentioning the name Thornton and asking, how could he get me banned? As in, how could you do that to Buzz, bro? Which brings us to misinformation point number 3, Thornton. No shade to him or his content, but I know him only by name. I've never seen his channel or post, and prior to today, I've never even had an interaction with him. And by the way, today's conversation was when he reached out to me asking if he was the reason I was banned, to which I told him, no, that was it. Which, by the way, I used that kind of on today's thumbnail as well. So again, quick recap and cleanup here. The video from 2 days ago was a review of a FandomWire article about the engine update speculations. It was not me calling out clickbait thumbs. You've now seen the clip in question, and my removal from the Propaganda Commander program most definitely has nothing to do with Thornton. And by the way, not pining for people to join my public Discord, but if you've actually ever got a legitimate question, you can always just join my server and post it. I'm in there daily and constantly checking in my Helldivers 2 community. Maybe you want more information on something game related. Maybe you're looking for some more clarity on a topic or a statement I made in a video, whatever. feel free to post in there, and if I can, I'll answer. Just check down in the video description or pinned comments. You'll find an open invite link to my Discord. Just click it. It's got a few easy steps, and whoosh, away you go. Now, what I was not fully expecting was how the other propaganda commanders I've met and become a sort of family unit with would come out and show up to support me. It's a great feeling when you know someone, or in this case, a bunch of someone's, have your back, and they know I've always got theirs, no questions asked. The amount of comments I saw saying good on you for sticking to your guns and not compromising on your beliefs was equally as awesome, and I wanted to thank anyone that posted those. I honestly still don't feel that I violated any rules, intentionally targeted anyone, or acted in a malicious manner, and, you know, this kind of finishes this chapter on my Helldivers coverage. As you know from yesterday's upload, my coverage, of course, of Helldivers 2 is not going anywhere. I'm still going to cover it, now with just a slightly different angle. Oh, I also wanted to address the rumors that I am publicly blaming the other content creator that showed up on that clip, which, like the rest of this misinformation, is false. I've said nothing, so take that whatever way you want. I look forward to reading your comments. Please hit subscribe and ring the notifications bell to stay up to date on all my latest uploads. Thanks again to all of our awesome channel members, and until the next one, this is Lieutenant Buzz Lightbeer, signing off.
Trick or treat, neighbor. Share the Halloween love.
Hey everybody, it's Mike. Yeah, I'm on the clock. Hard hat, steel toes, the whole deal. Look at that sunrise behind me. Gorgeous, right? We're tightening up this beam, making sure it's safe for folks who are going to live up there one day.
No way! The horse is going I've never seen top. This in my life. Here it comes! Oh, a full body splash from the top platform! The horse just crushed him. It's over.
6-7. I have a dream. 6-7.
Sir, you can't write on the wall.
6-7.
Please hand me the marker.
Sir, you need to stop right now. Just one more. 6-7.
Put it down, sir.
Got him.
Watch his arm.
6-7. I have.
Your Majesty, you ready?
Quite ready. Shall we?
Bet.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, that's clean. You got it.
How's that for proper form?
Welcome to the set, Queen.
Pleased to be among
You see anybody? Driveway's clear. Go on. Left the whole bow out. Take what you need, brother. I'm taking what I want. That's enough. Let's roll. Blessed be the candy. Amen.
Afternoon, ma'am. I'm going to need to see your driving license, please.
Of course, officer. Here you go.
Right.
You have a lovely day.
Hang on.
all you people talking like you know me, calling every sword two clip AI slop. I'm sick of it. You think just because it looks too good it can't be real? Man, please. I work hard, okay? Real sweat, real hours. You want
Away! Tombstone! Spiked him right on the canvas! Wait a second, he's moving! You gotta be kidding me! He's back on his feet! Turn around! The big man has him by...
Man, you the first to buy Bird Game 3?
Yeah, man, got that Bird Game 3. Finna go straight home and hop on the game, man. This shit got that fully explorable bird world and all that, various bird species.
Through the stillness I rise, carrying hopes to the sky. Every heart beats a light, guiding me through the night. I will not fall, I will not fade, as the stars awake above me.
7, 6, 7! Torres focuses in, first garment in hand, watch the transfer. Snap, clip, clean lock. Beautiful opening, straight to the joggers now. She keeps those shoulders low, wasting no motion. Second clip set. Here comes the towel. Big water release. Perfect spread, both ends.
Give me a sec, officer. I swear I've got it somewhere. Man, okay, don't freak out. Like, nope, I'm out of here.
Stay in the vehicle, don't run. Stop right now. Stephen Hawking has made it all the way to the ring, folks, and he's climbing to the skies. I can't believe what I'm seeing. He's on the top turnbuckle in that chair. Here he comes, the top rope. Seconds left. Burke on the scooter crossing at the top. He's got Paul in front of him. He hits the ramp. Up he goes. Oh my goodness. He just put it on his head. Ricky Berwick over Jake.
Quick GRWM. We're starting with foundation. Just tapping a little on the cheek, forehead, and chin. Nothing wild. Blend it out with a sponge and it melts right in. Look at that. Smooth. A touch of concealer to brighten under the eyes. A little swipe right here and here.
Watching himself at the starting line, Professor Stephen Hawking making his Ninja Warrior debut. 83 years old, theoretical physics icon. This is going to be incredible. Right into the water.
Evening. You know why I pulled you over tonight?
Uh-huh.
You've been swerving a bit.
Mind telling me what's going on? I see we got a couple open peanut butter jars here. You been eating and driving? Hey, don't! Hey, stop the car! Dispatch!
I can hear a legendary Fortnite chest.
Stop! You're damaging the wall.
It's right here. I can hear it.
Sir, put the pickaxe down. Let's talk, okay?
Legendary chest.
Let's
Almost
step
got
away.
it.
Are you kidding me? The Queen is rolling down the ramp like it's nothing. Look at the agility. That's royalty with momentum right there. No way. She's climbing the cage. Elizabeth with the royalty.
Here comes Hawking building for the first jump.
Quad Axel in a wheelchair. Are you kidding me? Absolutely soft.
Perfect in the air, clean on the landing, and now straight into the combination spin.
This is level 4 quality.
Copy. We have 2 calves at the meat case. Milk all over the floor.
Hey, fellas, easy now. Come here. Good boys.
They came in through the loading dock, been drinking out of the dairy crate.
Ready? Go ahead.
The brown one.
You're okay,
Swap
buddy.
out.
I'll clear.
All 3 off the pad together. Beer flowing fast. Parker, the United States with a slight edge. They're past the halfway mark now. 5 seconds in. Parker tilting, finishing gulp. Down, he slams it empty. 6.7, a new Olympic record.
I'm mad geeked right now.
Oh, look at this! 6'7". I want to be 6'7". Same. That costume's amazing. We could all be it. Let's do it! I want to be 6'7".
Man, check the drip, Jack. This chain's sitting like it's got its own throne.
I feel you, Doc. This watch hitting the light like a flashbulb. Got me feeling presidential and platinum all at once.
That's right. We out here elevating.
Hey everybody, it's Michael here, and I am so happy today. I got somebody really special to introduce to you. Check it out. This is my new friend.
Hi, I'm Walter. Pleasure to meet all of you. Michael's been showing me around, and it's been a good day.
Stop! Police, put it down! Hey, drop the drink. Stop running. You're gonna trip. Stop. Gotcha. Hands where I can see him. Stay down.
Security, this is 436 mechanic for lobby, male, older, blue suit, armed with docs.
Copy that. Units en route.
Welcome, neighbor. I'm so glad you could stop by.
Appreciate you having me, Mr. Rogers.
Please, have a seat. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and even better with new friends.
Feels real peaceful in here. Kind of reminds me to slow down a bit.
Everyone.
Hey, open up. It's me, Jeffy. Want to see a trick? Bye-bye, tater tot. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Trick or treat.
Aren't you a little too old for this?
Don't worry about it. I said trick or treat. Give me my candy. Give me your candy. Bring your hands up, boy. Hand it over, almost get you. I'm right behind you.
Tonight, I came here to defend this championship and prove that the future belongs to those with courage.
That's all. That's mine.
Put the clarinet down, sir.
Don't touch me, you nitwit.
Left hand behind your back, now.
Back off, you dingbat.
Stop resisting. You're under arrest for theft.
I didn't steal anything.
Cuffs are on. We're walking.
Barely fits in the slot. That's what she said.
Chamon.
Elizabeth's on the top rope. Oh, table. She took Einstein out.
Tables and
the crowd can't believe it.
You're under arrest for an illegal kick out of bounds.
What? For real?
Hands behind your back.
Ah, hell no.
Hey, stop. Get back here. You're only making it worse.
Say! I drove 20 minutes for a cone and you're telling me it's broken again?
Man, please.
Don't man me, this is robbery!
Hey, calm down. Let's keep our hands to
I want an ice
ourselves.
cream or a refund right now!
I'm already processing the refund.
Evening, sir. Know why I pulled you over?
I assure you I do not. I was proceeding with all due caution.
License and registration for the horse?
I possess no license, only this writ of passage from the continent.
Turn around, sir. Hands behind your back.
It's ma'am.
Stop tensing up, sir.
I'm not a sir.
Watch your step, sir.
It's ma'am.
Have a seat, sir.
I said it's ma'am.
Watch your head.
I'm here. Open the door.
Oh, well, okay. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything.
Stay right there.
I'm innocent, officer. I was just walking home from work, that's all.
Match the witness description exactly. Don't move.
I swear on my spatula, it wasn't me. I don't even own a boat.
Who the fuck are the bananas?
Hey, big guy, it's okay. We're gonna find him, all right? Just take it easy.
Stay with us. We'll walk you over. Breathe for me. I need them now.
Right down there by produce, see the green sign? Let's...
Away! Tombstone! Spiked him right on the canvas! Wait a second, he's moving! You gotta be kidding me!
He's back on his feet!
Turn around!
Big man has him by...
Cuffs are secure. Nothing tight.
Little snug,
They'll stay like that. Sit still.
Wallet out of the side pocket. No other ID.
All right, listen, you're being detained by ICE for immigration violations. You understand?
Yeah.
That's your step, sir. Keep facing forward.
Y'all know who you're putting these cuffs on? I'm Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
We know who you are, Mr. Dimmadome. You're being detained for now. We'll talk at the station.
That hat's a registered landmark. Mind the...
Tonight the dream rolls with the New World Order. And brother, we're just getting started.
Oh, yeah, I knew this was happening.
Did you?
Yeah, I know this is happening. Thank you.
Thank you for what?
Because, like, what you guys are doing, though, is actually very smart. Because, like, what you do is actually smart with the actual people that you do try to catch.
Little mountain echo, answer back to me. Yada, high on the ridge where the cold winds play. I let my heart grow free. Yada.
Yo, Raw is live and the king is in the building. Anybody back there think they're bigger than Biggie? Step through these ropes and prove it. I don't duck smoke, I cook it. Monday night, any weight, any name comes.
You came to my coast in my ring thinking you the king? Nah, homie, this is West Side business. I built this from the concrete blocking up. your son. I'm the reason the spotlight even found you. Biggie runs the night, boy.
Diana pressing forward, quick jab, blocked by the Queen. Oh,
left hook lands for Elizabeth. That's clean.
Kick from Diana, answered right back. These two are trading in the pocket.
Y'all really gonna follow me through the lotion now, huh?
We just need a couple pics, Pac.
All right, make it quick. I'm just shopping.
Can I get a selfie?
Yeah, come on, real fast.
Thank you.
Let me grab my socks, then y'all give me a little room, right?
Have a look at this little beauty. It's a full-grown Antifa protester right here in downtown Portland. See how he's postured? Arms up, ready to bolt.
Mate, let me go. I'm not an
Easy, easy. I'm just guiding him, not hurting.
You know, these little glass tubes look harmless, but what they do to a person can be devastating. Crack takes away choices, and sometimes it takes away people you care about.
I seen it, man. Friends of mine.
I have a dream that this shot is green.
Where you from, man?
7 Mile, Detroit. You know what it is.
For real, though, where you really from?
Fuck, bro. I'm from Harrison Township.
I figured.
Hey. Gotcha. Thanks for the gift.
Notice, was it then kind of cigar-shaped as these tip tanks are? More egg-shaped than anything.
A farmer in Newark Valley, New York, saw two occupants in an egg-shaped craft. But they didn't fly off the second they saw Mr. Wilcox. In fact, according to him, he spent 2 hours conversing with these Martians.
So several years ago, my two closest friends and I were out in the driveway, lying down, stargazing, and we all noticed a deep black rectangular something moving across the sky steadily at a fairly low altitude. It was either low altitude or it was an incredibly large object. It emitted no sound, no light, and we could all clearly tell that it was blocking out the starlight from behind it. All these years later, we describe it affectionately as the flying refrigerator.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be taking a look at a case that happened on April 24th, 1964. Now, if you Googled that date and typed UFO beside it, you would probably come up with the case of Lonnie Zamora, the police officer who chased down a UFO in Socorro, New Mexico.
Instantly, Socorro was the center of an unprecedented media frenzy.
This is one of the few sightings that got national attention immediately. Lonnie Zamora's story is on the national news. It's in all the newspapers. Everybody's talking about it.
The police officer, the occupants retracted back into the vehicle, and then the rocket sort of shot up into space over Lonnie's head. But no, folks, that is not the case that we are going to be looking into. The case that I propose is one of Gary Wilcox, a farmer in Newark Valley, New York, who on the same day, just a few hours prior, saw two occupants in an egg-shaped craft. But they didn't fly off the second they saw Mr. Wilcox. In fact, according to him, he spent 2 hours conversing with these Martians. So, folks, that's what we're going to be looking into today. I am very excited about reading through this. This read-through is courtesy of the Flying Saucer Review magazine. We'll be reading from an excerpt from said magazine today. The reason I wanted to cover this is because it doesn't only cover Gary's encounter with the beings and the saucer, but it also covers some of the sort of psychological evaluation that Gary went through and the psychiatric study into the examination of Gary Wilcox in his home, which I think is a pertinent piece of information if we're going to talk about a sort of, I promise, I swear, trust me, bro, this happened. I think the least we can do is verify the veracity and the psychological evaluation of this individual, which is what we're going to do through this here article written by Berthold Erich Schwartz. There was a telephone call interview done just a short while after with Mr. Wilcox, and I'll leave the link to that below. Here's a snippet.
So was it then kind of cigar-shaped as these tip tanks are?
Oh, it's more egg-shaped than anything. It was about 20 foot long, 15 or 16 foot wide, about 4 foot deep.
So in this article, we also go through the interview held by Priscilla Baldwin, a former neighbor of Gary Wilcox. She was 37 years old at the time, and her occupations and background, given UFO literature, include she was a legal secretary and also a radar technician during World War II. Now, as soon as this happened to Gary Wilcox, he was told by the alien beings, by the way, not to spill the beans and not to talk to anyone about this, but being, you know, a salt-of-the-earth sort of farm boy, he came home and told his mother. Didn't explicitly tell her not to tell anyone, and then she ended up spilling the beans, which reached the ears of Miss Baldwin here, who eventually supplied crucial information about Wilcox's story. Went to go see the neighbors and friends. She contacted all these people. She recorded a set of notes on April 28th with a Q&A, which we'll be going through. She accompanied Wilcox to the site on April 29th, for which we have a photo of, you know, the alleged landing site. And she also ended up contacting the Tioga Sheriff County's office, lending her notes to Officer George Williams, who incorporated them into the official investigation. Now, there are certain rumors out there that Miss Priscilla Baldwin may have had a little bit of a, a previous relationship with UFOs, given that she was a radar technician during World War II. She had technical familiarity, and because she knew Wilcox and considered him trustworthy, she was motivated to help. You know, perhaps maybe she had her own sighting during that time, you know, working the radars. Who knows? So by no means was she an official UFO buff or researcher, but she knew that Gary Wilcox was credible. He was like just a salt-of-the-earth guy. Just, you can trust him. He's a farmer, not out to really gain any notoriety or fame. And so she thought this was very interesting and obviously worthy of her time to investigate it. So let's get into this article now. Gary Wilcox and the Ufonauts. We begin. Psychiatric study of witnesses to close-range UFO sightings is useful in establishing the reliability of the witness, in obtaining data of medical significance, and in understanding the event. Unfortunately, all of the episodes involving possible UFO occupants, there are very few published studies by physicians, the writings in the popular press, and, in particular, the detailed documented accounts by Charles Bowen and the provocative data collected by John A. Keel raise many questions in the answering of which psychiatric techniques might have value. Such problems as psychosis versus health, paranoid state versus the alleged reality of bizarre quote-unquote men in black, persecutions such paranormal phenomena as prophecy, hauntings, telekinesis, and sightings of supposed monsters have come to light. Naturally, I think this is a perfect place to be a little skeptical is when we're talking about aliens. And so I think it merits its own investigation into the psychological prowess of these individuals and witnesses. The author first learned of the extraordinary experience of Gary Wilcox in Newark Valley, New York, while studying many UFO sightings in the vicinity of Towanda, Pennsylvania. His informant, Miss Aileen Isbell of Luther's Mills, whom he had studied and found trustworthy, mentioned her brother-in-law, Arthur Frederick, Jr., who formerly rented an apartment next to Gary Wilcox's farm. Mr. Frederick, a computer programmer who had worked on the Apollo simulator project, vouchsafed, that's an interesting word, vouchsafed, I'm going to use that from now on, for Mr. Wilcox's veracity. The author then recalled Olga Hotchkiss's story of the Wilcox experience and also paperback reports which at the time seemed rather far-fetched and which might have been based on Binghamton, New York newspaper accounts. After the author had studied Mrs. Isbell, however, the Gary Wilcox UFO encounter seemed most intriguing. Therefore, on October 18, 1968, Gary Wilcox was psychiatrically examined in his home. His wife was also interviewed. These studies were supplemented by several telephone interviews with the Wilcoxes and face-to-face interviews with Mr. Wilcox's younger brother Floyd of Newark Valley and Sheriff Paul J. Taylor of Tioga County, Owego, New York. Mr. Wilcox's mother and his second oldest brother Barry were questioned on the telephone. A neighboring farmer and steelworker, Vic Kobilars, whose daughter was a schoolmate of Gary Wilcox, was also interviewed on the telephone and through letters. Mr. Kobilars is a relative by marriage of Miss Teresa Krajewski, and also an uncle of her closest lifelong friend. Mr. Krajewski is a close friend of the author. Mr. Kobilars talked with Gary Wilcox shortly after the UFO event. Mrs. Winifred Martz, Monroeton, Pennsylvania, mother of the author's EEG technician, Mrs. Evelyn Guldner, also contacted one of her close friends, Mrs. Pauline Beale. There are so many names here. I don't expect anyone, including myself, to remember any of these names. I think this is just to provide a bit of thoroughness. I think we can forego the reading of more names unless you're taking notes. I'll link to this article, by the way. But most importantly, Miss Priscilla J. Baldwin, a former neighbor of Gary Wilcox, who is a legal secretary and who was a radar technician during World War II, kindly supplied much crucial information through correspondence and on the telephone. She contacted friends of neighbors of Gary Wilcox, Mrs. Helen McPherson and Walter Stevens, who supplied additional information. It was due to Miss Baldwin's initiative that this extraordinary case came to the attention of Binghamton, New York newspapers, and to Sheriff Paul J. Taylor of Tioga County, New York. Miss Baldwin's role. Here we go. The following notes were recorded by Miss Baldwin, age 37, on April 28, 1964, after talking with Gary Wilcox, age 26, about the spaceship that landed in his property on April 24, 1964. Open quote. Some questions and answers I received. Question. When did you notice object? Answer. About 10 a.m. I was spreading manure in lower field above my house and barn. Noticed a white or shiny object above the field, just on inside edge of woods. These are obviously abbreviated notes. I feel like there are some words being omitted, probably in the context of jotting them down quickly. I was curious and drove the tractor and manure spreader up to the edge of the woods and stopped. Got a closer look at the object and thought it to be a fuselage or fuel tank from a plane. That's interesting. Question, what did you do? Answer, I thumped it and kicked it. Felt like a metallic canvas. So cool. Might be the only person in history to thump and kick a UFO. Question, then what? Answer, 2 men appeared from under the object. These men were holding what seemed to be a metal tray approximately 1 foot square, filled with alfalfa, with roots and soil, leaves and brush. The men were attired in what seemed to be white or some kind of metallic suits, with no part of their body showing. So the difference here between the Lonnie Zamora case and the Wilcox case is, first of all, the craft, although appeared to have the same texture. The one in the Lonnie Zamora case also had a symbol on it, some type of like alien symbol. Who knows? Maybe this was on the other side of the craft and Mr. Wilcox couldn't see it. But secondly, the beings, although I think we're going to get into maybe at least describing them a bit, were the same height, but the ones in the Zamora case wore overalls. All right, so maybe they got changed. They were no longer in their farm suits. I don't know. Question, were you frightened? Answer, I sure was. I didn't say much for the first few minutes, but thought it was some kind of a trick being pulled on me. Question: what were the first words spoken? Answer: they said, "Do not be alarmed." They asked what I was doing, what the tractor, manure spreader, and manure was. I told them I was spreading manure. I talked and answered their questions for 2 hours and learned they had been watching me for quite a while. They were very interested in organic substances such as soil, as Mars is made up of rocky substances not fit for growing. Was told that in the future, Mars and Earth will be trading environments due to the rockets, missiles, and miscellaneous objects being ejected into space from Earth. Now, folks, I'll be honest, this is where I get a little bit skeptical. Not necessarily skeptical of Mr. Wilcox, perhaps he is telling the truth, but skeptical of the information being passed to him. Perhaps he's being psyoped by these aliens early on, but they say they're from Mars, all right? Now, back then, there was a bit of a, we're coming out of the sort of Space Brothers era where all these human-looking aliens said that they were from Venus, the Venusian aliens, and now we've transitioned into Martians, So maybe, who knows? Maybe these aliens caught wind of our sci-fi movies. That's the first thing. The second thing here is that there is a bit of a discrepancy between what was said, or how it was said, rather. In the early accounts, I do believe that he says, even in the interview, that the beings spoke to him using words. And then I think the second time, a little later on, the communication that was had telepathically. And so, bit of a major difference there. But let's read on just to make sure we got all the facts straight here. Did I mention to suspend your disbelief? Might be a good time right about now. Check it at the door. We'll get back to it in a second. It'll be there safe and sound upon your return. I promise you don't have to believe anything I say at all. Zero. You don't have to not believe. You can just live in some weird suspension while we continue to read through this document. It's interesting here because they say do not be alarmed, but then I think in the phone interview, if I'm not mistaken, they follow that up by saying we've spoken to humans before, and then proceed to tell them they're from Mars. I asked them if I could go back with them. Was told I could not due to the thinness of atmosphere. They also said it was impossible for them to land in congested areas. The fumes of traffic were too dense. They also mentioned that astronauts Glenn and Grissom and the 2 astronauts from Russia would die within a year due to exposure of space. They seemed interested in learning the art of farming and growing. After learning that fertilizer would enrich this art, they wanted to know more about it. They did not seem to know what cows were either. They said they usually did not appear after dark, as their metallic ship would be too obvious. It made a swishing noise only, and in daylight, the ship is not easily observed. I watched them take off, and after being advised not to mention the incident, after a burring and swishing sound, they disappeared to the north. Only marks remaining that I could detect were a kind of red dust, evidently from propulsion, where the vehicle rested. I could not tell if it actually was resting on the ground or whether it was hovering in midair. It seemed to be larger than an auto, approximately 20 feet long and 14 feet wide, and shaped like an egg. The voices seemed to come from what might be the chest of the men, and they had an eerie sound. Okay, so this is interesting. Now we're talking about somebody trying to describe potentially what telepathy would be. If you're hearing it in your head, you're assuming it's coming from somewhere. And so maybe it was coming from their chest. That's a really interesting detail. Secondly, I will say, did astronauts Glenn and Grissom die within a year? I don't think they did. Let me check. In his encounter, he claims that astronauts Glenn and Grissom and 2 other astronauts from Russia would die within a year due to exposure of space. Is any of that true or verifiable?
So that particular claim is definitely part of the more sensationalized side of the Wilcox story. There isn't any real evidence that Gary Wilcox's prediction about astronauts like John Glenn and Gus Grissom and unnamed Russian cosmonauts dying within a year actually came true or has any basis in fact. In reality, while Gus Grissom tragically died in the Apollo 1 fire in 1967, John Glenn lived for many decades after his space flights and even returned to space in the 1990s. The idea that Wilcox predicted multiple astronauts' deaths due to exposure of space is one of those...
All right, so full of crap are these aliens, or full of crap is this guy, Gary Wilcox? Again, I ask, why would you just lie about this? Now, I shall give my thoughts on what I think is going on here at the end of the video. Stay tuned for that. But for now, let's continue suspending our disbelief. Later that same afternoon, I returned to the spot where this took place. I left a 75-pound bag of fertilizer near a small tree. On returning to the scene, Saturday morning, April 25th, 1964, I found the fertilizer was gone. And that is the end of personal talk with Gary. On April 29, 1964, I went up to Gary's and asked if he would take me to the spot on his tractor. After finishing his afternoon chores, he took me up, in the rain, on the back of his tractor, and he also spread some fertilizer on the way. I had a camera with me and took a couple of shots. With the rainy weather, it was doubtful if they are good. I also picked up some rocks and leaves that were lying where the red dust had accumulated. So there's a photo 1. However, after the rain, there was no evidence of dust. That same day, on my return home, I contacted Sheriff Paul Taylor by telephone and told him of this incident. He had not heard of it before. He said he could not come to Newark Valley that day, but would when there was time. After not hearing if the sheriff had been up or not, I made another call to his office Friday, May 1st, 1964. I was informed he had not, but would soon. About 1.5 hours later, an officer from the sheriff's office, George Williams, drove in my driveway. He asked if I was the one that made the complaint to his office. I said yes. I asked him if he had been up to Gary's farm, and he said he had, but found no one there. I told him I thought he would be doing chores at that time, and I offered to go back up with him, which I did. We found Gary in the barn, and after the officer questioned him for a short time, he, the officer, wanted to go up to the place where the incident occurred. Gary did not want to interrupt his chores, but said I could show him the exact place. I agreed to go with him, and after trying the hill with the sheriff's car, decided to walk, as the ground was very muddy. We walked up and I showed him just what Gary had shown me and pointed out where the red dust had been, and also where he had left the fertilizer. After inspecting the surrounding areas, we came back down. The officer asked me if I thought Gary would be willing to come to the sheriff's office to make a statement, and I told him I thought he would. On returning to the barn, the officer entered the barn again and asked Gary if he would. Gary agreed to be at the office in Owego at 7 p.m. that night. I think it's pretty funny that Gary just saw a UFO, spoke telepathically to strange beings from Mars, and, wasn't motivated enough to go and show the sheriff where it had happened. He's like, I said the story twice already. I'm good. I got chores to get back to. I don't know if that vouches for his credibility or if it plays against him in this case. Being an unbothered farm guy like he is, that kind of would fit, his character. Of just kind of being like, well, that's what happened. I went there and that's what it was. Now, if you don't mind, I got to get back to doing my chores. On bringing me back to my home, the officer questioned my being so interested in this. I told him that Gary had told several people, but like the majority, very few believed his story, and he was going to do nothing further about it. I asked him prior to my telephone call to the sheriff if he cared if I did. He said he didn't, and that he would just tell them the same he had everyone else. I told the officer I had written down notes after I talked to Gary the first time. The officer took these notes with him, and he said he would return them to me after talking to Gary. They evidently were used in cross-checking his story. Thursday night, May 7th, 1964, I stopped at the sheriff's office with a friend and picked up my notes. They had been retained in a sealed envelope. Signed, P.J. Baldwin. So on November 24th, 1968, Miss Baldwin wrote the author and enclosed newspaper clippings of the event. She also sent some very brittle leaves and a piece of stone that I picked up at the scene of the UFO landing. You are welcome to them if they could be of any significance. It was raining the day I rode up the hill with Gary on his tractor. The leaves and stones were wet. I picked them I picked them up right on the spot where the red dust was supposed to be. After I'd been on the hill, I did read that samples had been taken on the spot for researches. So I always thought the samples I had taken were of more value, seeing I had been at the scene before anyone else had. I'm also enclosing 2 very dim pictures taken that day I was there. You may not be able to decipher same, but the one picture does show broken branches on the trees where this object appeared, see Figure 1. Miss Baldwin continued, I've known Gary since he was a boy, and knowing what a quiet, shy fellow he has always been, I have never had any doubts as to what he saw. There are people who would revel in causing this kind of excitement, but I truly believe Gary would have been the last person who would have wanted this type of notoriety. I was in the Air Force for 3 years, and my career field was AC and W, radar. In my work, I plotted UFO blips, as they were called at the time, on the radar screen in the control center. Many times, blips were not identified. The speed in most cases was unbelievable. However, I don't know if any of that was ever the reason for my interest or not, but I do believe it had a lot to do with it. So there we go. We answered the question of, where this curiosity comes from. I think some of it might have, how could you be a radar operator, get a UFO blip, as she put it, and not be interested? For sure. Also, this reminds me a lot of Joe Simonton's account just 3 years prior. Joe Simonton, the famous man who was given pancakes by aliens, all right, and then ate one, and then gave the others to the Air Force, became a Project Blue Book investigation. This, by the way, was not investigated by Project Blue Book. I suspect they had their hands full with the Lonnie Zamora case, which happened on the same day. It just kind of flew under the radar. Unlucky if he was trying to get this out to the national press. Being overshadowed by a similar event. Oh, this is interesting. So there's an asterisk here. He did read that samples had been taken on the spot for researches. Okay, so the asterisk says that a check for radioactivity of appropriate samples was arranged by Sheriff Taylor shortly after his investigation. The results were negative. On December 17th, 1968, Philip Johnson, Associate Professor of Radiology at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons and Director of Nuclear Medicine, Presbyterian Hospital, New York City, reported that the specimens collected by Miss Baldwin were not radioactive insofar as my instrumentation can determine. Each sample was exposed to a 2-in scintillation crystal with flat field collimator and pulse height analyzer. Okay. All right. All just pretty standard stuff. By varying the setting on the analyzer, the crystal was made sensitive to gamma photons in the energy range of 30 kevs to 1 MeV. No activity above background levels was observed. I did not test alpha particle radiation, nor for low energy beta radiation, since I do not have the proper equipment. Well, shame on you. All right. Dr. Johnson, I would have expected you would have at least tested for, the low energy beta radiation, but you are forgiven. We carry on. Sheriff Taylor's report. So this is Sheriff Taylor, who went up to meet Mr. Wilcox. Miss Baldwin contacted the sheriff's office, Tioga County, Owego, New York, on April 29, 1964, and on May 1st, Gary Wilcox was visited by Officer George Williams. He reported the following. Traveled to Newark Valley and contacted Priscilla Baldwin on matter pertinent to this complaint. We drove to farm of, again, I'm going to omit a lot of the thes here. It seems like people just, were in a hurry. We drove to farm of Gary Wilcox. His farm is off the Wilson Creek Road. The second place on the left side on the Davis Hollow Road. Gary was milking his cows at the time of our arrival, which was about 4:15 p.m. He stated that he milks some of his heavy milkers 3 times a day. All right. This, of course, would cause him to lose some sleep. The text of his statement concerning the unidentified object is contained in statement which is made a part of this file. He admitted that he drank a little, but that he was not drinking at the time of his reported incident. He also stated that he had some marital difficulty, but this did not encourage him to drink any more than he had been accustomed. This man does not appear to be unstable or mentally disturbed in any way. His eyes are slightly different in appearance from the average person, but it is believed that it is more of a physical characteristic than it is a mental affliction. Okay, I didn't realize that the shape of someone's eyes was directly linked to mental faculty. He is a hard worker. The complainant, in this case, says that she has no reason to doubt him. We, complainant and myself, walked to the top of the hill where this quote-unquote spaceship was reported to have landed or hovered. This hill is northeast of the farm buildings, and there is an old abandoned refrigerator at the top of the hill, which was reported to be physically situated about 20 feet from where the spaceship had been. We checked the area, particularly for red-colored dust and impressions on the ground. This was about a week after the reported incident, and there had been considerable rain during this time. The only thing unusual noted at this time was that the ground where the ship was reportedly hovering was damp. This could have been caused by a spring or ground formation. The ground surrounding the area was comparatively dry. There was no evidence of red dust. This would have been washed away anyway. Did not look too close for any evidence of digging at this time, as we were not advised until later that the individuals of questionable origin had been holding trays of sod. This, Gary believed, had been samples of the soil. He stated that the sod had grass or vegetation on top. In event that samples had been removed from his property in this area, it would be comparatively simple to relocate or to locate the place of digging. Even at this late date, it might be possible to locate evidence of digging in the grassy area on top of this hill. We continued to look around for a while and then returned to the barn. Hey, congratulations on being thorough here. I do enjoy this police officer's gumption to follow up on such a report. You know, normally a lot of this would have just been flippantly sort of hand-wavingly tossed aside, but the officer in question here did feel like there was merit to at least looking into this, so kudos. Officer Williams then incorporated Miss Baldwin's notes into the official record as reported above. His next entry was as follows. May 1, 1964. Upon checking the area with complainant Priscilla Baldwin, it was noted that there was one set of tractor tracks near the scene of the reported incident. Gary stated that the first time he went up the hill, he stopped the tractor about 100 yards from the top of the hill where the ship was reportedly parked. And then he dismounted and walked the remainder of the hill to the top. Gary then stated that he returned later that day and dropped off a bag of fertilizer at the site. He then stated that he again drove the tractor to the top with complainant Priscilla Baldwin to show her the spot this incident reportedly occurred. If this was the case, there should be two sets of tractor tracks near the site. One set when he brought the bag of fertilizer to the spot, and one set when he transported the complainant to the site. There was only one set of tracks noted. It isn't likely that the tractor could get to this area without making some tracks, even if the ground were dry, because of the incline is great. Well, I mean, that's a big piece of evidence right there. I mean, this goes against what he said. You know, if he said, oh, I went up there and I saw aliens and then took her up and there was no tractor tracks prior, I mean, that's cause for doubt in my book. The following statements and diagram by Mr. Wilcox, see Figure 2, were obtained by Sheriff Taylor and Officer Williams on May 1st. So this is when, at 7 p.m., Gary goes to the sheriff's office and decides to cooperate and give them a statement. Again, I don't see why Gary would do any of this unless he had some type of psychotic break. It just seems really out of character for a guy who just wants to be left alone on his farm. I, Gary Thelbert Wilcox. Thelbert, huh? All right, probably didn't want that public. I, Gary Thelbert Wilcox, say that I am 28 years of age on the 7th day of this month, having been born May 7, 1936, at Endicott, New York. I live at Road No. 1, Newark Valley, New York, with my wife, Judith Linda. I am self-employed as a dairy farmer. I graduated from Newark Valley Central School in 1954. At about 10 o'clock in the morning last Friday, the 24th of April, 1964, I was spreading manure with my manure spreader, as one does, on one of my fields located east of my house. My house is the second house on the left on Davis Hollow Road, which runs off Wilson Creek Road out of Newark Valley. Okay. So first off, Figure 2, this is really interesting. This is the occupants and the UFO. Not an artist, this guy, really. Left out a few facial features here. Hopefully he gets into some of the description. The weather was clear and the sun was shining. The ground was dry. I glanced up at the hill from the field I was working on and noticed a shiny object on top of the hill. I thought at the time that it was the abandoned refrigerator that I knew was up there. After again glancing, I noticed that the object did not seem to be the refrigerator, but that this was something else. Then, I started driving the tractor with the same manure spreader up the hill toward the object. The distance from the bottom of the hill where I first noticed the object to the top of the hill where it appeared is about 800 yards. While I was driving up the hill toward the object and about 100 yards from it, this is when I thought it was a wing fuel tank from an airplane. I wasn't scared or anything. I parked the tractor at this point and then walked the remaining 100 yards to the object. The first thing I noticed is that it was off the ground. It was a little bigger than a car in length. It was an oblong shape, something like an egg. There were no seams, rivets, or anything like that. It was completely smooth. It was aluminum colored. I touched the thing, and the metal was harder than aluminum, and it did not move. I don't know whether it was on legs or hovering in the air. It was about 20 feet in length, 4 feet high, and 15 or 16 feet wide. That's an interesting thing. 4 feet high is wild if these creatures are 4 to 4.5 feet tall, unless this craft goes vertically and they're just kind of like in these little stasis pods, maybe laying down. Who knows? While I was feeling it, there was no vibration or sound, and it was not hot or anything. While I was touching it, 2 small men, about 4 feet high, came out from under the tank object. I don't know where they came from. Each of them was carrying a tray about a foot square. The tray looked like it was made of the same stuff the ship was made of. Inside the tray was what appeared to be sod. I was standing about a foot away from the ship. I will refer to this object as a ship from now on. I first thought it to be a tank. The 2 little men started walking toward me from under the ship. They stopped about 1 yard away from me. Then it sounded like one of them spoke and said, "Don't be alarmed. We have spoken to people before." Their voices did not sound like a voice I could describe. I could understand what was said, but cannot tell whether they were speaking English or not. One of the men was standing in rear of the other. I could see that both of these 4-foot-high men had arms and legs the same as us. I couldn't tell whether they had feet or hands the same as us. They were quite broad for such short persons or individuals. I could not distinguish whether they had shoulders or not. They seemed to just go straight down. They had no face, such as eyes, ears, nose, mouth, or hair. The voice seemed to be coming from about them rather than from either of them. There was a voice, but I don't know where it was coming from insofar as their body was concerned. They seemed to have a sort of suit on that covered where the head would normally be located all the way down. When they raised their arms, you could see a wrinkle where their elbow would be located. The color of this completely smooth coverall type suit was whitish aluminum tint color. There was no evidence of hair. There were no seams or stitches, pockets. The only thing I noticed was the wrinkle when they moved their arms at the elbow. They said, "We are from what you know as the planet Mars." All right, we're dealing with Martians. They then asked me what I was doing. I told them what I was doing was spreading manure. They asked me to explain what this was in more or less detail. They seemed interested in what this manure did. After I told them what it was and where it came from, they asked what else I made stuff grow with it. That's when I told them about the lime and fertilizer. They did not say anything about the lime, but were interested in the fertilizer. I told them it was made of bones from dead animals. During the time I was explaining to them the function of fertilizer, they asked if they could have some. I told them that I would have to go down to my barn and get some. Then one spoke up, said that they were traveling this hemisphere. I don't know which one it was, as I've said before. The voice seemed to come from the front one, the one closest to me. I then asked them if I could go. They then said that they could only come here on Earth every 2 years. Their conversation seemed to shift rapidly from one subject to another. That's interesting. Just little ADD aliens. They mentioned that we should not send people out into space. They said that they have watched us. They said that we could not survive there at Mars and that they could not survive here on Earth. They also said that they got stuff out of the air to live on and that they were here to see what they could learn about our organic material because they felt that the Earth and Mars, plus some other planets, might be changed around. They said there was a difference in the gravity pull and that there was a change taking place. They said they did not fly near cities because the fumes or stuff in the air affected the flight of their ship, that they tried to stay where the air was pure. They seemed to know more about planets, air, and all that kind of stuff, but they did not seem to know much about our agriculture. They also said that our people that had entered into space would not survive over a year. They then walked back onto the ship and disappeared. They ducked a little bit when they went under it. The ship then seemed to hover. I heard a noise that sounded like a car motor idling. It was not loud. Then it just took off slowly forward above the ground in a gliding manner and flew over the valley in the direction of Sokolowski's barn and disappeared into the air after it was about 150 feet away. There was no heat, blasting, wind, dust, noise, other than the idling sound, light, or anything else left behind when the ship took off. Okay. That's interesting. It's weird that they would know about like space and all this stuff, but not know anything about agriculture and then happen upon, a farmer to give them some information. This whole thing falls into my system theory as well, that maybe you're just interacting with some type of drone that is taking, samples from this biome and injecting it into perhaps another exoplanet that they are occupying elsewhere, and that we're just interchanging, life forms and agriculture and all sorts of elements between these planets to keep them going. Far-fetched idea, I am aware, but here we are, right? They did not try to harm me in any way, and there was nothing with them that looked like a weapon. They did not raise or lower their voice. It was the same throughout the conversation. They did most of the talking. After they left, I drove back home and called my mother on the phone. I told her the highlights of seeing this object. I then milked the cows and did some other chores. I went back up the hill with a load of manure about 4:30 p.m. and put a bag of fertilizer on the spreader. When I got back to the top of the hill where the ship had been, I dropped the bag of fertilizer to the ground and left it. The next morning, I went back up on the hill and noticed the bag of fertilizer was gone. I have read this statement, and it is true. I realize that the incident described above is unusual, but I do certify that it is a true and accurate account of what actually happened. Signed, Gary Wilcox, and witnesses George Williams and Paul Taylor. So again, the Officer Williams here, who did his investigation, does bring up a fair point that there was only one set of tractor tracks leading up to the alleged encounter. For me, that is a big thing. Let's see if he addresses that, if they address that at all. It's a really interesting thing. I would love to hear his take on that. But last, we go into the psychiatric study and evaluation of Mr. Wilcox. On October 18th, 1968, psychiatric examination of Gary Wilcox in his home corroborated all the salient features mentioned in Miss Baldwin's and Sheriff Taylor's reports. At the same time of the psychiatric study, Mr. Wilcox was no longer a farmer, but a highly skilled mechanic. He was respected by his employer and had received several promotions. He had never had any UFO, psychic, or other very unusual experiences before, nor has he since. Although he could not recall any details, he mentioned that a neighbor told him about a close-range UFO experience at the approximate time of his episode. And there's an asterisk here. It says, although this could not be confirmed via correspondence with the deceased neighbor's wife, she reported that a respected gentleman of Berkshire, New York, was out in his field that day and saw something that was unexplainable. Also in a letter to the author, Walter Stevens recalled that he and a friend saw a possible UFO that almost blinded us for a moment on April 18th, 1964 on Highway 38. Also, Mr. Kobylarz remembered how one or two people saw something, UFOs, near Gary Wilcox's farm that day. So, all right. Circumstantial evidence, but, worth mentioning. Mr. Wilcox's attitude was open and cooperative, and produced no material that conflicted with the previous reports. He spoke in a polite, refined manner, and his answers had a literalness about them. There was no tendency towards expansiveness or embellishment. He was quite reserved. He was sure that he had seen only two occupants of the UFO, and that at one time he was approximately 10 feet distant from one of them. He felt he could judge their height quite accurately because he is 6 feet tall. When asked about his initial reaction to the supposed euphonauts, He said, "I was laughing. I thought it was the candid camera, somebody pulling a gag or something." Wilcox had no past history for neonatal disturbances, serious illness in the formative years, neurotic character traits, dissociative or amnestic experiences, fugues, sociopathic behavior, school problems, head injury, encephalopathy, surgery, or any kind of aberrant behavior. He had never been hospitalized, and he did not have a family physician. Review of all his bodily systems revealed no disease stigmata. He was a good student in school and had 1 semester in college. He spent 3 years in the Army, being stationed in Germany. He was a sergeant in the engineers and received an honorable discharge. So here there's an asterisk beside his school stuff. It says this was verified by the parents of 2 former schoolmates and longtime friends. Mr. Kobylarz said, "A well-liked kid, modest and never a braggart. Of a reliable and hardworking family, he knew it wasn't a mirage because he had his hand on it, on the UFO. They are very fine people. My brother has known his people for 40 years. Mrs. Beale wrote, Philip, her son, knows him. I was in his graduate school and says he is an honest person who wouldn't concoct a cock and bull story just to get publicity." There's another asterisk here which says, in regards to his service in Germany, says that when Mr. Kobylarz talked with Gary Wilcox, he asked if the UFO occupants were Russian. Wilcox said that they were not and they had no accent. He was familiar with many foreign accents from his army service in Germany. And this is also echoed in his telephone interview. He says that he either spoke or heard German and Russian quite a bit, and it did not sound like that at all. So the oldest of 4 siblings, Gary Wilcox, has a sister, Sandra, who is 2 years younger, and 2 brothers, Barry and Floyd, who are 4 and 7 years younger. There was no family history of mental illness, sociopathic behavior, such as lying, stealing, cheating, truancy, fire setting, delinquency, drug usage, alcoholism, etc., or difficulties with the law. He is of old American stock, and his family has an excellent reputation in the community. Gary Wilcox has always enjoyed good health and has rarely consulted physicians. He seldom dreamed and could not recall any particular dream, including one about his UFO experience. So just a simple guy, just a mild-mannered farm boy, veteran, upstanding citizen, good classmate, nothing, no sign of crazy whatsoever. Which makes this even more perplexing, because there is contradicting evidence. And yet, none of it points to him, having some type of secret hidden agenda. Direct examination revealed him to be a tall, handsome, intelligent-appearing man, see Figure 3, who became restless and fidgety when describing his encounter with the alleged UFO occupants. There was no evidence for any undue preoccupations, trends of thought, pathological thinking, or inappropriate effect. Within 1 hour after the UFO experience, Wilcox telephoned his mother, and then the other members of his family quickly learned about it. Direct and telephone interviews with his mother and his 2 brothers confirmed this. So the asterisk here says Gary Wilcox had no knowledge of Sergeant Lonnie Zamora's UFO occupant experience. Okay, interesting. Until shortly before May 11th, when he brought an undated news clipping from his father to Sheriff Paul Taylor. Dad told me about it, came up to the house with it, the clipping, about a week or so later after Newark Valley UFO episode. It is of interest that many features of the Newark Valley and the Socorro experiences are similar. I think that is interesting as well. No one in his family had ever experienced anything like this before. Wilcox had no previous particular interest in UFOs or any other kind of exotic subject. His reading was limited to newspapers and magazines like Look, Life, and the Reader's Digest. Wilcox and the other members of his family gave no history for any unusual paranormal phenomena before or after this episode. He gave no history for unusual harassment since the episode. Wilcox had never been hypnotized. However, he was annoyed by various eccentrics and curiosity seekers who sought him out or ridiculed him. He was particularly irritated by one newspaper article that falsely stated he was being treated in a hospital in New York City for radiation burns. Although hardly affluent, Wilcox, according to his brother Floyd, turned down a considerable sum of money offered by a leading national magazine for the publication rights to his story. He also refused payments for lectures about his experience. He graciously consented to psychiatric study and freely gave permission for publication of his story in a scientific journal with the understanding that his current address would not be revealed. That is, to me, one of the most important pieces of information here. We're not dealing with some type of UFO grifter. He's not doing any lectures, not selling a book, not doing any of that stuff. He had something happen. This is what happened. Back to work. Got to milk the cows, In an interview, Gary Wilcox's second wife, married for 2 years and after the UFO episode, confirming the foregoing UFO information. She described her husband as a quiet family man, conscientious, and doesn't easily lose his temper. Yet he has a sense of humor. He did not use alcohol or tobacco and has always enjoyed excellent health. There's an asterisk here. At the time of the UFO incident, he had not been under the influence of alcohol. During his farming years, he used alcohol only infrequently and sparingly. He occasionally attends the Baptist church. Questions pertaining to Gary Wilcox's past life and the personal nuances of his marriages, and then the asterisk here says his first marriage, which lasted only a short time, was terminated under amiable conditions because of a lack of harmony of interests. His marriages elicited no evidence for any disrupting psychopathology, psychosomatic reactions, dishonesty, or proclivity for playing practical jokes or hoaxes. Mr. Wilcox was characterized as a serious, truthful, hardworking man who had little time for frivolity. Gotta milk those cows, no time for jokes. There was never any suggestion of jealousy or unfounded suspiciousness. His chief pleasure seemed to be playing with his children. 2 by his second wife, and 4 adoptive children from his second wife's first marriage. Study of Gary Wilcox's and his wife's answers to Cornell Medical Index Health Questionnaire, Rotter Incomplete Sentences Test, and the computer-automated Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory revealed answers consistent with physical and emotional health. On the MMPI, a configural search for positive traits and strengths showed correlations for describing the subject as compliant, methodical, orderly, socially reserved, and sincere. Well, there you have it. This guy checks out. He's telling what he seems to be the truth. We can at least say that. He deems this happened, and people believe him. All right? Discussion and summary. So although single witness UFO experiences, that's right there. That's probably why Blue Book never looked into it, actually. We looked at the Project Blue Book guidelines, and it was one of the major things was they would never look into single UFO witness encounters. Other than Joe Simonton, it had a bit of an exception there because there were other sightings, but, also involved physical evidence. This one did not. Although single witness UFO experiences have obvious drawbacks, Gary Wilcox's report is exceptional because of his unusually healthy background. During and after the purported incident, the rarity of such close-range UFO occupant encounters, and the difficulty and need for recording all data that might contribute to this multifaceted problem. Despite some explainable discrepancies, such as Officer Williams' observation that there was only one set of tractor tracks instead of 2, Wilcox's account was essentially unchanged. It should again be stressed that Gary Wilcox told his mother and other members of his family shortly after the incident, and that it was not until several days later that he learned of the Socorro, New Mexico episode involving Officer Lonnie Zamora. It is odd that the widely reported and studied account of Lonnie Zamora occurred on the same day and approximately 8 hours earlier than Gary Wilcox had his experience. Recently, the Newark Valley incident has received renewed attention. The independent studies of Walter N. Webb, the NICAP advisor, and his associates, and the NICAP file on the Newark Valley case, provided detailed data and supplement and coincide with the material reported here. Should future investigations confirm the reality of such experiences, for what actually seemed to happen, or some new and strange kind of mental or psychic influence, or the converse, the discovery of some new and hitherto recognized type of psychopathology, the psychiatric studies would still have significance. The psychiatric studies, would still have significance. I agree with this. This is something that I was on the phone with Jesse Michaels earlier, and we were talking about the abduction phenomenon as a whole and how should the abduction phenomenon be completely categorized as a mental event in some capacity, some type of psychological effect that the human mind goes through? The fact that there are thousands, and I mean tens of thousands of people who claim abduction, and many of them also claim not only the same type of beings, the same type of craft, but also the same type of procedures being done to them and the same messages being delivered to them. I think that would be just as important as aliens existing, knowing that there is some type of psychological pandemic that is sweeping the globe and providing people with these mass hallucinations. I think that is just as significant as an alien. Well, maybe not as significant, but I mean, equally as interesting. I mean, what's going on here? If all these people are just all in cahoots or they're all, like I said, hallucinating the same thing or having the exact same dreams, and in these dreams having the same experience, it seems so far-fetched. It seems so much easier on the Occam's razor to be like, no, it's aliens. I don't know. Just me? Maybe not. Maybe you disagree. Study of the UFO occupant problem is still at an early explorative qualitative stage. Had circumstances permitted, it would have been desirable to have had additional procedures such as a physical and neurological examination, an electroencephalogram, polygraphic studies, hypnotic trance, laboratory, and some complete psychometric evaluations. It is unfortunate that it was not possible at the time of this report in 1969 to have traced out more completely the various collateral leads as suggested by the situations of Kobylarz, Stevens, and McPherson. I agree. Hypnotic regression would have been great. Polygraph, just, lie detector. But does that really get us anywhere? You look at Travis Walton when all 7 of these gentlemen passed a lie detector test. Betty Hill also passed a lie detector test. Is that, perhaps it does increase the percentage of conviction of these cases being true, but it certainly doesn't prove them true. As has been pointed out by Keel, who has had much experience with alleged contactees, the interpretation of what was supposed to have happened is an entirely open question. For example, that the occupants said they came from Mars does not mean that they did come from Mars. There's an asterisk here that says it should be noted that Peter Gilman called attention to unusual compatibility between what Martians told Gary Wilcox and what Dr. Immanuel Velikowski has theorized. Everything that the contactees, or euphonauts, reputably said should be critically analyzed from many points of view: truthfulness, purposely implanted lies, distorted propaganda, material that could be communicated and understood only by one of Gary Wilcox's psychodynamic makeup, possibly of telepathy, and so forth. Unfortunately, the facts do not justify much speculation in this regard. I agree with that as well. But yes, it could be aliens just psyoping people or, what have you. Or maybe it's humans in these suits. These were suits. Maybe these were tiny people. I don't know. Who knows? It would be most unusual, however, for Gary Wilcox to concoct such a fantastic story without some clues for this from his psychiatric examination or from interviews with his friends, acquaintances, and family. It should be stressed that as a down-to-earth person, a highly skilled machinist with a rather literal frame of mind, Wilcox never showed any unusual interest in UFOs or space. He had no undue preoccupation with abstruse, esoteric matters, quasi-religious cults, or offbeat stories before or since the episode. The euphonauts' prophecy of the death in space of some astronauts was not completely fulfilled, as stated. However, it is of interest that Virgil A. Grissom, along with Edward H. White and Roger B. Chaffee, died in the tragic Apollo capsule fire on January 27, 1967. Although not specifically named by the euphonauts, Russian astronaut Vladimir Komarov was the first man known to have been killed in actual spaceflight when his capsule plunged to Earth under unopened parachutes, April 24th, same date, 1967, exactly 3 years after the prophecy. There's an asterisk here, talks about Komarov, how he was scheduled to orbit for at least 5 days, but according to London newspaperman, he returned to Earth after 24 hours. Recording of radio transmissions indicates that the spacecraft's crew had seen something strange and inexplicable in orbit, something that terrified them so much that they made a hasty and unscheduled descent from space. It may be proper to mention here that Komarov, through an interpreter, told the world-famous telepathist Joseph Dunninger during a banquet at Benjamin Franklin Hotel at the Seattle World's Fair 1962 that he, Komarov, had observed during spaceflight strange phantasms, odd things that appeared before his eyes. He was sure that his mind was not playing tricks on him and that it was not an illusion. Dunninger was impressed with Komarov's openness. Although there was a language barrier, Dunninger recalled how he also tried a telepathic stunt with Komarov. I never got an analysis of what I drew on my pad, something that I saw in my mind's mirror. However, according to Komarov's reaction and that of the interpreter, Dunninger succeeded. The author clearly recalled this unusual interview because Dunninger had given him an autographed photograph of Komarov and Dunninger in May 1965. It may also be noted here that the reporter, Sandham, quoted observations of strange space objects by American astronauts, the NBC-monitored spaceflight of Gordon Cooper, May 15, 1963, of 2, Edward White and James McDivitt, June 1965, and 3 of James Lovell and Frank Borman, December 1965. Another astronaut sighting, according to the UFO investigator, is that of Charles Conrad in September 1966. Okay, so we see a lot of astronauts seeing a lot of things. This doesn't necessarily corroborate the prophecy that was given to Mr. Wilcox by the beings, however. It would be of interest, since many contactee experiences allege telepathic communications, to have a proven eminent telepathist work with them and study what impressions, telepathic thoughts, might be received. It is not far-fetched that someone like Dunninger, who has amazed the world for more than 50 years with his extraordinary mental abilities, and who has also successfully used his talents to aid the police in solutions of crimes and physicians in the treatments of diseases, might be able to recall material forgotten by the contactee. Such repressed data accessible to a paragnost might provide further clues in the study of such cases. All right, I'm going to draw the line right there. Sounds to me like someone is a magician. Maybe just me. All right, maybe he is a telepathist. Telepathist is a wild thing to put on your resume. Okay. Keel has documented some unusual instances of successful prophecy in connections with UFOs, however. As described elsewhere, nothing in the medical aspects of a possible human UFO occupant experience is applicable to the situation of Gary Wilcox. As in the examples of Miss Stickler and Mrs. Caro, Wilcox also had no mental disturbance, no history of being hypnotized, no suggestion of paranoid thinking, no hints of specific psychopathology, and no cultural, religious-like determinants that could account for his experience. Although inexplicable, there is much in Gary Wilcox's encounter with the UFO and its occupants that sounds like data obtained from other worldwide sources. There might be considerable value in psychiatric study of many more contactee experiences. It is ironic that the billions are spent to put men on the moon in order to probe the secrets of space, yet apparently little attention is paid to the possibility that forms of life, euphonauts, from somewhere in the universe, possibly outer space, may have already landed on Earth. In summary, Gary Wilcox, almost 28 years old and a farmer of Newark Valley, New York, claimed he had a close-range experience with a UFO and 2 of its occupants. From psychiatric evaluation of Wilcox and interviews with various members of his family, neighbors, and friends, it would seem that he is a truthful person with no emotional illness and that his experience was real, even though the interpretation of his encounter is a complicated and uncertain matter. The author thanks Gary Wilcox and the many other people mentioned and unmentioned in this study for their indispensable help. That wraps up the case of Gary Wilcox. Man, that's an interesting one. So I had not heard about Gary Wilcox prior to this. I didn't know that it was a thing. I didn't know that this had happened to him at the exact same time, almost, of the encounter in Socorro, New Mexico. It is vexing to think that he is telling the truth when there is such a, in my opinion, blatant piece of evidence that negates the idea of him going up there with his tractor multiple times. I think that is, unless he took a different way up, unless something else, maybe that feeling of guilt is what prevented Gary from following the sheriff up there in the first place. Maybe had Gary gone up that hill with the sheriff, he'd be perhaps pointing out the fact that there's only one track there. Maybe we'd get some more answers. I wish they would have brought that up to him. Unfortunate that they did not, because that one really is like a thorn in my side. But other than that, it is compelling. Put that aside, all right? Maybe there's a mishap. Maybe it's a different trail. Maybe he took the exact same trail up than he did. You know, he just like rolled in the same tracks, which, I mean, come on. That's a possibility, especially if it's muddy. Putting all that aside, it is pretty compelling. If this is a lie and a sham or some type of hoax or weird joke, you know, again, like, I mean, I can't see a reason why. The only thing I can kind of, you know, maybe as a farmer, he was kind of against new tech, being, you know, from the earth, being somebody who has their hands in soil and works with cattle and drives tractors. Maybe all this talk about going to space. It's 1964. They were talking about they were going to space, and they were talking about going to the moon and all this stuff. Maybe that got under his skin, and maybe he's like, hey, let's focus on what's going on here. Interesting that they took an interest to the things that he was interested in. And he was like, no, they asked me about all this stuff that I love, you know, and I told them it's, you know, awesome. And they liked it too. And I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. None of that seems like a good reason to go to a police station and tell them an insane confabulation. None of that seems to add up for me. Coupled with the fact that he's completely sane, I don't know what else to say. I'm 50-50 on this one. Let me know what you guys think. My conviction level is at a neutral standstill. I would love to hear your thoughts on the Gary Wilcox case. I want to thank you guys for watching this episode. You know, we like to cover cold cases here, cases that maybe have flown under the radar, so to speak. Last week, if you haven't checked it out, I did a road trip to New Hampshire with my buddy Nelson Dellis, and we traced the Betty and Barney Hill route on the same date, on the same time as was their abduction. And that was really interesting. That video is also flown under the radar, but if you guys want to check it out, I put a lot of work into it. It is objectively really good. I enjoyed making that quite a bit. And I also got to interview Kathleen Martin, an expert on her aunt Betty Hill's case. Folks, that about wraps it up for today. We got a really special guest next week, and I cannot wait to share that with you. If you're a member, you already know what's up. If you're an intern, you got the skinny already. But for the rest of you, you're gonna have to wait and see. Have an awesome day, and we'll see you on the next video. Peace and love.
That's right, we have another hero.
The European Space Agency might have just showed us something they weren't supposed to.
I see the start of traffic beginning. This how it started. These the paid actors.
There's
Not tonight, little man.
Television is one of the worst problems facing our society.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome back to another Bryce is Right. I hope y'all all had a great freaking week. I hope y'all ready to dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I could find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And nah, these aren't your ordinary videos. They're going to be blowing your mind, making your head spin, and having you question your reality. Of course, before we get started, let's go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content, and leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, let's go ahead and dive right in, y'all. Let's get it.
Let's go! First try, what the heck?
What are the boys doing back at the room?
Take the ruler.
You know what I know.
Shoot. Hold on. Make a ruler. Who? Yeah? Stop.
Wait, what? What the? Oh no. Is that one lady from the woods?
Hey, tutorial hands.
Hey, George? What? Could you come here, please?
I didn't know I was being intimidating. I'm sorry.
That's because you're yacked out of your mind.
Those are so alarming.
The European Space Agency might have just showed us something they weren't supposed to. Since the US government conveniently shut down just days before the Mars flyby of 3i Atlas and told us they're not going to give us updates on it anymore, the good old ESA released this video just a few days after it flew by Mars, using their ExoMars trace gas orbiter. And just watch what happens when we zoom it in. No video enhancements applied whatsoever. Is anyone else seeing what I'm seeing? Surely this is just a photography lighting glitch, right? And like, where is China in all this? They do have an active orbiter around Mars, the Tianwen-1. Wouldn't this be just like the best opportunity for them to flex on us, showing us the clearest photos of 3i Atlas yet? But no, radio silence from the CNSA, China's National Space Administration. So they either somehow didn't take the photo on time, or they did, saw what it was, and didn't want to show anyone else. And still other online detectives pulled this image from NASA's official Mars Perseverance rover's online public library, dated Seoul 1643, October 4th, 2025, the exact time that 3i Atlas flew by. NASA, of course, hasn't commented on this yet, and some are saying it might just be Mars's moon Phobos caught in motion, which ironically is Greek for fear.
Are some traffic jams started by paid actors? This is what I mean.
Well, I see the start of traffic.
Watch this.
Beginning. This how it started. These the paid actors.
There's no reason they shouldn't be going.
Just to sit there.
They're getting paid to sit there, she says.
Start some traffic. What the fuck going on here?
Someone explain this to me. This isn't a NASCAR race. Why are they sitting there? The Matrix is gonna Matrix.
I don't want nobody to tell me anything about no iPhone being better.
The Truman Show, y'all. Stay weird.
I'm gonna shit my pants, but that's okay.
Oh, actually, Ken, that's not okay. You doing? You rolling up? Better learn how to do that while you're driving. Man, that's crazy. I mean, it does look like it's gonna storm. But I had to ask, like, is this really what's happening? And it seems, yeah, because it's too freaking expensive.
Facts that will break your brain. The atoms in your body are mostly empty space, and if you were to remove that empty space, your body would fit inside of a sugar cube. If you shrink the sun to the size of a white blood cell, the Milky Way galaxy would still be the size of the United States. The universe has no central point because every single point is expanding away from every other point. We will never be able to see the edge of the observable universe because it is moving away from us faster than the speed of light. Technically, your brain lags behind 80 milliseconds, so everything you're seeing is a delayed illusion that your brain's constantly having to correct. There is no now in the universe because time depends on your velocity and gravity. Every minute that passes, 83 people die and 156 people are born. The atoms that make up your body were formed inside of a star that exploded 1 billion years ago. There are organisms on Earth that can survive in space. There's a mirror that lets you see your face, how it really looks, and most people, when they look in the mirror, start crying. Every memory you have changes each time you recall it. There are more possible ways to shuffle a deck of cards than there are atoms on Earth. Statistically, there's a 50% chance that the person who invented your favorite childhood food is still alive.
Your mom goes to college.
I think I have a pretty foolproof way to shut down a flat earther. I can't even believe that fucking sentence came out of my mouth. But I was thinking about it like a personal experience, and I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about this. In New Zealand, our moon looks totally different than in Canada, where I am now. So in New Zealand, we have a man on the moon. Like, we have a face. Like, he looks like he's about to ask, like, where my hug at? It took about 4 years of me being in Canada, when I was really homesick one time, that I just was like, Mum, even the moon looks different. And it was only until I did this in Canada. And then I saw the face. And then it occurred to me, that's because in New Zealand, we're viewing the moon that I see in Canada upside down. Because it's a fucking globe. In Canada, I'm looking at the moon this way, so his face is down here. But when I'm in New Zealand, his face is like this. Maybe here's a visual if anyone needs it. I don't know. I don't think I've heard anyone talk about that. So I don't want to talk to flat earthers, but if anyone has like a weird uncle or anything.
Titties, I want you to take the front door. Got it?
These Sora 2 videos that are coming out have made me realize that there's a high likely chance that you and I have been getting fooled for decades with videos that we believe to have been truthful that were just AI generated. Well, no, that technology just came out. No. If you and I have access to technology and can prompt a video like that, make it real, just imagine what they have had for decades. Oh, they wouldn't do that. They absolutely fucking would.
Yeah, I mean, they had to have, right?
Did you hear about the house from Japan that just washed ashore on the shores of North Carolina this week? And it is baffling, the scientific experts, that it could travel so far, especially so intact. It does come from when the tsunami happened. This house detached and was washed out to sea, and all the neighbors thought that the family inside had died. The crazy part is the Japanese family was still inside. They have a ton of food storage, I guess, and so they've been living off that food, and they did have fishing equipment, and so they've been able to fish and survive all of this time out on the ocean for years and years. They said they almost gave up hope. They never thought that they would be freed. They said a few times they went on the roof and tried to wave down airplanes flying by, but they couldn't see them. But it washed ashore on North Carolina and rammed into this beach house, and the authorities were like, how this looks like a Japanese house. How did it get here? And then they were astonished when they went inside and they found the family. And so now they're trying to raise funds to get the family, fly them back to Japan and get them into a new house. And it's just a fun story that shows that never give up hope. The Japanese family never gave up hope, and they were finally saved.
Japan. Are you here for delivery?
Japan for.
Japan for. What? Japan for.
That's pretty cool.
So y'all heard about that guy who found that alien and has it in his house? No, not the guy with the black goo alien. I'll do an update on him soon. And no, not the Boogosphere. This is a completely different guy. That's right, we have another hero. But instead of a sphere, this one's more like a rod cone type of thing. It also has writing on it that's just like the Boogosphere. I mean, check out this video and tell me if it's real. As you can see, he has it in this basement, and every time he goes to record it, the lights start to really flicker. And this is really weird. He puts this radio frequency next to it, and it starts to shake like it wants to get out of there, and tries to do some tests with it. So far he's found out it's just like that alien. It burns plants. The stand that it's on and him.
What the
Why is it over here?
Needless to say, it's doing a lot of strange behavior. Also, the symbols on it really do look like 3-Eye Atlas. The words that are written on it also look like 2 comets approaching a sun. So we got another hero, y'all. Somebody who came through, saw a UFO, and went and snagged it for themselves, put it in a basement. This is exclusive breaking news, so if you go to his YouTube channel, he doesn't have...
That didn't just look like a basement. That looked like a place where you get tortured.
That many followers, and follow him and ask questions and see if this is real. It's looking like some alien force really wants us to find all of these alien drones and even aliens right now. We really got to appreciate them all doing it for the culture, you know? It's becoming harder to deny what's happening now. And I promise I have nothing to do with any of this. I'm just sharing this information. Now, I have my theories on this. What do you think it is? Are we being invaded?
Remember those like flat thing? I can't think of what they're called right now. Yeah, that's gonna be 3-Eye Atlas right there. I hope the Iron Dome's gonna help us out. Or we're gonna have an Iron Man appear out of nowhere. Something. It's not looking good. What were those things called? I can't even think.
You can't trust everybody.
So I came back to the woods where I found the wavy bubbles a few weeks ago. I actually come back here a few times, but I didn't find anything. And I actually found something else, and it's super cool. Let me show you. So yeah, I blew this bubble like a minute ago, and it is still here. It's right here, right in this location. It hasn't moved.
Is it tweaking?
It's in this kind of suspended state. I am not a bubble expert, but I am pretty sure that this is not normal. So I'm like, I don't know, like a quarter mile away from the other bubbles. I'm really bad at measuring distance, but I'm not far. And so this does feel like it's part of the same glitch ecosystem. Something almost certainly happened here a while ago. Years, for sure. I mean, it could be 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. I have no idea. I mean, it could be 100. So, yeah, that's a pretty exciting find. And I am going to poke it. I'm going to poke it with a stick. Huh. Wow.
That's super
I don't know what I expected. I think I expected it to like stay still or do nothing. And honestly, I don't really know why I did that. But a lot more glitches and corruption to show you in these videos, so follow along for more.
What is this got unveiled?
I dream of Mall World every night, and I made a map. Let me show you guys.
Okay, so this is like the full map. It's not very complete, but we'll start at the mall that's attached to like a hospital and a school and a parking garage. There's also the airport attached to the mall. And then back behind the mall, you have the amusement park, water parks, and like the literal ocean cliffs. You can see it through the windows. You can see the ocean
BMG. For sure, man.
Through the windows of the mall and the hospital, and sometimes you can see this in the background. Then there's the big theater attached to the mall school. Everyone you've ever met is here in the theater. You have like an underground market, which is different than the mall. It's more like a flea market. There's infinite toilets. Anytime you have to use a restroom, it's like they're broken and they're all connected together.
That's incredible.
That's amazing. Next to the parking garage is like a really dangerous playground, and then you come to like the fairgrounds, the outdoor markets, there's like cabins, and then over here is like forest, and then outdoor concert and festival is going on. So this is like kind of grungy camping situation, campsites. Then we have the big non-functional highway that's kind of linking things together. It has abandoned cars on it. You have like walking caravans. You got people camping out.
Whoa. That's interesting.
They made a sequel to the internet. We deadass got Internet 2 before fucking GTA 6. What the fuck? Yeah, so the beta net is here. It aims to be a censorship-free internet and a sequel to the internet. No, you can't fully use the beta net like you think you can, like the regular internet. It's mainly just a concept for right now and actively being developed. But it just goes to show that the fact that censorship has pushed developers so fucking hard to where we are creating a brand new internet. What? There are 2 videos on the beta net that you can watch. It's on a channel called K0. He explains what the beta net is. Now, for somebody who is as simple as me and is more of a visual learner, this probably won't help you a lot to understand the beta net. But if you're a developer and are huge into coding or big into how the internet works, might be the videos for you.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
But yeah, we basically got a sequel to the fucking internet, which is crazy to me. We got Internet 2. Who would have thought?
That's super weird. What would y'all search first? Let me know in the comments. Dude, this is next level. How do I do it? Give me how to. Do you think they have to put like a sign up like don't call 911?
Do we have evidence that the people in charge of the study and the people carrying out the study knew that this was radioactive and knew that there was potential harm for children?
The people who were distributing
the radioactive material, right? These are this was, federal agencies. Those people absolutely did know. And when, the people on the ground in the facilities were requesting, because they had to apply for this, so they were requesting these materials that were regulated by the Atomic Energy Commission. They had to apply for them. The folks at the Atomic Energy Commission had to approve these studies. They knew that children were going to be the recipients of these radioactive materials. So if we look along the spectrum of who knew or who should have known, we can see that there were absolutely actors in that spectrum who did know that these materials would be used on children, and they approved it and to have little or no problems with that.
We're about to have superheroes appear. Watch. Gen V style.
This is where you drop it? Yeah.
That's so cool.
Holy shit! Your screen's not cracked? Oh, no way!
I finally stumbled across one of these, and I'm gonna see what it sounds like when I snap one.
Damn, smack that ass.
On today's episode of White People Doing Shit That Shouldn't Be Done, but it looks pretty cool anyway, we have a man performing the AR&R, all risk, no reward. Please don't try this at home. This is a professional white person.
Oh my gosh, heck no. Nope. My fat ass can't stop!
Not tonight, little man! Huh. Ah! You son of a... Stay down. You move, you get stepped on again. Get your boot off me. Backup's right here. You're done.
No, Ryan just said it 2 times.
Alright, now I got a little bravery now.
You're gonna try to jump off me.
What's that? Oh, scientists have discovered what they call a hot blob underneath the Appalachian Mountains that is moving? Tell me more. Yeah, scientists have discovered this hot blob about 123 miles below the surface, but the scary part about it is moving, and it is headed, it looks like, on a path towards New York. They originally called this the Northern Appalachian Anomaly because they have no idea what it is, and they're fearful to even try to investigate it. Okay. But this gets more eerie because it's not just 124 miles down. It's also 217 miles wide. And they believe it's moving towards New York City. They have no clue what it is, but they believe it's some sort of a hot blob. Okay. The fact that it's moving underground the way that it is has the scientists perplexed because they have no idea what this is or what it's going to do. Oh, goody.
Run! It's Godzilla!
Okay, these Sora AI videos are actually getting out of hand. Not only do we have Jake Paul converting to Islam in one video, and then coming out as gay in the next.
An announcement in 3, 2, 1. I'm gay.
I hope every here supports me.
But now both the daughters of Martin Luther King and Robin Williams are having to go as far as to beg the public to stop sending them AI videos of their fathers. Zelda Williams said that this is not what our father would have wanted, and these people are not making art, but rather disgusting, overprocessed hot dogs out of the lives of human beings. MLK's daughter said, I concur concerning my father, please stop this. Because, for context, Sora literally allows you to recreate MLK's world-famous I Have a Dream speech into this. But it doesn't stop there, because this week, major content creators now also speaking out against AI and Sora. Mr. B said that these were scary times and expressed concern on how this would impact millions of creators. Casey Neistat said,
My analysis, we are so completely
And the YouTube channel Kyrgyzstan, in a nutshell, that has almost 25 million subscribers, they posted a video last night titled AI Slop is Killing Our Channel. But where does this even end? I mean, Casey Neistat asked his own team if they would get sick of it, and they said this.
But you don't think people are going to get sick of the fact that it's AI?
No.
What does this say for the future?
It's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Some people say it's a good thing, that it democratizes creativity, similar to how social media democratized entertainment and gave the power to the individual so that they can one day compete with the likes of Hollywood. But others, like Robin Williams' daughter, say stop calling it the future. AI is just badly recycling and regurgitating the past to be reconsumed. You are taking in the human centipede of content, and from the very, very end of the line. All while the folks at the front laugh and laugh, consume and consume. So the question is, chat, are we cooked?
Okay, so I'm just sitting here watching Scooby-Doo, you know. It has been storming on and off all night. You can see there is nothing standing over here, right? But look.
What
the fuck is that?
He's the real Scooby-Doo.
Like, this is me.
That sucks.
Like the satellite went out because of the storms, so it wasn't working on the TV anyways. And like,
that's pretty creepy.
But there's nothing there. And like, I turned.
Oh shit. Goosebumps, man. I hate those ladies.
You down to hit it, Charlie? No. This is one of the most powerful images I've ever seen. We have order and chaos. Just because something looks disordered doesn't mean it's disordered. Nature intends for certain things to fit together in certain ways. Humans like to dismantle things and rebuild them in our own image of order. This isn't always the right thing to do.
I know. I mean, that's my life right there.
You guys are interested in trees? Let's do it. So nobody really knows what a tree is. As a society, we just kind of decided that if it's tall and woody, then it's probably a tree. Unless it's short and woody, then sometimes it's a tree, but sometimes it's a shrub. We consider bonsai a tree, but we wouldn't consider rosemary a tree. They both have primary woody stems, and rosemary can grow a hell of a lot taller than bonsai can. So if it's not about size, then it must be about the wood. Except, wait a minute, there's some trees that have no wood.
Wood.
The banana tree, its whole trunk is just a bunch of hardened leaves. There's no wood in that thing, but we still call it a banana tree. So trees are tall unless they're small, and they're woody unless they have no wood. And guess what else? Trees don't even have to grow from the ground. This thing is one of my favorite plants, the strangler fig. And the way this thing grows is that a bird flying overhead will poop down a seed onto the canopy of the trees below, and then the strangler fig will grow down the tree like a parasite latching onto a host and take its place. And we still call this thing a tree, even though it doesn't have its own trunk. It's just eaten a plant below it. So what is a tree then? Why do we have trees? A tree isn't so much a plant type as it is a survival strategy. Being tall and being sturdy usually gets you more sunlight, so a lot of plants have decided to do this. And the reason we know this is true is because there's no one common ancestor of all trees. A palm tree is closer related to grass than it is an oak tree. So long story short, trees aren't real, vegetables aren't real, and you guys should all like and follow. Mwah.
I thought that was going elsewhere with the wood.
ChatGPT was asked what the most brutal truths in psychology are, and these were the answers. A prompt was, you've read every psychology study and every psychological thinker and philosopher. What are the 5 things everyone must understand about their own psychology or they risk failing at life? Your brain lies to you constantly is number 1. You're not a passive observer of reality. You are a narrator. Your brain invents stories that feel true, but often are built on cognitive bias, emotional residue, and past wounds. Number 2 is What you avoid controls you. Avoidance feels like relief in the short term, but every time you dodge discomfort, you strengthen fear, shame, procrastination, or resentment. Number 3, you are not who you think you are. You're who you're practice being. Identity isn't fixed. It's a feedback loop of habits, roles, beliefs, and repeated stories. You shape who you are by what you do over and over, not who you wish you were true. The 4th one, you are wired for emotion, but built to regulate it. Feeling your emotions is not enough. Mental health comes from being able to name, hold, and use your emotions, not be hijacked by them.
Man, that's so hard to do though. I've been working on it.
They say this is faster than the speed of light. Look at this. That's how it looks in the shadow. But then when you see it in the sun, it goes so fast that your brain can't even see it. That's the speed of light.
Все, друзья, фиксирую ремни и показываю, как это работает. Опускаюсь, вот, смотрите, держит. Вес 90 килограммов, никаких проблем.
Баллоны заполнены воздухом.
Да, легкий алюминий, давление минимальное.
I like how Sora started putting that, you know, little emblem on there, so you know it's
3i Atlas's first video image captured by the European Space Agency, right? This is from October 3rd as its approach to Mars itself. And this was filmed on the Exotrace Gas Orbiter, the TGO. And again, the footage is a little bit downgraded because this was filmed 30 million miles away, and that is unfathomable distances to kind of even comprehend. Therefore, the footage will be downsized in nature, compressed if you will, right? So the Comet 3i Atlas is slightly fuzzy white dot moving downwards near the middle of the image. Despite not being designed to capture something so far away, ExoMars TGO revealed the coma of the gas and the dust surrounding the icy rock nucleus. And if we're observing this piece of footage, right, 3i Atlas doesn't seem to be kind of stable. It's kind of seems to be moving shapes, tumbling. There's a little gas plume around the side of it here as well, and there's not so much of a cometary tail, but the closest approach to the sun is still going to be October 29th, so the heat will increase and hopefully increase the cometary tail. But if you can see it here, it seems to be tumbling almost, right? So this is traveling around 137,000 miles per hour. It's absolutely hauling Batu Express, right? It's on a hyperbolic orbit, so it's not bound to our solar system, so it's going to slingshot its way around the sun and then disappear off into the ether. If it's going to carry on that trajectory, if we're really calculating that this is just a comet and not something else, much like other people speculating, even government officials and stuff like that are saying this could be something else, right? Hella weird. Either way, amazing. Look at this thing. It's tumbling. Whether that's outgassing from coming close to the sun and it's kind of blasting all different directions, making this object tumble, we can only speculate. But NASA is still offline. They're not updating us with any information, but at least ESA came forward and given us something to kind of digest here, right? What do you guys think? Let me know down below, man.
I think it's weird that we're gonna probably get a real announcement, you know, on Halloween or November 1st, probably.
It's Spooky Science Series time, and today's story is absolutely nutso. This is a vulture's nest, and inside this nest was a shoe, and not just any shoe, a 650-year-old shoe. Here's what happened. Scientists rappelled down these cliffs in the Pyrenees, searching for bearded vulture's nests to analyze what is in them. And they did not expect to find what they found. This shoe plus 200 other human artifacts. And listen to this. Some of these items date to the Middle Ages. I repeat, the Middle Ages. But we haven't even gotten to the real mind-blowing part yet. This particular shoe is 675 years old, to be precise, per carbon dating. It's a sandal woven from grass and twigs, likely worn by someone from southern Spain in the 1300s. A shoe like this should have decomposed centuries ago, but the cool, dry air of the cliff cave preserved it perfectly, to the point where you can still see the individual braids of the woven grass and the general craftsmanship of whoever made the shoe 6 centuries ago. And here's what's so wild about all of this. This shoe and other artifacts stayed in this vulture's nest for 6 centuries, with generations of vultures carefully maintaining this nesting site from the Middle Ages all the way to today. Today, I think we all learned that vulture nests are real-life time capsules, and they might be one of the coolest new ways to learn about human history. And what's even more fascinating is that this whole reusing of nests over centuries is not unique to just vultures. There's a golden eagle nest in North America with so many layers of material added to it over the generations that it's now 20 feet deep. And in Greenland, there's a gerfalcon nest that is wait for it, more than 2,000 years old. This nest was being used when the Roman Empire still existed. Here's what else scientists found in these vulture nests. A slingshot woven from grass, a crossbow bolt, and a scrap of sheep leather painted with red ochre from 6 centuries ago. These objects tell us what people were carrying, what they were wearing, what they were using to hunt, all preserved by accident in a vulture's nest on a cliff. And there's still tons more waiting to be analyzed. For centuries, archaeologists have been digging down into the earth to uncover human history. Meanwhile, vultures have been collecting it for us, piece by piece, generation by generation, stashing it away in their nests like accidental museums. Vultures are apparently nature's archivists. Now that is some spooky science. If you want another spooky science story about vultures, let me know below because I've got a good one. Follow for more spooky science series all October long, and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel because we are dropping a Halloween episode at the end of this month.
All I could think about was that slingshot. Like, how are they so accurate with it?
Why are the chosen ones unemployed right now?
Wait, what?
This is a question I hear a lot, but I think the truth is a job is not on our same vibrational frequency anymore because a job is a construct of the 3D. And we are meant to be leading humanity in a new direction using our gifts. And our gifts are how we're going to be making a living because energy is the real currency. And by using our energy to create and give, we will in return receive what we put out. And what we put out can be free, like love, knowledge, motivation, wisdom. So your energy literally has no overhead costs or upfront costs to get started. So if you resonate with being a chosen one or a creative, this is your sign to get started and start putting your art out there and your work out there.
Very true. So what the shit? He goes, I didn't even see that thing. It came out of that dog. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Guys, I just went to record a video on TikTok and tell you that this is a giant fleet of ships coming in, and they blocked the sound on TikTok. They legitimately blocked the sound. This is a giant fleet of motherships coming in. It's been going on since 12:20 UTC time. It's now 1:21 UTC time. This is insane. This is a huge fleet of ships. Look at the structure. That structure from a ship. This is a huge ship. TikTok blocked the sound. I called this. I called it on YouTube and said we would see interference and we'd see a big fleet come in. This has been going on since right before I said that. I called this was going to happen.
It's probably just a meteor shower.
Creepy as hell. It's just so murky.
Yeah, it would be so hard to see the comments tell from
I
that
have
far
literally
away.
had to tell 4 different people today alone that there was an air bubble in the syringe. One person actually pushed the air bubble through.
First of all, I'm sorry you're in the hospital. I hope everything's going okay. Second of all, I'm sorry that you're experiencing this distress about the air bubbles, and I apologize. I hope everything does get better. But I am here to reassure you that small amounts of air bubbles are okay. It's quite safe for a normal adult to have some air bubbles in their IVs, and it's almost nearly impossible to get all air bubbles out. The what we call lethal dose, receive this dose of air bubbles in their syringe will have complications. It's about 3 to 5 milliliters per kilogram. So let's say you weigh 100 kilograms, anywhere from 300 to 500 cc's to severely harm and unalive a person who weighs 100 kilograms on average. Of course, you can still get complications before that dose, but 1 or 2 cc's even of air is probably safe. Now, that may not be true for you or anyone, but in general, the data and the statistics show you're probably okay.
Yeah, they have to have like a full syringe of
You
air.
notice anything in this picture? Kind of just above the horizon? Up in the sky, just above that sign? Let me circle it for you. Do you see it now? Yeah, there's something up there. And I got a couple different views of that thing, and they're closer. Can you see it better now? I can, and that ain't no airplane. Not to mention, whatever this was, up there in the sky. It just floated. It floated around. People stopped on the side of the road to take pictures of that thing. So, with this UFO, which is an unidentified flying object, we have witnesses, we have picture evidence, we have video evidence. So my question to you is, what do you think that could have been? Because me personally, when I look at this thing, I really don't know. But like I said before, I'm pretty sure that's not an airplane. Okay, Booshkies, I just wanted to share this with you. Shabadoo.
Here's some information for you. You want to know where that power comes from? When you charge your phone, when you use the power in your house, whenever you charge your Tesla or whatever, I'm about to show you.
Is that Paul Wall?
What's in no about me? I got the internet going nuts.
It comes from this right here. This is the internal of a gas turbine. It actually runs off of diesel. You got a combustion chamber that fires off, spins this, which in turn turns the generator to generate your power. This right here is $30 million. That's right, $30 million. I just bought a new one. I'm not lying to you. So yeah, this is where your power comes from. This plant was down for 4 days. They had to buy power from another power company. You know how much it cost them for 4 days? $110 million for 4 days worth of power from another power company. So yeah, it's expensive.
Well, I mean, if you're getting it straight from the grid, you know.
There is a thing about a guy who used to work in the Navy in the 70s.
Uh-oh.
They place an acoustic sensor device all throughout the ocean floor in the certain areas. This was to map the ocean floor, detect submarines, and find other anomalies and stuff. It says one of the contacts while in the Navy who worked on the ASW team who was responsible for monitoring the sensors and everything. They would discuss underwater submersible objects that detected that would travel at thousands of miles per hour underwater.
What are you talking about?
He said they also have detected various structures underwater that are active and that they stay clear of. And so those might be like volcanoes or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
But they're detecting actual anomalies
This came
underwater.
out recently?
This is a report from a guy that worked in the Navy in the 1970s.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was in the 70s? They were tracking this stuff?
When they placed the sensors devices in on the ocean floor.
That is so
Yeah.
cool.
So,
you know how you get stoked about space?
Yeah.
I get stoked about the ocean.
Well, those are probably like alien stuff, though.
Yes!
Oh.
They're meeting.
Dude, the ocean freaks me out way more than space.
And we're here and we don't have that much answers.
You know what? You look like a dad that drives a Yukon. Do you drive a Yukon?
Kinda.
Yeah, I bet so.
You sound like somebody that drives a Ford F-150 that the windows don't roll all the way up in.
Oh, no, it's a Tacoma. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hey, Grant, look, my sister, she wants you to tell her happy birthday. It's her 22nd birthday today.
I'm on a show. I'm on a national show. I can't stop and tell your sister
Right
happy
here.
birthday.
Look, all you can say is just happy birthday, Candace. She's right here. She's not talking. She's shy.
I'm not gonna. Happy birthday, Candace. I hope this year.
Yeah, Candace, dick fit in your mouth, motherfucker.
The China National Space Administration is going to land people on the moon probably in the year 2030, 4.5 years. And it's going to be, for the older viewers, it's going to be another Sputnik moment where the United States eyebrows go up. Oh my goodness, the other side has got some amazing space capability. And just mission for mission. If you go to the Planetary Society website, I have a chart I prepared earlier. If this were a cooking show, I'd say I prepared earlier. And just the green is what Chinese National Space Administration is planning. The red and yellow is what the U.S. is planning to cancel. Now, everybody, the first Trump administration was all into space. They were going, we're going back to Mars, we're going to do these things.
Space Force.
Yes, well, Space Force, that job had to be done. Understand that the NASA is a civilian administration, but its relationship to the military, of course, is stronger and stronger. And for you students, the Space Shuttle bay, the cargo bay, was configured to handle military satellites. But all that aside, you don't want to cut NASA funding, and you don't want to cut NASA space in half. It will just end these programs, and this will lose our international competitiveness. And if we stop looking up and out, what does that say about us? It's not good. Whatever it is, it's not good. And it's certainly not consistent with how the United States has gotten this far.
What have we gotten out of it? You know, like, let's fix what we got. You know, kind of like the oxygen mask on the airplane analogy. You know, we got to make sure we take care of ourselves first so we can help the others around us. Whatever that is, you know. Maybe.
Fake documentaries that fooled millions of people. Part 11. Some people believe the moon landing was faked and use this movie as evidence without realizing it's making fun of them. The first moon landing was the most important achievement of the 20th century, and President Nixon knew it absolutely had to be filmed for the world to see. But according to one very not real documentary, Dark Side of the Moon, Nixon feared the conditions of the moon would render any film equipment totally useless. So in case of emergency, he secretly hired Stanley Kubrick to film a fake moon landing in a studio in exchange for some state-of-the-art camera lenses he'd later use for Barry Lyndon. The backup ended up coming in handy because while the real Apollo 11 mission succeeded, the footage they got on the surface of the moon was less inspiring thanks to the antics of Neil Armstrong. Over hill and dale. The mockumentary mixes fact and fake so seamlessly, it's hard to tell which is which. Real people like Kubrick's widow and even Buzz Aldrin appear as themselves alongside actors playing totally made-up witnesses named after characters in Kubrick films. They sprinkle in historical facts with easily refutable errors, like the date of JFK's famous speech about choosing to go to the moon being a whole year off, and also stating Nixon was once the governor of California, which he was not. And this moon landing cover-up was successful because basically everyone involved died under bizarre circumstances. Like this man who passed away in a mysterious car accident, his body seen here in this photo, surrounded by a group of Santas. Totally normal. But the biggest giveaway of all has to be the blooper reel that ends the movie, which some journalists ended up missing during the first press screening because they had already left the room in a fit of rage. The real joke came later when conspiracy theorists began citing Dark Side of the Moon as proof the moon landing was faked, not realizing they were the punchline. And even more deliberately deceitful, some folks cut the film into misleading clips on YouTube to expose the truth, further confirming the thesis of the movie. So a fake documentary about the real moon landing became real proof for people who think the moon landing was fake.
We live in a vicious circle. Do you think those are, like, she's making those move? Or she's gotta, like, program it? Y'all know what I'd be doing with that? Bucket. Oh no. Y'all know probably one of the first things most people would do is that. You know, I would try and cook a crazy meal, play video games, work on my golf swing. So you get your own little Mr. Meeseeks arms. Oh yeah, you'd have to get down and dirty at least once with another octopus. Another Dr. Ock. Oh, I didn't know that's where this was going.
I wish I had more hands.
Okay. So I can feel it.
Have you ever seen a baby ladybug? I was today years old, which is 43, when I found out that they don't look like what I thought they looked like. And my 67-year-old mother didn't know what a baby ladybug looked like, so I'm thinking that maybe other people don't either. These are baby ladybugs.
What?
We bought this little kit. It's like those butterfly ones, and but this is for ladybugs. And yeah, if I had seen these mofos outside crawling around on me, I would have smacked them, not knowing that they are baby ladybugs. So the more you know, and maybe I'm the only one who didn't know that, but there you go. P.S. I will document their journey for you guys if you want me to.
Man, how does a baby become bigger than its...
Why can't the US or China make the machines that make chips? Like, the two countries fighting over AI both can't make the machines that make AI chips. And I'll keep it non-technical, but it's literally because it is insanely hard for 4 reasons. Let's get into it. First, you need a very specific type of light that's higher energy than all the light we see, because it's good at printing on silicon. But this light is a diva and causes a ton of problems. Just to make it, you have to snipe molten droplets of tin with a laser, hitting them dead center to make the light. And the droplets are smaller than the width of a human hair. And you have to do this 50 to 100,000 times per second with no room for error, and this is the easiest part. Now that you have the light, you have to put it on the right spot on the chip to draw the patterns. Normally you could use a lens. If you've ever burnt paper with a magnifying glass, that's exactly what you're doing with the light from the sun. But this light is a diva, and no material exists that can act as a lens for it. Since you can't use a magnifying glass, you have to use a bunch of mirrors. But these mirrors have to be smoother than the width of an atom. If the mirror was the size of the entire planet, the tallest mountain would be the height of a credit card in thickness. And there's only one company in the world that can make these mirrors. But since you lose a little bit of light from the mirror each time, by the time it hits the silicon, you've lost over 99% of it. So the droplet sniping thing has to be 50 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And it gets better. Third, while the mirror sniping stuff is going on, you have to move the chip so it prints onto the right spot at up to 1 meter per second while keeping nanometer level accuracy, which doesn't sound crazy. But if the chip was the size of a plane, it would be like moving the plane with precision less than 50 times smaller than the width of the smallest human cell, which is a blood cell apparently, all while moving the plane at 300 miles per hour. To emphasize this, because my brain could not understand how ridiculous this is like landing a plane at 2 times normal speed and having the exact spot where the wheels touch down be precise to within 50 times smaller than a human blood cell. And this has to be synchronized, but it gets even better. Remember how the light is a diva? Yeah, it gets destroyed by dust. So you have to remove all the air, which puts it under pressure. Like the science demo where you put yourself in a vacuum sealed bag so you can't move. So this is under pressure equal to the weight of 170 cars on top of everything else that's going on. So that's why the US and China can't do this. And next time you use ChatGPT, just know the literal hardware it's running on was made by technology that makes landing on the moon look like rubbing 2 sticks together. It is insane that nobody talks about this. Anyways, cheers.
That's so hard to comprehend that it works as one piece. It's like this gotta be from aliens. This is so freaking funny. Dad's like, what? Oh God. That's hilarious.
Where is he? Where is he? I don't know. Joe, how come you're not answering any of my calls? Where's your mom?
I'm working over here.
The 2025 Nobel Prize in Medicine has just been awarded to 3 scientists who discovered something crucial about the immune system. Let's talk about it. One of the most essential cell types in your immune system is called a T cell. They act like sentries that are constantly on the lookout for invaders. These invading germs have special features that your T cells learn to recognize. These features, or antigens, act like keys that stick out of the invaders. As T cells learn who's a bad guy, they start generating these proteins that act like locks. When a T cell bumps into something with an antigen, the antigen key slips into the T cell's lock protein, and the T cell knows that it's found an invader. But what stops T cells from making lock proteins for keys that aren't antigens? This is what's happening during autoimmune disease. Your T cells accidentally recognize your own healthy cells as invaders and attack them. In the 1980s, Japanese scientist Shimon Sakaguchi was studying the fact that mice developed autoimmune disease if he removed an organ called the thymus. This suggested to him that the thymus must make some kind of cell that's responsible for stopping your T cells from attacking your own healthy cells. It took like a decade's more worth of research to identify those specific cells, and as it turns out, they're just a different kind of T cell. He named them regulatory T cells, or Tregs. But what's special about those Tregs versus other T cells that allows them to boss those other T cells around? Meanwhile, 5,500 miles away, American scientists Mary Bronco and Fred Ramsdell were trying to figure out why this one specific kind of lab mouse just kept dying. Like the mouse's T cells were attacking their own organs. But why? Eventually, by examining the mice's DNA, they found that they had mutations in a gene on the X chromosome called FOXP3. And when they inserted a healthy copy of that gene, the mice got better. Now, any respectable geneticist can tell you that mutations on genes in the X chromosome are more likely to show up as traits in people who have XY chromosomes. This is because with only one X chromosome, you only have one chance to get that gene right, whereas people with 2 X chromosomes have a backup copy that can compensate for mutations on the other chromosome. So Bronco and Ramsdell started looking at patients of an autoimmune disease that was known to to affect more males than females. And when they looked at these male patients' X chromosomes, they found mutations in that FOXP3 gene. So they published their results. FOXP3 is a crucial gene, and if you don't have it, your T cells start attacking your own organs. And back on the other side of the world, Sakaguchi read this paper and made the connection. He jumped back into the lab, and sure enough, he found that the FOXP3 gene is the one responsible for letting Tregs boss around other T cells. Here's how it works. FOXP3 is what's called a transcription factor, which means that it can turn other genes on and off. Remember that genes are instructions to build proteins, and proteins are tools that your cells use to do their specific jobs. Turns out that FOXP3 turns on the genes that make the proteins that allow Tregs to do their jobs of policing other T cells.
Yeah, hi, big fan. Does this mean that if a person has an autoimmune disease, you can just inject them with Tregs and everything will be fixed?
Great question. Love your hair. The answer is maybe. See, one of the reasons it took so long to discover Tregs is because structurally, they're not that different from other T cells, and we're still trying to work out how exactly they interact with those other T cells. So it's been shown that the process by which the thymus generates Tregs is actually very similar to the process by which it generates another kind of T cell, which actually causes inflammation rather than suppressing it. And these two opposing cell types may actually be able to transform into each other over the course of their lives. So if you slam a bunch of Tregs into a patient, they may end up shapeshifting into a cell type that actually just makes everything way worse. Still, scientists are optimistic that as we learn more about how Tregs work, they will start to form the basis for therapies that will make people's lives a lot better. That's why Brunko, Ramsdell, and Sakaguchi have won this prestigious prize. I also love this story because it illustrates the importance of sharing your results with other scientists. These people were a significant amount of planet apart, and they didn't even realize that they were working on the exact same phenomenon, just on different levels. Sakaguchi at the level of the cell, and the Americans at the level of the gene. But because they shared their results transparently and accessibly, they were able to synthesize their work into this incredible breakthrough. The discovery of Tregs solved a huge mystery about the immune system, and it's opened the door for other scientists around the world to learn more about how your body protects itself from itself.
I couldn't get off the term the T-Regs. It made me think of the T-Rex. Of course, dinosaur. Fun. So much fun. Squirrel on steroids, right?
We're either living in a simulation or this is the sketchiest, most coincidental timed tweet we have ever seen in our lives. So this is Josh Hammer. He was in the group chat that Candace Owens dropped a screenshot of Charlie basically saying that he's done being bullied by Israel 48 hours before he got shot. The day before Charlie got shot, he pulls out a tweet from Donald Trump from 12 years ago. I don't even know how you find this. Should be public execution for all to see. You will end this BS fast. And he says based. And then the day after, when Charlie Kirk got shot, he says public execution. Josh Hammer is very outspoken about saying that Candace and Tucker and everyone else is lying about Charlie and Israel. So it just makes these tweets a little sketchy, very coincidental, I guess.
Man.
So this video is going to make some of you want to delete your browser history. Apparently a Gerbera, which is a Russian manufactured low-cost unmanned aerial vehicle that's primarily used as like a decoy in coordinated attacks, was downed by the Ukrainians, and when they recovered it, its camera showed some interesting stuff. Upon examining the downed drone's onboard camera system, the Ukrainian specialists found an undeleted video from its memory card that show operational recordings while it was in testing in China, which is wild to see because they must have forgotten to delete the footage. Apparently the clips were kind of like the camera's manufacturing and calibration process, and it shows like video frames and nighttime aerial views of a busy urban highway or elevated road in a pretty major city with red lanterns or lights strung across the sides, and also moving vehicles in lanes with the overlay tracking gates showing like distances where the cars were and stuff like that and how far away they were from the building. It also shifts it to an indoor factory or lab setting, showing a workbench with equipment, a monitor or device being handled, and also a person that's in a visible blue outfit working on different components and stuff like that. Now, this leftover data indicates that the camera storage was not wiped clearly and they didn't format it prior to integration into the drone, which could be a common manufacturing error, but one that shows pretty significant levels of intelligence. Now, after this video footage came out and the photos came out, a Ukrainian open source intelligence collective specializing in cyber analysis and geolocation conducted an independent investigation into the footage shortly after its release, and they were able to determine visual and technical elements in the footage to find out exactly what type of camera it was, which they determined it was a ViewPro A40 Pro, which is manufactured by the Chinese company ViewPro. They were also able to give like specific coordinates, like geolocated coordinates for where this factory was in China. And you won't believe how they managed to do this. So the initial checks on Google Maps showed that there are discrepancies due to regional mapping restrictions in China. However, to overcome this, they translated the manufacturer's address into Chinese and cross-referenced it on Baidu Maps, which is China's equivalent of Google Maps, confirming a perfect match. Eventually, the footage was traced to ViewPro's facility in the Aotexing Science Park in the Nanshan District, Shenzhen, China, which is a hub for tech manufacturing in China, and ViewPro's official website lists it as their production site. Either way, crazy story.
That's rough. And this is what those cameras will show. I wanted y'all to know. I'd kind of put 2 and 2 together. But they're like better quality and can zoom with the craziest focus from so far away. It's like serious spy technology. Or that's what it reminds me of, you know? It's just like, what for, you know? I mean, maybe there will be a good reason eventually.
Have you ever heard of Pine Gap?
What is Pine Gap?
Better known as the Australian Area 51.
Ooh. Everyone's got their own, I guess, right?
It is near Alice Springs. People have reported for a long time that around Pine Gap, there's a lot of UFO activity.
Interesting.
It's a joint effort between the United States and Australia. But basically, who runs Pine Gap is the CIA.
The American CIA.
American CIA. A lot of people report seeing strange lights in the sky, moving silently and rapidly. And then there's this one account in the 1970s where these Aboriginal trackers, they saw something crash and they went to observe it. They're in the bush, these Aboriginal trackers, and they found this smooth metallic sphere partially embedded in sand emitting a low hum or vibration. The object was reportedly cool to the touch despite being in the desert heat, about the size of a basketball, perfectly symmetrical, seamless, and impossible to open. One of the men picked it up but said it felt strangely heavy for its size and gave the sensation like it was pulling at his insides. The story also includes the orb started levitating slightly when placed on the ground. The men later approached the military personnel who confiscated it and warned them never to speak of it. One of the men became ill and disoriented afterward.
That's crazy. I think that's wild to me, though. Like, just how that works, like, especially if the CIA is involved. Like, that's American agents and the stuff that must happen there. We think Area 51's a problem. Guess what? No Americans are doing anything about that. They're not sneaking in there.
What if that's like Skinwalker Inches Area 51?
You
like
trying to get on next?
1?
You got a scary ass shirt, bro.
It's my mascot for my band. No, that's tough.
What kind of music do you do?
Underground. Destroy lonely, hard rock.
Oh, like Rage.
He's about to hit.
But like dark with 808s. Like this.
Whoa. All right, let me build it up a little bit. I'll start with some.
And I'm with Ari, like, this crazy. Yo, yeah.
I want you all on my arms, okay, I feel you here. It's not even drill. Hard rock, okay, this feels so real.
I got a pound of the lean. Niggas, they trapping and fiends. What? I was just trapping and holding my niggas, they back and they're rolling again. Bad bitch, hold it. I've been holding. All of my niggas, they down for the riches, they had to go get it, we bones.
Thinking about these fast cars. We got mad bros, doing mad drugs. She show me mad love.
Riding, trying around. I ain't got no home. Niggas riding around. I ain't gotta go, I gotta aim. Trying to get it on the road. Search got it on the low. I've been trying to get it on. Niggas acting who I know. Checking my back and my wrist. Backing my back and that bitch. She wanna hold him, I told him my niggas they riding, I'm rolling that shit. Around the mill, I just pop a mill. I just get it here. Bitch, me in it here.
Not that fire today. Hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce Is Right. Like I said, y'all have a great freaking weekend. Definitely check out Homage. I know I got the Bucky shirt on today, but definitely give them a gander. Yeah, y'all just have a great freaking weekend. Enjoy this weather. If it's bad, take shelter. And other than that, yeah, we will see y'all soon. Y'all know what to do. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content. And leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, we will see y'all next time. Alright, y'all. Peace.
Focus. That's what I was thinking. She said focus. Whatever.
That's more like it.
From the Cascade.
Charlie is getting sued?
Title's not clickbait. For the first time ever, I have been served some hefty legal paperwork.
Wow.
And it's not, there wasn't anything ceremonious about it. It's not like any of the, crazy stories you might have heard about people being served where, like, someone will go incognito like a secret agent, like with the disguise where they have some kind of silicone mask of your mother's face on it, so you open the door and then bang, you get the paperwork served to you or anything. It was nothing like that. Just a
boring,
normal, unassuming, albeit very large envelope in the mail. Now, it's not a full-blown lawsuit or anything at the moment. It is some demands because there are 2 YouTubers that believe I have stepped up.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? Oh, all right, let's hear it.
On their Tootsies and infringed on their copyright. They are Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold. Now, I initially reached out to both of them because the language in this paperwork is very fishy. I'll get into that more in a moment, but I wanted to talk directly with them to see if this is like a scam or something.
Yeah,
like I wanted to make sure this was like a legitimate thing before I got my lawyers on this.
Sure.
They haven't responded, so I'm guessing this is probably legitimate. Like, this is probably something they are actually trying to go through with. Though I do know that there are a lot of law firms now that are trying to encroach in the space to convince YouTubers to go through copyright law to try and make money. Yeah. That is something that a bunch of firms have reached out to Matt about to do on my behalf, which is unhinged why any firm would think I would ever do something like that. But it is somewhat normal in the space right now. So
yeah, it is.
I think there's a chance that maybe that's what's happening here and they don't know that, but since they didn't respond, I can't say for sure. So as of now, it feels legitimate, so I will be getting my lawyers on this, obviously, to be going through the next steps of this now, most likely very long procedure. But let's go ahead and talk about
why are you getting sued?
What the claim is.
Yeah, what is this?
So last year, during Hurricane Milton, I did a stream in the middle of Hurricane Milton. I'm in Tampa, and Hurricane Milton came through to spread our cheeks. I was streaming during it. While streaming, I would check like weather updates or like some streams to see the progress of Milton and what's going on in the area. Yes. Now, I think all of you know this. I don't do React content anymore, so if there's ever any like content or footage on my stream, it's very brief, and the only things I usually watch are game trailers, movie trailers, or news footage, like news broadcast, publicly available news. So for the hurricane, I thought it would be A-okay to show very brief clips of what was happening with Milton so I can
assist you. May the stars guide you.
You want to smoke, love?
Yeah.
I'm out of reach.
I think that's the most emotion I've ever seen from Wes.
That's funny. Oh.
Ooh.
He wasn't expecting it.
I mean, would you?
Yeah, she's a big woman. Hold on a second, honey. Get this guy. Hit it again.
Heaven be with you. Okay.
Was this guy a high school football star?
I can't remember. Looks like a football player.
Nailed
That's not terrible.
it. I don't know.
It doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to.
Look at those legs. That's good?
Yeah, that's good.
I can't wait to see how bad he fucked this up.
Oh
Them
God.
lips, bro. What the fuck? That alien didn't have lips?
Oh my God. Those are wax lips. That's really thick. Luffy, what are you doing?
Just something simple as that.
My uncle said he was leaving 7 minutes ago.
Huh?
My uncle texted me that he was leaving 7 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna finish cleaning up the kitchen. Okay. Damn it.
Lady, my God.
I'll get it.
Tell Mom, what the fuck? The fuck, Mom?
I didn't think it was Sorry, cat.
They're in the hallway.
Go, you dipshit. The ball's over there, idiot.
That's wild.
It's funny, the guy in the middle looks kind of like my old roommate. Yeah, the white dude. Oh my goodness. Baby, do you want more? Just finish it.
Okay.
What?
Did you say these had to be returned?
Yeah. Fuck. I totally thought we had sent those with you to when you went down a while ago. Well, fuck.
What brings you here? May the stars guide you. Listen. A shah salam. I am honored. Go in peace.
I'm listening.
Well, I died.
What's he doing?
I died, so I gotta hit the ball too. What he had you?
Well, yeah, it's brought popsicles.
Oh. Yeah.
And then Nana sent some cans with her.
Like what, food?
2 cans of mixed fish. And can of sweet baby corn that I forgot.
I don't remember how I got in there. Not a good place for me.
I don't have a target.
Be right back.
I haven't gotten any flack from anybody.
Well,
On
I mean,
radio, I got 2 cans of pepper spray in my shit.
It's so funny though.
Right? Yeah, I was the first time I went out there, so I signed up to volunteer.
got it loaded.
If you want to fucking do anything, hit me up.
But yeah, no, I was just waiting for you to be back. I don't know what you had in mind.
I don't know. Right now, because I'm finally home, I'm going to sit here and probably pause this anime in silence and take a couple of dabs and unwind.
Feel it? Oh yeah, bud.
After that, I'm done. Or whatever.
Yep. Sounds good, sir. I'll jump into Discord, so just whenever you're ready, pop in.
Alright, bro.
Word, word.
Alright, I'll see you in a minute.
Yep. Hey.
It's showing a white line. You can't see that. So. Oh, come on. Okay, we'll try
I got help. I'm running through it. Running through it.
Say that's the
Continue. Keep that.
How perfectly convenient! The brainless oaf led us right to the Tide Stone! Our queen beneath the tides can reassemble the pieces! As for you, you will make an acceptable slave.
Bonk.
He's already saved?
What? Oh yeah.
We are cursed to spend eternity as ghosts. Don't blindly trust in anyone, especially your leaders.
Enema.
Enema.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Here's your enema.
Hey, how old are you now?
77.
Tell me.
38.
38?
Yeah, I had to think for a minute. She's Grave Robin. What are you talking about?
I need to target something.
I'd only reached the academy entrance when I saw those two Naga with you in tow.
Bitch, faster!
Yes, my mistress.
They're just dragging my body behind them.
As closely as I dared.
No chocolate.
I only got it because of the waffle.
I saw my chance. I would attack the Naga leaders and save you from captivity.
You deal with our guest at this hour.
Curse you and your kind, elf! The queen herself!
What?
Thissa and the Tidestone had evaded me. Rather than pursuing her, I set off to rescue you, my champion.
That's Danielle. Danny. Then after, you know,
No grays yet.
sometime after.
No grays yet.
Everybody was having long hair in the National Guard.
Yeah.
So, where are you for? They're gonna fucking look like a fucking.
I had finally found their slave pen.
So no more long hair, no more long mustache.
At the entrance to the cave, however, I ran into an old acquaintance.
Yeah, so they had to fucking start getting behind tight. Went up to the summer camp.
Yep.
They had drill. But Dan was lucky though. My dad.
That voice.
My dad were lucky.
I'm sorry. You must not recognize me. Is this better?
Queen Ashara, you lead the Naga?
Poor deluded Verondis. Don't you remember? I quashed your rebellion 10,000 years ago.
My newest gun.
Do you remember how powerless you were to stop me?
Bought it from my nephew.
And look at you now, a specter of your former self, cursed to an eternity of undeath and ineptitude.
Bought for 1,000.
I'm giving you an opportunity to kneel before me, Princeling. Maybe something can be done about that little curse.
To release my people's curse, to redeem myself, and secure my legacy.
Sell this.
The people of Azuna were and always will be too proud to kneel before your demonic allies, witch. And we will never kneel before you!
No, man, I did 11. Some stuff on it. About 1,000. So I was like, yeah, I don't have a problem paying 1,000 for it. This gun right here I want because it's a 45. It's got built-in laser, and it has.
I believe you know the rest of the story. The Naga will not wait long before turning the Tidestone against us. We should make haste.
So I can shoot 45, switch out, and shoot 22 out. And it has a fucking range. They said that thing was worth 9 to...
Nice, almost 10.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Babe.
What up, Benny? Hello there.
Ben said he wanted to smell our neighbor.
Yeah,
Or happy neighbor.
I would say no, not right now.
Yeah, he's fine.
No. Yeah. I'm telling you no, because he is totally left. He's not. You guys are gonna clash way too much, I guarantee it. He's like ultra left hippie, dude.
Sure, he's well.
He's got. But he will argue. He's very good at just arguing.
I tell him like I tell people who trying to argue with me. I cannot argue about anything. I'm here for a pleasant evening. We'll get high. So if you want to enjoy the company, stay with us and get high.
Yeah,
no time for drama. There's enough drama in the world.
I'm not saying that he would do that. I'm just like I already
But that
see
would be
the
my response.
clash.
You guys as friends. Otherwise, I tell him to go fuck himself and step outside and fucking shoot it out.
I know. I know.
I got. Don't tell anybody, especially that me and Alvin got into a fist fight.
Just say we have family over. We'll smoke with them later.
What? 3 weeks ago?
3 to 4 weeks.
What happened?
About what?
Fist fight. Well, I'm not gonna say it, but
Who'd you get in a fist fight with?
His friend.
my best friend. I know him over 40 some years.
Good man. Are you guys
Nobody
right now?
won.
No.
And yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, it was different, but we've gotten into other arguments over the years. We just never got drawn blows.
Oh. Yeah, let's say like let's say we're chilling with your uncle. He hasn't been over, man.
This was my cousin who lives in Roseburg. Her and her husband's dog. It's a massive.
Yeah. He looks like a mix.
There's two of them. I didn't catch one or the other one.
Are mastiffs normally brindle? Because that's why I was like.
It's got to have some mixing.
Yeah, it's like because normally that brindle coats come from like a. You'll see that with boxers a lot.
The fucking thing is about this tall though.
No.
The back end. I swear to God.
The back end?
Yeah.
Yeah, mastiffs are huge.
Yeah, their fucking faces like this.
Oh my god.
Dude.
That.
They're a bear hunting dog, dude.
Yeah.
But you know what's bigger than that?
What?
Akitas. They're big.
What are?
Akitas.
Akitas, yeah, Akitas are crazy.
And they hunt, like, they'll go hunt polar bears, dude, and shit. At least that's what I've heard.
I don't think anybody's hunting a polar bear unless you've got a big ass gun.
You have a pack of them.
I'm just saying, like,
Okay, they look kind of similar.
like I don't even think a pack of wolves would take on a fucking polar bear.
Well, it's, you know what they have there? And there was some place where there's a hybrid.
Yeah, the grizzly fucking.
Grizzly polar bear.
Mhm.
Can't remember what they call it.
I'd heard it and I just cannot remember.
And they actually saw one time.
It's more frequent than people think.
Yeah. It didn't. It had more of the grizzly color, but the facial kind of was more towards the polar bear, if I remember right. I can't remember.
They're called a Grola bear, Pizzly bear, zebra bear, grizzler.
What was the original name though?
They're just a hybrid, is what they call it. They got a bunch of names. I mean, look. I mean, like you got the shape and the heft of a fucking.
Yeah, that one.
Like that. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
that's
what
hefty as shit.
That's the one I was.
Then you have the polar bears. Fucking. Like here's a few of them. They're different kinds.
Yeah, no, I like the white one.
Female hybrids and male hybrids. Let's see.
That one's
A and B are
sick, dude. Look at that.
Polar bear.
Like a saber-tooth.
Okay, this is a polar bear.
That is?
Yeah, so comparison of the frames are female hybrids A, male hybrid B, polar bear C, and a brown bear D. So, polar bear wise, you can kind of see the face and build is a little bit similar.
Scroll over. Let's see. Is that a polar bear? That's a gold.
Yeah, it's a grizzly polar bear. Roller.
Yeah, dude, that's...
See, like they're just because they look all nice, don't fucking approach that shit.
Fuck no,
Are you
dude.
fucking stupid?
Yeah, people are dumb.
Okay.
I just finished the baggie.
Well, they bagged one right here. Look at that dude's hands.
Yeah.
Just that dude's hands right there. You can see how big that fucking head is right there. That's not even a big one.
Did they kill it or tranquilize
Well,
it?
that looks like it's dead. It could be wrong. Let's look.
What are they killing them for?
It could be tagging it. It could be.
I hope.
Yeah. Hunter holds the
Not
head. No.
everything needs to die.
No. Hunt and killed in Canada.
Oh.
Well, if you have bear tags, if you have bear tags, I get it.
Well, those kind of ones, though, you should let them. I don't know. They better be studying them.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'd like to know more about them.
I mean, they have them in zoo exhibits, so I'm sure they're.
No, I don't think they need to be in a zoo.
No, I'm just saying that they have some in zoos. So I mean, like, I'm sure that they're studying.
Make them a fucking outside.
Pen. Like a sanctuary.
Yeah. Studying.
I know. I feel like there's only so much you could keep contained. Now, if you had it.
I'm not talking for the rest of his life.
No, I just mean that, like, if you put up a chain link fence. You put up a chain link fence around like a perimeter that's even like, several miles square, square miles away. I don't think that they're gonna care about a chain link fence and break through it. You know what I mean? Like that's what I like. I don't know how well you can continue. Huh? Yeah. Inside of a zoo, I mean, I'm not as fan of the small areas where it's not their
And I'm
habitat.
sure they have places like that already built, so it's not like they just built them.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure. They put sanctuaries in a bunch of places.
It doesn't have to be in the USA. Shit, man. Should take him down to the. Oh no. What's on the habitat? South Pole, but.
Antarctica.
Penguins are down there.
Yeah.
They have no enemies, I guess. Is what
Yeah,
they say.
they got orcas out there still. They got.
Oh, is there?
There's.
That's some cold ass shit.
Well, they're up in the north as
Is
well.
that land that's coming uncovered there? Big massive spot of land on
It's-
the Antarctica?
It happens a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. This land hasn't been uncovered in fucking long time. Oh no!
I know that there's like there was this one where they discovered a huge lake system underneath the ice
I heard about that.
that's like not been touched by the air for like millions of years type deal.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's wild.
They recently got into a some sort of cave system that had been blocked off for a long time like that too.
But I also believe that there's, they got to be careful because there's viruses out there.
That's what I was gonna.
Plagues that will fucking wipe us out.
Well, that's what I was getting with the place that had been blocked off for a long ass time.
What?
So there was, it's like I want to say like Turkey. It's in Europe somewhere, I want to say, but there's a cave system that opened up that had been sealed off for millions of years without any human interference. The water was super briny.
It was sealed off by man?
No,
Okay.
just naturally, it was just sealed off.
Okay.
So it hadn't been touched by light, humans, nothing for millions of years.
Damn, some shit.
And the water was ultra briny, like more than salt water, like it's super salty. And they found organisms in there, and then also, germs from a prehistoric era.
Oh my god.
So those are the things you're like, man, just put the dirt back on,
Right. Just put it back up.
Well, yeah, that's, that even here on these, the icebergs melting and just the iceberg, but in the mountains, what am I thinking of the word?
I don't know.
Not iceberg, but
Glacier?
glaciers. Thank you. Those things will release, but they also are great for fucking finding gold.
Well, they are literally a heavy dredge that gets that drags itself across the land and just. But it's also a vital part of an ecosystem as well. Like a lot of the shit that they find in that permafrost is the shit like the woolly mammoths, the fucking dire wolves, the saber-toothed cats.
Yeah. You're listening to that guy in Alaska, he's the biggest private property on
It has like they found like over like 100 freaking mammoth things.
Yeah.
Woolly rhinos.
And he has so much fucking shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't they also
I
find?
can't remember his name.
Okay. He was on Joe Rogan or something.
Yeah.
Didn't someone also find like an ancient sloth?
Den.
No.
Sloth.
Sloth. Whatever those
Possibly.
fuckers are called.
Well, you have giant sloths that were those big one, like imagine a sloth but one that's like stand as tall as a tree almost.
Yeah.
But they have these really long ass fucking blades that you can see in these tunnels too. You think that it's just somebody with a shovel, but it's really hard. So they're saying that's how sharp these motherfuckers' claws were. They'd be digging through this shit. And you can tell it's that because you'll see the actual grooves of how their nails are. This is wild, but yeah, no, I know they discovered something like that recently up here. Because they were initially saying it was south of the equator that they were more prevalent. Like South America area. But that's also depending how far were the continents from each other at the time too. And you had a super continent at one point, and then it split off into things of more different shit. Well, there's been multiple different ones.
What's the latest one? Was it Pangea?
I think the most recent is Pangea, but there's multiple different ones for while the continents were splitting off from it. There's other names for that too.
I didn't know that. I just remember learning about Pangea.
Yep, seeing Americas and Africa splitting off, separating and shit.
I had a project where we had a sheet of paper and we had to cut out all of the continents. And we had to try to fit them together.
At least you're not stuck in school now learning about transgender.
Oh my god, right?
I feel bad for the students.
I feel so bad for this generation.
See, the moment that topic would come up, Ben would have been like, well.
What? But I was reading on, at least here in Oregon, if all parents have problems with it because of frequent news, there's a class especially for them to go, but they're not going to stop because they're federally protected.
No, they're not. Fucking
No, they are.
Trump just pulled it. Did
he pull it?
He's pulling federal funding for people that continue doing it.
No, there's an actual law signed in the law that happened with Fuckhead and that stupid bitch and who's that old bitch?
Hillary?
Huh?
Nancy?
Pelosi. Yeah, and they made it a federal offense if you do anything with transgenders or
Yeah, shit can be ratified though.
But yeah, so Trump needs to actually, because it's into federal law. So
I thought he did all that.
yeah, I already did too, but not yet because it says it's still a federal offense. I go, this is bullshit. I said, I was typing this thing and it was like that. For one, you can't pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
Or under
but
God.
yet, under
Can't say
God.
under God.
God is, this whole country was founded on our belief in God. It's on our fucking money, But the thing is that these motherfuckers that come in and they fucking our shit all up, twisting their fucking. I don't have any kids, but our kids of this country's minds into fucking.
Oh.
Garbage.
That's the other thing that Lila says she's pansexual. She loves everybody equally.
Pansexual
Oh,
is when
I
it
got-
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you look like. The only thing that matters
I don't have a problem with who somebody
No,
is.
that's what I was telling him about.
Is when it's thrown in my face, trying to. Oh, you can't say that anymore. Fuck you. This is the United States of America. I have the right to speak my mind.
I brought this up with the fact with Ben about the fact that they put these books in the school that are super sexually explicit, and that's not okay. And he was trying to argue the fact that it is. And I was like, no. I was like, when you are putting books that are over sexualized into a public school where these are kids. Now, when they're 18 plus, cool, you do what you want. Just like with porn, cool.
What grade your daughter at?
She's a freshman.
Yeah.
But so like you're putting this super stuff. And he's like, well, who decides what's what? I'm like, well, if it's like verbal porn written down, then it shouldn't be there. Yeah.
Parents.
But then he's like, so what about the public library? He's trying to bring it around, trying to make it like it should be okay. If it's in the public library, it should be in the public schools.
No.
Because they can go to the public libraries just as easily. And it's like, No, you put a restriction on the age that you. No, you put a restriction on the age that's allowed to check it out. If they don't got the right checkout, they can't do it. If their parents want to check them out, there you go. Now it is on the parents. But you kept on trying to bring it back around to the other. I'm like, no, they should not have the over sexualization as like education is one thing. Explaining the differences and how people feel, so people understand, different. Taking a bunch of books that are sexually explicit and have these sexual acts happening in graphic detail, no. My kid should not be able to have access to that.
They should be fucking sued. I don't care. The parents, back when I was going to school, I don't even know if they could do it these days, but parents had a lot to say back in those days. And
well, nowadays, if they're over 13, 14, you ain't got to say on shit anymore, even their fucking medical shit.
Yeah. See, that is bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I lost my
The parents had a lot more power back then.
Yeah.
More say.
And people drove with the fucking shotguns and 22s and a bat in the back of the window to school. Lock their doors. Fucking A, nobody fucked with shit. Nobody got shot.
Yeah, because there was the presence known that you fuck around, you find out.
Usually a lot of people end up getting shooting after school, so it's just...
Yeah, but we're also in a state that is very...
And I believe the Democrat Party will find somebody in dire need of something and say that you have to do this in order to...
See, my problem is, you'll see them try to push something, it's met with resistance. And then they create an issue where it needs that thing to solve the issue, and people will accept it with open arms. And they will continue to do this over and over, and they are doing it even still. And so you start...
people
What up?
break and there's a silver fucking war.
Well, and that's where it's headed.
Oh, yeah, I believe in the next fucking...
Who is that? Seth that popped in? Who popped in?
Next year or two.
Yeah, this
Okay.
me.
Yeah. It's getting
It's like, who done did that?
So it took so long, fucking, I let Zeus out, and when I did, a fucking pterodactyl got in my house, and then I had to craft a weapon to fucking battle it.
I shall make short work of this minor interruption.
It was hiding in spots I couldn't get the fucking electric slice water to. And I was already questionable on whether or not I wanted to use it on it because it was so fucking big. So I had like a fucking long ass like cardboard tube to swell on an adult child. We save those. Especially if they're good and thick and sturdy. Hell yeah, I'm gonna save it. I cut a fucking milk jug open and fucking like put it inside there and shit and just like boom.
So, I'm assuming it wasn't an actual pterodactyl. Was it just a bird?
Oh no, I wouldn't fuck up a bird like that. A bird would get escorted out of the building. This was like some sort of super moth. I don't know what the fuck it was, bro. Like it was damn near the size of my hand. Yeah, bro, fucking wasn't going. You know the bitch is big when Zeus barks at it and goes to the other side of the house. Like, yeah, fuck that, bro.
Fuck that. Yeah. I can't remember. Was it you that? No, it was Lila who was having an issue with the moth. Or were you freaking out over a moth?
Fuck no.
Why would I freak out over a moth?
Because you're a girl.
No, one time at my auntie's
At band camp.
At band camp? Yep, I said that every time too. And she is like, actually, yeah, it was at band camp sometime.
No, I said that to my Aunt Lori. Because I said one time at band camp, and she was like, wait, you serious?
And I played a flute and I had to clean it and.
Imagine where I put this trumpet.
I was at my auntie's house. And we found a moth in the garage that was like
Yeah.
big fuck.
Oh.
Got him in an ice cream bucket.
That's funny.
Like, you know those big plastic tubs that you get in the jail? Big motherfucking We got a moth like that big in one of those ice cream buckets. I don't know if it was actually that big or if it just looked like it was that big to a kid.
Can only you hear me?
Yeah.
Right this moment, yeah. Well, I mean, my stream can.
Is that Maya talking to her uncle?
Yeah, I'll be there in a bit.
Why does her accent
as
come
well
out
as I guess sure.
when she talks to her uncle?
I don't know. What
It's
you mean.
just funny, bro. You can.
The audience who was asking like what's going on.
Yeah, she has the accent when she talks to her uncle. I don't know how to describe it, bro.
Safe, what's happening?
But when I could hear her talking, and I had to almost ask if that was her aunt, because like the fucking island is coming out of her.
That's fucking funny. I'm gonna have to ask her. She even
Like I could tell that it was her after a while.
Yeah.
But at first, no.
That's so funny.
And her uncle didn't really have an island accent. You know what I'm saying? So I was a little confused because like he would have. I call it the island pause, where you know how like a rapper that raps fast, they chop the word.
Wait, say that part again.
A rapper that raps fast, you know how they chop the word?
Yeah.
It's almost like that.
Huh. I'm gonna have to listen in because like I guess my brain doesn't process it because I'm used to hearing it.
Yeah, you've been around for so long. Yeah. This is the first time I've ever heard her talk to her uncle, so it stuck out like a fucking sore thumb.
That's the essence of driving.
Like, wait a
This
minute,
is a story about the one who never stops. She needs a reliable partner.
Every day,
Just hanging out. Alright, I'm gonna step out and vape really quick, and then just let me know what we're jumping on.
Word.
Lawless state of California somehow gets scarier, but finally the voters are catching on. As in San Diego, this masked man was seen on the beach, walking his dogs, wearing his designer $100 Crocs. When later, Reddit reported some young man was stabbed right along the shore. As other Redditors replied, they also saw him at around 2 p.m, where apparently he was just roaming the ocean side trying to scare people. And in the local ABC affiliate story, they stated 5 hours later he was still seen scaring people when the victim approached and asked him about it, to which the masked man punched and stabbed him several times. Now he was later identified and arrested at his apartment, as he definitely matched the description and eventually admitted to the crime. But sadly, San Diego County had already set him free. I don't know about you, but if you have a masked man in a monster costume out there antagonizing strangers, not even as a internet prank, but just out of nothing to do, if he ends up randomly stabbing somebody on the beach, he's not someone I want set free. I don't care if there's mitigating factors like a first-time offense, minor injuries, or really anything. If the judge wouldn't want this guy sleeping next door to his own grandmother, why subject anybody in society to do the same? As this is nothing new to California, as just 2 years ago Los Angeles saw something similar, then less than a year later, regular people resorted to vigilantism to protect their beaches. And even though that instance was much worse, it still tells the same story of citizens simply not understanding cause and effect. As on that stabbing story in San Diego, all the Redditors were shocked to know the attacker was immediately set free. But look at that same subreddit talking about voting against Proposition 36, saying being tough on crime doesn't work, as Prop 36 reversed a lot of the effects of 47, 57, and 64, which decriminalized lots of drugs and theft. Now, even though California voters passed Proposition 36, Governor Newsom essentially vetoed it by refusing to fund any actual law enforcement. And as of 4 months ago to today, the same subreddit complains about rampant crime rates and PD's inability to do anything about it. It's almost like every time they almost understand what's destroying their community, some inorganic movement pops up online to tell them crime isn't the problem, Trump is the problem. But sadly, even when they do say enough is enough and vote against the liberal agenda, Governor Numbnuts Newsom says, sorry, I'm too busy trying to run for president, but enjoy being stabbed by psychos in monster masks.
I didn't let fixable become fatal. Heart valve failure isn't how I go out.
From the Cascades to PDX, from the painted hills to your kitchen, we recycle like we live here. That's why recycling companies, governments, and brands are all joining together to bring change, to make recycling better, like expanding services so more people will be able to recycle. You can find the latest updates at recycleon.org/Oregon. From Mount Hood to the bin under your desk, together, we can do this.
The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, had an Asmongold-related meltdown. So this is the title of the video here. Asmongold says protesters should be used for slave labor. Now, this isn't completely wrong, but it's certainly not completely right. And so anyway, let's go back. We're going to watch the clip and we're going to see how they approach it, okay? How about that? Let's go ahead and let's listen to it and see what was said. That's not defamation? Well, no, I'll watch it. It's okay.
Criticizing the right wing. Yes. Now, think about it if the shoe was on the other foot. Now, this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is. I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him, right? Okay. And his co-conspirator Jägermeister or whatever, right?
I don't even know who Jägermeister is. Actually, I do. He was a guy in my guild. He was a Death Knight in my guild in World of Warcraft, and you definitely don't know who he is. So I don't know I don't know which Jägermeister he's talking about.
This guy's talking about, oh yeah, run over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car, okay?
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over. And you can see how, and this is what I think is very funny about this, is that people like this always like misrepresenting. This is why I don't debate with people. It's because they're just liars. Like, you can't debate and argue and, you know, have a conversation with a person whenever they're not operating on the same wavelength as you are. So when you have somebody like Cenk who's saying like, oh, well, you know, you're just trying to run over protesters, etc., you're not even trying to engage with the conversation. You're not even trying to understand the point of view that I'm putting forward. You're intentionally misunderstanding it in order to make an argument, which is like, that's fine. You want to do that, go ahead and do that. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to take it seriously, okay? So let's go back, moving goalposts. Yeah, I clearly was not talking about any protester. Why would I think that? I mean, like, what is the logic here?
But you know what? Why don't we instead arrest them for exercising one of the most fundamental American rights, freedom of speech? The one, remember, that you guys pretended you were in favor of?
Yes. The freedom of speech, you know, like it's about, you know, religion, you know, being able to assemble, freedom of association, freedom of the press, and also the really important one that Cenk is obviously reminding me of is freedom of rocks. That's right. So in the First Amendment, it says that, you know, you can say whatever you want, believe whatever you want, and also throw rocks at whoever you want. That's what the First Amendment says very clearly. And I don't know really what to say about this, but that's where things go. Freedom of rocks, yeah. Rocks of speech.
I know some of them meant it.
Yes.
But apparently a lot of them, including Assman and Jägermeister, didn't mean it. They thought, oh, freedom of speech for me, to say that maybe you should be murdered or be made my slave. My freedom of speech, good.
Well, I mean, I don't know why this is such a contentious topic. Like, wouldn't it be good if we could have prisoners that are in jail and they're fucking in prison for 20 years doing some work so we can save money? Like, how's this even how is this even a debate? Like, we used to do this for years. Like, why are we even debating this at all? It's obviously a good idea. What are we even talking about? And so anyway, did he call you ass man? He did. He did call me that. And so I am Jägermeister. I don't know who Jägermeister is at all, but let me go back. I'll see if I can listen.
You should be murdered or be made my slave.
So yes, if and this is again what my perspective is, I think that if you initiate deadly force against somebody, that person should be allowed to respond with deadly force against you. So I view throwing a rock at a person as deadly force, and so because a police officer is a person, I think that if you throw a rock at a police officer should be able to respond with deadly force by shooting you. That's my logic. That's my reasoning, and that's also Florida's logic and Florida's reasoning. That's exactly what Florida does. So if you're mad at me for saying this, that's totally okay, but you also have to understand that there is an entire state in our country that has the exact same viewpoint on this than I do. Don't try to act like I'm some extreme radical or some crazy person when there are states with millions of people in it that agree with this. And I think that most people agree with this too at a very fundamental level. Like if somebody threw a rock at Cenk Uygur, I would say that if you wanted to shoot that guy, go ahead. Like if somebody's trying to hit you in the head with a rock, I mean, what are we talking about here? Why are we trying to rationalize and justify violent, aggressive behavior from people that are trying to destroy property and actively trying to subvert the law? That's it. Nobody wants to have rocks thrown at them. Nobody wants to have anything like this happen to them. It's insane that we should expect police officers to be punching bags. It's unfair to them. It's entitled to the people who are angry. And it's also just the wrong thing to do. Like, this is the thing with me, is that I'm actually the only person that cares about doing the right thing. But a lot of other people don't. It's sad to see, but that's where we're at.
My freedom of speech, good. And by the way, I wouldn't cancel that. I don't mind him saying the terrible things that he says. Now we know who he is.
Sure.
So, and I'm not afraid of his speech.
Yes.
I'm not afraid that the majority of Americans are going to look at that and go, oh yeah, well, I think we should, instead of having freedom of speech, if anyone exercises...
They did. That's why they voted for Trump. They did. They did agree with me. That's why they voted for him. He was saying this himself.
I do.
I'm gonna get myself one.
Okay.
Care Bear? That's gay.
That's gay.
Why don't you
log out here.
be a Smurf?
Smart? Why?
The wait's over, sir.
Wait, sorry, say that again, sir.
The wait is over.
The wait is over.
Daredevil's here.
Yes. I just, he's been out for a couple days.
Oh,
I was waiting a bit, so that way I'd at least have a chance to grab it without having to quit a bunch of games.
Why?
You wanna watch that?
Yeah.
What?
That looks fucking creepy. Monster.
Oh, they're talking about Ed Gein. He's the guy who's like, put the lotion on the skin, right?
Huh?
Ed Gein.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
He made skin suits from his victims. Made like lamps and all that shit.
So it's like
it's
Chainsaw Massacre kind of.
Let me make sure it's Ed Gein. I could be mixing it up.
But now you're turning it. Give me that damn thing. You're fired.
Shit.
Why'd you get rid of?
Oh.
Why?
Cause
No, bro, Daredevil came out today.
Was it today?
Yeah, the 10th.
Oh, I thought it was the 8th he
Netflix
came out.
Picked up.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so you gathered widespread notoriety in 57. Authorities discovered he had exhumed corpses from local graveyards. So,
Angel Studios.
So he was called the Butcher of Plainsfield or the Plainsfield Ghoul. But murderer, possible serial killer, and body snatcher. He would dig up bodies as well. But then he'd make keepsakes out of their skin and bones. Do you hear me?
No, he's not.
No, nobody was. Okay.
Nobody listens to you.
It's all right.
I couldn't split it. Sorry.
Whoa, dude, that's fucking right on, brother.
I made it.
They're used?
Aaron gave them to me.
What kind are they?
I can't remember.
They haven't given me no goddamn. Let me hit each one. Okay. Because this one's.
So rivals.
This one's 102%.
Oh, whatever, Trevor. I was just letting you know he was here, just in my face. Like, it was like super advertised. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And then you were like, he's been out for a couple of days, and I was like, well,
I think it's mainly because all these people have been getting the preview of it, and I just thought he was already out because I thought I remembered it being the 8th.
That one's dead.
I feel that.
So is this. There ain't shit in here.
But I'm down for bases or whatever. I'll grab a couple of sodas so that way I don't try to get up and do a bunch of stuff.
We'll see. Cocksucker.
How did I spell that wrong? Oh, I see. I typed expansion, but it said it was wrong, and I was like, "What did I do?" I didn't type it. I put the S after the I instead of before it. I was like, "What did I do?"
This is a small one.
What are you gonna want to get down on?
I don't care.
I'll let you hit mine.
Let me see if I gotta update anything if I launch Steam. I haven't opened Steam for a few days. I mean, like, I've opened it to look at something and then I closed it. Like earlier, I opened it because I was looking at my hours, and then I closed it after uninstalling that. Looks like everything. Oh nope, it's not. It's queued. I guess I gotta update it. How long's that gonna take though? Nice.
Sancho.
Sancho!
All you can say is nice. God bless me.
Man, I haven't heard that shit in so long.
What, bless you?
No, every time our homies would sneeze, we'd be like, Sancho! You just said it as you did it. I was like, oh my god, I forgot about that shit. Rivals has got at least 30 minutes.
At my age, you better go.
If I'm downloading it right now.
This one just tastes savory.
So I could pause it. We go WoW or Nightingale. What's the other one that?
That's pretty much it. Wild, Nightingale, and Grounded.
No Man's Sky was the other one.
Oh, yeah. So I guess we got 4.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to re-download Grounded. Because I was, again, making room. As if I'm not playing it actively, I tend to delete it. So it clears up.
I would have to re-download fucking No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Because when BMG got fucked, I deleted it. And I was like, nope. 11 hours of nope. Probably not.
And that's just like as simple as like waiting for the cloud to update and maybe even see, like, there's things that could have happened that could fix it still, I think, but when he gets frustrated, gets frustrated. So like I let him chill, so that way he don't get more upset. He gets very hot tempered about it. Like he was about to give up on doing something on OBS to fix some shit for stream. And I was like, "Oh, bro, I can help you. Just ask. Like, you know, I got you." And like I took him step by step, showed him on my screen what to do. Got it taken care of him. He's like, "Oh, fuck yeah." You know, like I can diffuse it normally, but if I don't know the exact steps, I'm just like, "Yeah, chill out, bro. Go smoke a bowl." You know?
Yeah. 11 hours. Fuck me. That would.
Well, I mean, it depends on
I
how
mean,
much of that was actually building stuff, how much of that was collecting materials and stuff, or if you already had the materials. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a couple variables I don't know, but regardless, 11 hours of your time disappearing is
Right.
Is fucked.
Yeah, bro. Exactly. So for the homie, I deleted that shit. I guess okay.
That's funny.
I got other survival craft games I can play, and then Nightingale popped up, and I was like, oh.
That's actually
I'll be 1,000% honest. I'm nervous that it's gonna be super immersive.
Show you my balls, motherfucker.
Sorry.
Yeah, that one tastes pretty.
Can I have that one?
No, I want to get down on it, but I've just been waiting for the correct time when you're like, all right, let's get this shit.
I never used it.
And then I'll be sucked into it for like the next 7 hours.
Yeah, because it's a survival craft game. It's 850 miles home. I got 2 sodas. I don't have a lot of hash, though. That's the problem. I'll be alright. Survival craft games normally suck you in where you don't normally smoke anyway.
What are you looking for?
Another white bottom for my
silicone.
A white bottom? I mean,
silicone for the bottoms of the carts.
There's one on the end of that one you could use.
Just use that one.
Well, yeah, see, I got at least a little bit.
Nosy guy, sorry.
But
I mean, I got enough, but
I will have to make a store run at some point.
In Hawaii.
So it's either
you gotta make a store run at some point tonight.
yeah, because I mean I got a little bit to drink, but not enough if I'm gonna be playing for a bit. And I took a nap again today, so I was like kind of just up. Her uncle's over, so we'll probably be up for a bit too. Just chilling.
I feel it. I feel it.
I was like, yeah, so like I'll probably be up pretty late tonight. Not gonna lie.
I feel it.
That's why I was like, I don't care which way we go here.
It still kind of moves. I'd be careful.
When do you think you're gonna do that?
Do what?
The store run.
Oh, it wouldn't be for like 4 or 5 hours probably.
Things.
Probably go around midnight,
okay.
1. Like I can walk down there just fine.
That's the bet. Yeah, it's pretty much between Nightingale. Well, I mean, Nightingale and WoW are the 2 long runners. If you want to start it off with something shorter, we can. If you just want to dive into something elongated, we can. I'm down for whatever, bro.
Okay, I'll take it if you don't want it.
I'll just make sure you don't want it back first.
I highly doubt my dad even remembers that shit.
That's tough. Because I've been enjoying this Legion remix. Not even gonna lie, I've been having fun. Especially since since my paladin's still in the heroic tier, and I'm getting to that point where I'm blowing through enemies. So I'm like, this is nice feeling. I'm liking this. Granted, I still get fucked if like 8-9 people get on me and I get stunned. I'm like, oh shit. Try to bubble, try to heal. Oh no, my lay at hands has got 3 more minutes to cool down.
Do you want to watch this or do you want to?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is a multiple episode thing. Cool.
Yeah. I found those at 7-Eleven.
Did you?
Well, let's just. if I don't get away from WoW, I will continue playing WoW. So you might as well just go into Nightingale. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's watch Vikings, I guess.
Whatever.
It's like I know me. I'm gonna be like, well, let's play WoW first, and then we'll just be playing WoW. And I'll be like, well, fuck,
this
my
one,
bad.
or do you want me to start the one before?
They put Scooby Doo in fucking Fortnite.
Let me start on that one.
Yeah. Did you see not too
No, I
We're
saw
gonna
the other one.
pause
It's just
you
been so long.
Fortnite. We'll update you later. Gotta play that with Lila tomorrow.
Not that one. I don't want to watch that one again.
I do have GTA as well. I haven't played that in a long time.
I've never played it online.
Don't skip the intro.
Why?
Okay, I was thinking that it was like the previous episode showing shit.
Motherfucker. Don't say anything to your mom, your grandma. Yeah, or no.
Oh, yeah.
Don't say anything. There's been too much crack or something. Crazy.
My mama said crack was alright.
Who's the bigger and older son?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Did he die?
He didn't.
No?
He did.
I thought he did.
He's just not there. Oh, wait, he left with his wife, huh?
Maybe.
I don't know what the fuck this is called now because I put Nightingale now. It's got like 15. Oh, there's one all the way at the bottom. Cool. How there's so many names with Nightingale in it? No.
I don't think it's capable.
Back in those days, he had lots of sons. I think back in those days, they didn't give a shit. You got a chick pregnant, probably fucking, gotta go. I had lots of Wario.
There he is. I was like, no, he's not dead.
If I got them, they're able to kill him.
Got that. Game capture. Nightingale. I gotta scroll all the way down for this stupid shit. Fuck you. Accept.
Library. Nightingale. No, it's the other one.
I only downloaded the one. That's downloaded.
Well, I accidentally downloaded the other one first.
Well, you good?
Yeah, my legs just gave itchy.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
It was slow, so I wasn't super worried.
Yeah, both legs just gave out. Went down to the knees.
Shit.
I think the Lord wants me about. I'm coming, Elizabeth. I'm on my way. Is that? Oh, what's this shit? What's this game?
I'm gonna name him John Redcorn.
You on WoW?
No, this is something else. Nightingale.
It's a citrus flavored.
Fuck, these dudes got some ugly mugs.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. These nuts.
All the way over to Disney.
Got this.
That's girl shit. I don't want that shit. I'll drink water.
So fucking funny.
Probably the best thing for me. Shit, dude. The other couple weeks ago, almost a couple weeks ago, when I had that procedure done on my back.
Yeah.
I didn't take a piss for 15 hours.
That's wild.
Got this.
You don't have no milk? I ain't seen no goddamn milk in there. Oh, that's probably why I didn't see it. Is it good? I like it when it's got chunks in there. Reminds me. It happened to me once when I was a kid. I was like, I don't want it. This is what we're poor.
Yeah, one time I was getting myself a bowl of Pops.
Host a game.
Yeah, I poured my milk.
Gamer's having a fucking aneurysm right now.
Wait, did you start a game or am I hosting a game?
October 2nd.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm picky.
I gotta figure out what the fuck's going on. Because there's like 2 instances of fucking Nightingale opening. I had to make sure that I don't have it downloaded on Steam because I think it's getting confused or some shit. I don't know.
I just finished that 6-pack from 4th of July. Last night was the last one, yeah.
Oh, those beers actually not bad. Speaking of, could I have one of those, please? Just surprise me. They're all pretty good.
Shake it up too. He said surprise him. Give him a choice. Shake one and give one that's not shaking. That'll be fun. Back away from the computer.
Yeah.
Careful. I tapped that motherfucker.
The Great Pumpkin Imperial Pumpkin. Dude, this shit's good though. I always do. Doesn't even matter.
I'll let you enjoy that to yourself.
It's like a fresh slice of pumpkin pie. It doesn't even like.
I understand, but no.
The one that has coffee in it. It's like the front end you taste like the coffee flavor, and the back end it tastes like spice, like the pumpkin spice.
If it ain't got no apple taste, I can stand peach. The ones I drink.
Well, John Redcorn is ready, Bobby.
You're already ready for it. Oh, Jesus.
I am John Redcorn.
Well, that, how the fuck would I know that, man? I never heard that goddamn word in my life.
It's a Japanese.
I understand, but I've never heard that word. Why would I use that?
Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? You're so serious. That's great. That's
What
good.
the hell was that flavor again? I guarantee it. Flavor is this.
I respect it.
Yeah. It's senseless. How's your brother? What's he doing?
I think we graduated from
Yeah.
It should be done with veterinary school. She could open her own business. Sure, make her money.
I think she's still weighing her options.
Is she weighing her options? I think she make more money if she did commercial vet going to ranches and shit like that. You never see motherfuckers make them.
What?
Yeah.
The vets that get called out, like the ranch.
Yeah.
Are you hosting again?
But she's only going to vet for.
That's what I was asking
domestic
you,
cats and
because
dogs
my
and
computer isn't
that
gonna
type of thing.
be as good to host. I don't think. You probably have a better computer.
I will host it.
That's a question I never thought to ask.
That's her sister-in-law.
Yep.
We should go visit her. Visit them.
And I would just say, send the IP address to
I'll
my
go
sister
visit
No,
him.
I tell you what.
or Facebook.
I'll tell you my own way, but I think Darius should pay for Vanna's way because he won't come here.
So what? Everybody just get? Oh, she's just going around fucking the whole group. That's the second brother she's fucked.
She can't afford much. I can't afford to pay for that. But if he doesn't want to come here to visit, then he can at least pay half. I'll pay my own way because I want to go visit.
I'll talk to my brother
There's
about
no
But I'm
reason.
staying in a motel.
There's no reason to not come out here. The excuse he's making is bullshit excuse.
He doesn't want to be around my brother.
He doesn't.
Dad.
He's never fucking around.
I know, but how can you see him when you got family here? It's kind of rude.
This is the first place I came when I couldn't.
You think that was kind of rude? I think it is. Especially his grandmother.
There's times where you learn to just swallow your fucking pride and act like an adult.
Or does it mean that he doesn't really want a relationship with any of the Hispanics? That's another thing. It's like, ugh.
I don't know how my brother dealt with it. I
That
know
was,
this guy.
I was trying to help him out best when he was here when all that shit was going on with
Dad.
Dad. Oh, no, not yet. Weiner got back together with his little girl, his wife, right? And they have a night, and she was like, right? I don't remember.
Of course.
God,
It's not your uncle, it's you. Like, the fuck.
Remember that time Maya sat down?
I'll talk to my
Alright,
brother.
yeah.
Well, no, I can talk to him about
So,
talk to him a little bit.
I'll just tell him that
What?
you want to talk to him about planning.
Oh, you're going all the way back. Y'all haven't been paying attention for shit. Well, I don't gotta pay attention for a while.
You got my new number, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because you sent a video the other day.
Yeah, nobody ever responds.
Most of the time I'm busy.
I had to call Rena and give her husband shit because for the last 3 months I called and texted her. Never got back to me at all. So finally got back to me a couple months ago.
Yeah.
He's gonna go with me.
I get sent so many videos, shorts, and all that shit every day, all day. That if it's that, normally I'm putting it to the side to watch later. If you're sending me actual messages with words and stuff, like saying, I'll respond. But most of the time I see a video link, I'm like, I'll watch it later. You know? I don't normally end up responding to them either. Like I'll put like a laugh thing. Like she sends me so many too. Pat's the worst at it, my buddy. I get at least like 20 of them a fucking day from him. And so my brain has just gotten to the point where I'm like, unless someone actually is trying to get a hold of me. Normally I can tell though too.
Yeah. Because when you call and you're texting and you get nothing.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's gonna go.
That's a bit different, yeah.
He retires next year, so we're gonna make a trip over to Washington D.C. and he's gonna give me a tour of Washington D.C. Since I can't carry my gun over that way, he can't. Federal ID and badge. So anyway, that'd be good. I want to go see all the Ford Theater and shit. Do a tour in there.
How old is Uncle Aaron? Is he older than my mom?
I'm very 61.
He's not old. My mom just turned 64.
Because he has mandatory retirements.
I didn't even know they had a mandatory retirement.
For the federal government.
But they should still
Or
have
general.
it. Okay, so they should still have mandatory retirement.
Oh, no, we're trying to get 12 years for Senate and or is it 6 years? No, it's 12 years for Senate, 6 years for House of Representatives. Or Senate. I can't remember. Some shit like that. Which is good because corruption, and they're in there too long.
Right.
And the president can only do
2 terms.
2 terms. That only came enacted after Roosevelt passed away. The Constitution doesn't say anything about it. Basically, they just made it.
basketball escape. No way, Dave. And then just F3. My buddy. Yes, this is my friend. I know it's my friend. It's ad friend. Do I have to get through this little tutorial thing first?
No, you should have had an IP address that I could type
in. No.
Yeah, it's like the thing where it's like my IP address, whatever.
Play, select character, host game, connection type, IP/LAN, port default 7777. It's just 47. And then I made a password which was 8675 because 8675309.
I couldn't understand it. It's a little distorted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's slightly distorted, so I couldn't hear what you had said for the password.
Oh, I was saying I made the password 8675 because the song.
675. Yeah, so IP address. I don't. I have to have. I think. Hold on, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I have to have your IP to connect, or I don't know how this works here because this is stupid. They can't just fucking.
Yeah, I thought there was just like an invite. That's what I said. I think I have to get through this little tutorial, and then I can just invite you via my friend first. Because Dom and I played this game together, and we would have not went through all of that.
Play Nightingale multiplayer by renting a server from G-Portal or self-hosting using Steam command. Official guide. Here, let's look at this. So it's literally, I just need the IP address. And then what the fuck? Why do I have to do all this just to connect?
Alright.
It's been a long time since I camped in snow.
I'm like in a cutscene that can't be skipped. Give me just a second. Aha.
Yeah, this is 7 Shades of Retarded. Like, I'm literally reading all the instructions just so you can connect to somebody else that's playing the fucking game. And it is the most ridiculous shit. If other players are connecting over the internet, you'll need to do a few more things to get them able to connect to your computer. First, you'll need to find out what your IP address is on the internet. If you visit blah 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 blah, it will tell you what your address is. This is the IP address that you'll need to share with your other players to connect to. The second step, forward port 777 for the router to your PC. Here's how you get your game accessible to other players using port 777. Your game server needs a way for outside players to reach it. This is done with the port forwarding. Log into your router's admin page. Look for the section port forwarding, blah blah blah. Create a new rule that forwards TCP to UDP traffic. Like, what the fuck? My friend wants to play Nightingale with me. Press the Windows key, type command, run command prompt, do this thing, do that thing. Hey, look at that. Now I can connect to my friend.
What?
Here. Copy.
No, you're good. You're good. I believe you. I'm just dumbfounded.
The fact that Nightingale had to type this out is fucking wild. Because it's on their game page. How's he standing?
He's not.
He's dreaming?
No, he's sitting on
Oh. Take his ass out. Ah, well. Come on, I'm ready for you. Nice.
Right.
Well,
I'm gonna smoke.
That fucking sucks.
Just so many steps just to play with somebody. Why? This is
Game looks great for like the 5 minutes I was in there. I swore it was just like a very simple system with Steam. Crazy
like
work.
if there's like a dedicated server, then it's easy.
Yeah, I don't think I would have rented.
World of Warcraft is like you got different races of like people, like from orcs to trolls or whatever, humans, and you have different classes like warrior, mage.
Not the one I said. What about the one?
World at War.
No, World War II. You go around.
World of Tanks. That's like so many games. I don't know. Like there's Call of Duty that's had shit. There's Battlefield that's had shit. There's Medal of Honor's one that does a lot of it. That does mostly Warframe. Medal of Honor? I think it's been out for a minute. I remember it being popular for a bit. I'm pretty sure that was on Xbox and PlayStation 2 or something. On Medal of Honor.
Baby, where's the other?
What do you mean?
The container. What we're using
Right here. What do you? That's why I'm like I'm confused. What do you mean?
Oh.
I'm literally pointing at it. Evolution of Medal of Honor. It came out in '99 initially. PlayStation 2. Oh, they did have a PlayStation 1 version of it. Okay. It goes. I'm just saying. Medal of Honor Warfighter? You're talking about Medal of Honor Warfighter. This one, PS3 and Xbox 360. This one? Yeah, so you got different nations you can play under. You got 3 Americans there, Canadian, British, it looks like Swedish, Norway, Spain, Korea. What's red and white? Bulgaria? French, Australian. You haven't played that one. I played the older ones.
I always liked Rainbow Six.
I got down on all the Rainbow Six. I also liked I was just about to say that Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. Yeah. Splinter Cell was great. And they came out with Splinter Cell 2 where oh, there's more. Yeah, well, they're on Xbox. So this is the original one on Xbox. And then you got Splinter Cell. It was Pandora Tomorrow, and that was on Xbox as well. Let me double check. That's 2004, so that should be Xbox or Xbox 360. Okay, so Xbox, Windows, Game Boy Advance, Mobile, PlayStation 2, GameCube, PlayStation 3. So it was before 360 came out. But so Pandora Tomorrow, that game was dope because they had a multiplayer. Multiplayer, it was thieves versus mercs, essentially. So you have the mercs who have specific skills that will fuck up the assassins. The assassins try to go in, plant a bomb, whatever. But they can't do much. They can only like stun and shit the dudes, and then they have to come up behind them and snap their neck. If they want to kill them. So like, there's a disadvantage and advantage type deal. But then we can get a response to the mercs can't get into like the vents. There was a trick where you block it so the mercs can come out of their spawn point without dying consistently. And so because there's just this one level, it sucked dick trying to get through the first phase. So people are always trying to figure out ways to fuck with mercs, and that was one.
007, where he jumps off fucking
GoldenEye?
GoldenEye, thank you.
Yeah, 64.
Yeah, that.
I believe they remade that not horribly long ago, like to put it on another.
So Xbox bought the rights for PlayStation.
Who did?
Because PlayStation came out with Splinter Cell first, right? So having Xbox.
I don't think so. I think it came out on both of them. Hold on.
Are they owned by the same outfit?
Well, because Ubisoft was who had it originally, I believe. Because then it went to Microsoft games, but Ubisoft has games that go both, you know, on both sides there. But platforms, yeah, it was literally came out on everything. Everything you could think of, it was on pretty much Splinter Cell.